a time there was truth in journalism, where brave men and women gave voice to the voiceless. But then the corporations bought the journalist, poisoning the news that we are fed. With those tainted sources, all we ever ate was a steady diet of status quo. This hijacked narrative hid the truth of mass suffering, injustice and corruption throughout our land. Status quo, status quo, status quo, status quo. To expose this shift to oligarchy came a band of honest journalists. They left the studio and hit the streets to give the microphone back to the people. From sea to sea, the people were empowered to share their truth. Their voices no longer stifled, reclaimed their power. Join the media revolution now.
Status quo. Hello, everybody. Jordan Chariton, live for our marathon Sunday. We were sung into the marathon live stream by the incredible Carmen Elisa Cancel. That's Carmen Elisa Cancel. Carmen is a dear old friend of mine who, at my request, wrote the lyrics along with me. We wrote the lyrics for the song, and then she went and recorded the song, and that is now the Status Quo anthem. And I will say, Jen was not on board with the anthem at first, so she could defend herself in the live chat there. But I said the audience is going to love it. It's a little different. It's a little unique. But now Jen apologized to me and said, you're a visionary. It's fantastic. And all is good with the world. So that is the Status Quo anthem. And I'm sure we'll come up with some new anthems as we go over the years, because we are in this for the long run, folks. Now, we got a big, dare I say, huge show for you today. We got former Alaska Senator Mike Gravel will be joining us. Also going to have independent journalist Ben Norton, who does incredible work on all things foreign policy. He's with The Gray Zone. He will be joining me right here in my lavish studio. That's Ben Norton. And we're going to be covering, Joe Biden. It just doesn't end. So we're going to be covering more with Joe Biden. There is some really disturbing news related to the Dakota Access Pipeline, which, of course, isn't getting any coverage. So we're going to have a good time. And you know the drill. I'm here on a Sunday for you. I'm not at the beach. I'm not enjoying this New York City sun. I am here for you. So there's a few things you could do for me. I need you all, right this second, to smash that like button. If you're watching on your phone, I need you to temporarily X out of the live chat, click that thumbs up button. Right now, we got 150 of you watching, 70 likes. So we got to get that up to 150 likes, lickety split. So the more people that press the like button, the more people that will see our live stream. That is how YouTube's algorithm works. So smash the like button, smash it like it's Joe Biden trying to sniff your hair. Smash it like it's Joe Biden asking you if you want to come to a frat party with segregationists. Smash that like button like it's Donald Trump or John Bolton coming to your Thanksgiving dinner trying to explain peace and love to you. Smash the like button. Also, membership is how we grow. A big reason we're doing these marathon live streams on Sundays is to grow our membership. Well, I should have the member number, shouldn't I, instead of a black screen? Hold on. We are at 477 Status Quo members. Our goal for the end of June is to hit that 500 number. So you can help us do it. If you've been on the fence, I'm going to be pushing this all day. What is real independent journalism worth to you in the field? Real independent journalism worth to you in the field on the campaign trail? Because after much debate, even though NBC News denied status quo's credentials to cover this debate, guess what? We're going anyway. So Ty and I will be hitting the road this coming week. We're going down to Miami to cover the first presidential debate. We were denied credentials, so as of now, we won't be able to actually go in and challenge the politicians and their campaigns. But there's going to be a lot of activity outside the debates, a lot of voters, a lot of supporters of Bernie, Tulsi, establishment candidates, so we will be there to interview them. I will be there schwitzing. The Miami sun, the Miami humidity in June, it's not a joke. But we're going anyway because NBC News can try to screw us, NBC News can try and deny us, but we are not going to let them suppress us. So we'll be down there, and because we're going down there, we're going to need your help too. So, a few things you could do. Right now, as we speak, we are at $60,130 in our GoFundMe. Just passed that $60,000 this week. We're at 1,293 people have donated. So thank you to everybody who donated. Some of you have donated in the dozens of times. It's really incredible that you support us this way. Our goal for today, want to get to $62,000. That's 62,000. It's a big goal. I don't know if we're going to do it, but if you don't go bold, why even bother showing up? So right now we have 160 people watching. If 160 people watching all left $5 to $10, let me do the math. 160 times 5 is 800. 160 times 10, yeah, that's 1,600. So if every single person watching could leave $5 to $10, boy, would we be closer to our goal of 62,000. And the reason we're trying to raise 2,000 today is because, frankly, this trip down to Miami costs us $2,000. I mean, between Ty's flight, which costs $600, without adding in equipment, extra cost to bring equipment on the plane, my flight wasn't cheap. Airbnb, rent a car, food. Before you know it, you're already spending $2,000. It was worth it to us because I thought we might get credentials to get inside the building. But of course, NBC denied us, citing space concerns. But we're going to go anyway because we believe at Status Quo that we want to give the microphone back to the people. So we're going to interview Bernie voters outside. We're going to interview Tulsi voters. We're going to interview Warren voters. We're going to interview Biden voters and Kamala voters. And you know what? Hopefully we could get in. If we can't, we can't. I just had back surgery, so I can't exactly like James Bond villain sneak in there, but we'll try. One thing that you could do today, here is the email, and some of you have already emailed. Here is the email to NBC's debate team. Email them and let them know what you think about them denying Status Quo credentials, citing space concerns. Because, in 2016, when I covered 5 debates, I didn't see many space concerns. The only difference between then and now is that last debate I covered, I had a exchange with former DNC chair Donna Brazil, which kind of went viral. And all of a sudden, now there's not enough space for me. Isn't that interesting? You challenge the Democratic Party, you challenge the DNC, and all of a sudden NBC, which carries water for the Democratic Party, doesn't have space for Status Quo. So there's the email. We'll put it in there a few more times today. Email them. You could also call. I don't think it will do anything now because it's Sunday, but if you want to start calling tomorrow, here are the numbers for that. Let them know what you think. Who knows? Maybe miracles will happen. The DNC told me that they will reach out to NBC and see if they can make an exception. I'm not exactly holding my breath for this, but, Jen and I talked and we said, you know what? This is too important. It's the first debate. Even if we can't get inside, we want to be where the people are. Mostly we'll be outside. I saw some people suggesting Tulsi Gabbard apparently invited Jimmy Dore as a guest. I haven't spoken with Jimmy, but I'm pretty sure he was invited as a guest to be in the actual stands, like to be in the audience to watch. I don't believe he's going to be in the press room, which is where we want to be. So that's the deal with that. And again, we are very, 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 very actively trying to raise money in the GoFundMe. So if you like the content today, go leave any amount. I think you could leave. The minimum is $5. Help us out in that GoFundMe. Also, we got to grow this membership. What a day it would be if we could grow 20 or so new members today. Again, statusquo.com/join. You can become a member for as low as $5 to $10 a month. And we're adding new members content all the time. So become a member at $5 a month. Status Slayer, $10 a month. Coup de Champion, Coup de Commander for $20, or be part of the Coup de Cavalry for $179 annually. So I'm going to air my interview with Mike Gravel in a little bit. But before we do that, the insanity and the lies that the corporate media is telling to basically cover up for Joseph Biden. You know, Joe Biden, who even beyond palling around with segregationists, is a terrible candidate. And remember, if you have not pressed the like button, it's the thumbs up right under the video. We got 200 people watching. The more of you that press the like button, the more the audience will go up. So, Joe Biden, who authored the crime bill, which was very racist, and ushered in mass incarceration, who helped repeal Wall Street regulations, the global financial crash, disproportionately harmed black people. From welfare reform. Oh, this is a super chat too. Thank you, BetTavirus, $5. Burst through those doors, Jordan. Power to investigative journalists. Well, Beta Virus, if you want me to burst through the doors, will you start the legal fund? Because that would put me and Ty in jail. We've been in jail before, so I'm not opposed to it necessarily, but I don't have the extra money to bail myself out. So if you guys want to create a bail fund, then we could burst through those doors, because they do have a little bit of high security down in Miami. But thanks for the super chat. So Joe Biden, who seems to be running, besides telling Wall Street bankers at private fundraisers, nothing is going to change if I'm president. Your pillows will still be fluffed. You will still wake up with gold chocolate on your pillows if I'm president. He literally told a Wall Street banker this week, your standard of living will not change under my presidency, which is pretty scandalous. But of course, the media doesn't care because they're down with the corruption. So Joe Biden seems to have a real nostalgia for the good old days where Democrats and Republicans could work together. They could work together to deliver for the American people, to deliver that visionary legislation like the crime bill or bankruptcy bill or the Iraq war or welfare reform or repealing Glass-Steagall or the Patriot Act or extending the Bush tax cuts or deregulating the media or deregulating derivatives. Am I warming up for you? So Joe Biden, of course, this week cited two segregationist senators who were down with segregation to kind of talk about the good old days where even people who disagreed could work together. And first of all, before I get to this notion, before I get to Biden and this problem he has with race, which goes far beyond these comments of segregation this week, I got to be honest with you. I don't want to hear about let's bring back the days of civility in Washington. This is what Obama talked about in 2008. Post-partisan utopia, this and that. I actually don't want civility in Washington. If you want civility, go to a dog park. Actually, that's not a good analogy. If you want civility, like, go to church. Go to your synagogue. Okay? What has civility gotten the United Corporations of America? How's civility been working for you, even before the last 20 years of just partisan gridlock? Did that civility do much for you? Because that is the United Corporations of America since 1980. You see that red line for the top 1%? You see that blue line for the rest of us? So I don't really give a damn if there's civility or not. And I like Bernie Sanders' viewpoint. In 2016, he was on with Hardball Chris Matthews. And Hardball Chris Matthews said, all right, well, let's say, the country turns socialist and they buy what you're selling. What are you going to do when you get in there and you got Mitch McConnell blocking in your way? How are you going to convince Mitch? And Bernie Sanders said, I'm not interested in compromising with Mitch McConnell. That's not the first thing you do. What you do is you apply pressure. Jude, $4.99 in the super chat. Hey, Jude. Thank you. You apply pressure. So instead of going to turkey neck Mitch McConnell and, trying to be a bipartisan compromiser and be so civil, no. You want to be civil with people that are trying to deprive Americans of health care? You want to be civil with people that are talking about, oh, well, we don't need reparations. We had a black president, Mitch McConnell said this week. You want to be civil with a man who's literally standing by as the planet burns and hoarding money from fossil fuel companies? You want to be civil with a man that does nothing about the execution of black men all over this country? You want to be civil with a man that backs a Supreme Court justice who very likely sexually assaulted more than one woman? You want to be civil with Republicans who, if it's up to them, will reverse Roe versus Wade? No, you don't go in and be like, hey, let's go out to, Chili's and let's just have a conversation and talk. No, that's not what we need. We need people ready to fight. We need people ready to fight. I'm not talking about Bernie Sanders coming in there with nunchucks. That would be a great image, though. What I'm talking about is you don't be civil with economic terrorists. And that's what Mitch McConnell is. That's what the Republicans are. You don't be civil with people that are not public servants, but they are literally selling your lives out to the highest bidder. What you do is you go in there and you take the gloves off. Thank you, Mr. You say, hey, what Bernie Sanders said, hey, Mitch, look outside the window at the thousands of people I have behind me. If you don't come to our position, you will not be here much longer. And you create what Bernie says is a political revolution. Because there are policy differences between Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. But one of the main things that is the difference, Elizabeth Warren says she's a capitalist and she believes in a regulated market and this and that. You could propose all the progressive things you want, but you need to galvanize a literal revolution of people behind you to get anything done, because you have entrenched forces that just putting tighter regulations on Wall Street and the economy ain't going to get it done. You need to galvanize the troops, and that's what Bernie Sanders understands. That's why Bernie Sanders is not just running a campaign, he's trying to create a movement. So that's like this, and I got to be honest with you, I like Tulsi Gabbard. Her campaign didn't give me a response, which I don't understand. But she put out, I reached out 3 times, so I gave them an opportunity to respond. She puts out, Joe Biden did not celebrate or coddle segregationists. His critics have unfairly misrepresented his important message to score cheap political points. I agree with James Clyburn and Joe Biden. In order for Congress and the president to get things done for the American people, there needs to be civility in Washington and in the country, the ability to work with those who we disagree, even those who hold some views which we abhor. In order for Congress to work for the American people, we need to find common ground with each other. That is not possible without civility. We don't need another president who's going to continue to divide our country. We need a president who will unite us. United we stand, divided we fall. So, to me, I don't really, I'm not interested in bashing Tulsi Gabbard. I like her for the most part. There's some issues I have with her. I also don't like her campaign getting back to me and saying, when's your deadline? And then I tell them, yeah, get back to me Saturday morning. Then they don't respond to me. Then I reach out again. They don't respond again. Not that I'm, the New York Times, but you should be responding to independent media just to say, hey, we're going to pass on giving a comment on this. But she hasn't, which I don't understand. So there's a few things wrong with this statement. First of all, and I gave her the benefit of the doubt. That's why I reached out to her campaign. Joe Biden wasn't just talking about working with people he abhors. What I'm about to show you is Joe Biden was literally working with segregationist Senator James Eastland to try and pass anti-busing legislation in the 1970s. So This was not just Joe Biden like talking about, oh, this was somebody who is abhorrent. This is somebody who is terrible. This is someone who I disdain, but you got to work with people like that. Well, sure. If Steve King came to me, if I was Bernie Sanders, and said, you know what, I want to work on something on healthcare. I want to, lower prescription drugs, and he was serious about it. Yeah, I don't like Steve King, but if you can get Republican buy-in, you'd be crazy not to do that. But that's for something good, like lowering prescription drugs. There's a different story when you're talking about literally, and I'm going to get deeper into this, Joe Biden wrote this senator a letter that the corporate media is completely ignoring, saying, I want you to know that I very much appreciate your help during this week's committee meeting in attempting to bring my anti-busing legislation to a vote. I am hopeful that the bill can be voted on at the next meeting, and with your assistance, I'm confident there is sufficient support for approval by the committee. So that's not working, signed Joe Biden. That ain't working with somebody you abhor. That's working with somebody you agree with. Because he was a segregationist and he was the committee chair. So you're trying to get him to help you pass racist policy in the 1970s. And I really, I don't want to hear, oh, it was the 1970s, Jordan. So what? Bernie Sanders wasn't trying to pass busing, anti-busing stuff. There were people on the right side of the issue even back then. Thank you. Arthur, $10 in the GoFundMe. Patrick, $10 in the GoFundMe. Kelly Elaine, $10, $20 in the GoFundMe. Genevieve, Salem, $10 in the GoFundMe. So we are now at 60,180. Can I get us to 60,300? I'm going to do an auction today. We're trying to get to 62,000 today. It would cover our costs for Miami. We also need some extra cash because we want to hit the I want to hit the campaign trail and cover Bernie's campaign after the Miami debate. So we're not telling you what we're going to do. We're showing you what we're going to do. And we'll have more on other things we want to cover later on in the show. So Tulsi, I just don't know what Tulsi Gabbard is talking about. I think she's giving a benefit of the doubt to Joe Biden that, honestly, he does not deserve. Thank you, Drew Fisher, $4.99 in the Super Chat. Doesn't mean I don't like Tulsi Gabbard, but I'm not going to be a fanboy here and say she could never do wrong. You're giving a benefit of the doubt to somebody who, as I'm going to show you for the next half hour, has said and done a lot of racist things. And also, I just disagree with Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Biden and these people who talk about this utopia civility. If only we could be civil with each other, we'd pass things for the American people. I don't care if you sing Kumbaya with the Republican Party during votes. They are still beholden to Wall Street. They are still beholden to fossil fuel companies. They are still beholden to big pharma. They are still beholden to big real estate. They are still beholden to big sugar. They are still beholden to big agriculture. They are still beholden to Silicon Valley. And the same thing goes for the establishment corporate Democrats. So what does that mean? Oh, if we could just be civil. No, I'm not saying go in there and start cursing at Mitch McConnell and going with bows and arrows. But civility is not the problem. Legalized bribery is the problem in Washington. And frankly, I think it's a little naive. I know she's from Hawaii and aloha and all those good things, and I'm from New York, and that's a completely different thing. I think it's a little naive. Would it be better if Democrats and Republicans could be civil with each other? Would it be better if progressives and neoliberals could be civil with each other? Yeah, but, why? I find it kind of hard to be civil with people that are trying to deprive me of health care, or trying to deprive me of an education, or trying to deprive me from a minimum wage that I could live off of, or trying to deprive me of, equality if you're a black or brown or indigenous person. I find it hard to be civil with those kinds of people. I don't know about you. So I'm not bashing Tulsi Gabbard, but this whole civility thing is just a bunch of nonsense. Yeah, I'll be civil if if Republicans and the corporate Democrats start actually representing people and not the donors, I'd be happy to be civil with them. But if they are going to literally be sociopaths, if they are literally going to let people die without health care, if they are literally going to let people struggle for the rest of their lives because they can't afford education, if they are literally going to allow people's communities to be poisoned, whether the water, whether the air, whether the land, no, I'm not going to be civil with those people. Right, Moon Willow, Tulsi said about their views. Right, but what I'm pointing out that I think Tulsi is missing is Joe Biden was not talking about somebody whose views he abhorred, but he worked with. As I pointed out to Tulsi Gabbard's campaign when I reached out to them for a comment, he didn't abhor this man because he worked with this man. He worked with Senator James Eastland on legislation to try and push anti-busing legislation to become law. Joe Biden was trying to stop the busing of black students to integrate schools. And he worked with Senator James Eastland, an avowed segregationist and racist, to make it happen. So I'm sorry, that ain't working with people you abhor. He didn't abhor him. And that's why I didn't understand why Tulsi Gabbard was basically giving him the benefit of the doubt. Didn't really make sense to me. I reached out for a comment. Her campaign responded saying, "What's your deadline?" I gave him a deadline. They didn't respond after that. Sure, she was down in South Carolina busy at the convention, so I'm not losing sleep over it. But I gave her an opportunity. But, I can't treat Tulsi Gabbard with kid gloves. Some people don't like that. I don't care. If you want me to treat people you like with kid gloves, then you're on the wrong channel. If they're right, they're right. If they're wrong, they're wrong. Period. So, we got 300 people watching right now, but we have 200 likes. So for those of you watching on your phone, I need you to temporarily get out of the live chat, smash that like button, and then get back into the live chat. We got 300 watching. We need 100 more likes. The more people that like, the more people that will see this live stream. So I want to play a clip from Joe Biden with Al Sharpton earlier. And remember, to the 300 people watching right now, we are actively trying to grow our membership. We're at 477 members right now. We want to get to 500 by the end of June. So as you're watching today, consider, what is real journalism worth to you? We've been in the field now covering the campaign on basically scratching pennies together. We've been in a lot of places. We want to cover Bernie's campaign for the next few weeks. We'd love to cover Tulsi's campaign. We'd like to go on the road and challenge the Biden campaign and his voters. Same thing goes for Kamala. Same thing goes for Mayor Pete and all these people. So let's watch Mr. Biden on with Al Sharpton.
Started the campaign with a video talking about Charlottesville and the division in the country. And I watched you close up during the Obama years fight, even sometimes internal fights in the staff for same-sex marriage and a lot of tough stuff. And you and I disagreed in the 90s, and I said, wow, this Biden is a real go-to-the-mat kind of fighter. And this week you got into it about a statement you made about racists and segregationists. And don't you understand some of the hurt feelings there? You called Cory Booker.
Sure I do.
And you have Mayor de Blasio and others calling you to apologize. Many things I've said that I didn't intend, Mrs. King said to me, you can't say things that hurt people. It hurts when you talk about boy. It means something different to us. It hurts when you call a racist like you normalize. That's not the Biden I got to know. Don't you understand that?
No, I do fully understand. That's not what I said, though. They didn't print the whole deal. You know what I mean? The context of this was totally different. And by the way, the fact of the matter is, I ran against all those folks. I got on the Judiciary Committee to defeat the man who headed the committee. I'm the guy that extended the Voting Rights Act 25 years, not 5. We finally got to the point when I was a senior member of the Democratic on the Judiciary Committee to get 98 votes to extend the Voting Rights Act. Let me tell you something. You got to deal with what's in front of you. And what was in front of you was a bunch of racists, and we had to defeat them. And as I said in that statement, that the fact of the matter is the meanest man in the world I've ever dealt with in the United States Senate was a guy from Georgia named Herman Talmadge. And I included Jim Eastland. But this is, I do understand the consequence of the word boy. But it wasn't said in any of that context at all.
But you understand, they would call you son. They would never call me son. They would only call me boy.
No, but they called Teddy Kennedy boy. That was the distinction. The reason he called me senator was to demean me more because son, because he said, I'm not even qualified to be in the Senate. I'm not old enough. I'm a kid. Mm-hmm. I'm a kid.
To those that are listening, and those that have respected you but that were hurt by that, what do you say to them? I've heard your justification and you're explaining it, but you're saying to them you understand the feeling.
I do understand the feeling. Look, as you know, Rev, you know about me in Delaware. I came up in that community. I came up in the black church. I came up because that's where we sit down to organize, to go out and march. I was the only white employee in the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, in terms of being a lifeguard and then a park director.
So, where do you even start with that? First of all, I mean, I don't really expect much from Al Sharpton because he's not like a journalist. He's Al Sharpton. But this is not just an Al Sharpton issue. This is the whole media. Joe Biden right there lied. Straight up. A real journalist, dare I say myself, if I was interviewing Joe Biden, I'd said, because he used the terms, because I was fighting against them. Well, Senator Biden, you say you were fighting against them, but you're not just talking about working with people you abhor, like James Eastland. You were working with James Eastland to pass anti-busing legislation in the 1970s. So how do you square those two bananas together? This is not somebody you abhorred. You sent him a nice little thankful letter. Thank you, Chairman Eastland, for helping me get my anti-busing legislation up to the floor for a vote. So the whole discussion this week has been about him talking about being civil with people he abhors, but no one on CNN, no one on Comcast MSNBC is saying he was working with this segregationist to try and stop busing legislation. And some people say, oh, well, Jordan, it was a different time, and even people against racism didn't think busing even people who aren't racist thought busing in black children to white schools wasn't a good idea. Well, I could show you a lot of people who also weren't racist that thought it was what should happen. Most times when progress happens, it's not that comfortable in the beginning. So why is it that I know the answer, but why is it that MSNBC, CNN, the New York Times, Washington Post are basically stopping at the water's edge and saying, oh, he was talking about working with a segregationist, and they're talking like Joe Biden was talking about working with people you abhor for things to pass laws that are good for the American people. That's what they're talking about, and that's what Tulsi Gabbard's tweet kind of was talking about. Working with people you abhor even you abhor to get things done for the American people. Well, he was trying to work with this segregationist to get really bad shit done. Oop, demonetized, swear jar. To get really bad shit done for the American people. And by the way, this ain't Joe Biden's first rodeo, if you know what I'm saying. Joe Biden has a long track record of racist stuff. Here is Joe Biden. I do not buy the concept popular in the 60s, which said we have suppressed the black man for 300 years, and the white man is now far ahead in the race for everything our society offers. In order to even the score, we must now give the black man a head start, or even hold the white man back to even the race, Biden told a Delaware-based weekly newspaper in 1975. I don't buy that.
Former segregationist Democrat, he talked.
Then, I have some friends on the far left, and they can justify to me the murder of a white deaf mute for a nickel by 5 colored guys. They say the black men have been oppressed and so on, but they can't justify some Alabama farmers tar and feathering an old colored woman. I ain't making this up. These are all things he said. You want to say, oh, it was the 1970s. I don't give a damn. I could assure you Bernie Sanders didn't talk like that. Biden on Jesse Jackson. Jackson is one of the brightest guys around. That boy ain't no dummy. Just like Gary Hart. That boy ain't no dummy. Interesting that he referred to Jesse Jackson, who was, I believe, the first black candidate for president of the Democratic Party, as that boy. And there's a lot of other really toxic, terrible things Joe Biden has said over the years. But you're not hearing these quotes, you're not hearing these statements said at all in corporate media. And somebody just mentioned Bernie needs to grow a pair. And I wouldn't say it that way. I mean Bernie Sanders, he's got a pair. He's fought pretty much the entire corporate establishment, from the government to the media to business. He's fought them. But I think Bernie Sanders in this debate, we can't have another Brooklyn debate performance from Bernie Sanders, where, he's got opportunities to call out Hillary Clinton on specific positions she has changed because of donations she got, and he didn't do it. Bernie Sanders has to take the gloves off. I'm sorry. And some people say, well, that's not his style. Well, Bernie, this is your last chance. You're not getting any younger. South Carolina, honestly, I think he's got to at least come in second place and not get demolished like he did in 2016. And Bernie Sanders at his campaign need to understand, you cannot rely, the debate moderators are not going to bring up Joe Biden's racist statements from the past. They're not going to bring up him talking about, I don't believe that the black man should get a head start to even the score. They're not going to bring up the fact that he wrote a letter to this segregationist, thanking him for helping him to pass anti-busing legislation. They ain't going to bring up that he referred to black people as colored people, which people on Twitter yesterday told me, oh, now you're being unfair. A lot of people did that. So what? Does that make it right? You're either on the right side of history or you're not. Joe Biden was on the wrong side of history. Referred to Jesse Jackson as a boy. There's also some things out there that I haven't verified that they're legitimate, but there's some things out there about Joe Biden referring to black men as the Negro. And this is just rhetoric. You know me. I respond worse to racist policy. Racism isn't just rhetoric. It's policy. The crime bill is one of the most racist bills in American history. Joe Biden also, when he, excuse my French, gave blowjobs to the credit card companies by passing the bankruptcy bill, that disproportionately hurts poor black people who can't declare bankruptcy. When Joe Biden helps repeal Glass-Steagall, the 2008 financial crash disproportionately harmed African Americans, particularly because these vulture banks, were predatory lending on black communities. So Joe Biden, it's not just his rhetoric, it's not just his praising of segregationists, it's racist policy. And you don't have to be a member of the Klan to be racist. There's a thing called institutional structural racism. It exists. I, as a white man, have white privilege inherently within me because of how I was raised and the fact that I don't know. I know a good amount because I've been to communities. I've covered a lot of black communities that are being basically stomped on by the federal government, but I can't know what Ty, for example, goes through because I don't have his life experience. But I do know there's institutional racism. I do know that wealthy white men that run this country, like Joe Biden, are institutionally racist. So you don't need to be carrying tiki torches to be racist. Creative experiment. Bernie's a scared, weak old man now. Get over it. I think that's a little much. I think that's a little strong. And by the way, I just want to remind you folks, we are very, very actively trying to push our GoFundMe. So we got 380 of you, 380 people watching, 360 people watching right now. And we are at 60,180. We'd like to get to $62,000 today. We're almost at 1,300 donors. So I really hope you got a couple bucks lying around today. The minimum is $5 in GoFundMe. This is going to help us cover the cost to go down to the debate in Miami. We're also trying to grow our pie to go cover Bernie on the road for a little bit. Also, Jen's going to be mad at me. I don't want to jinx it. We have a little movement we have a little movement as far as our Flushing Flint documentary. Nothing definite yet, but we do have a little movement now as far as interest in our Flushing Flint documentary. So when we have more to tell you, we will tell you, but we've been working on getting that documentary picked up. And as of now, having a discussion with some folks that is very promising. So I hope, if you support real independent media, GoFundMe. Also, you know the drill. If you're going to do one or the other, GoFundMe or become a member, I'd rather you become a member. Sign up, statusquo.com/join. You can become a member for as low as $5 to $10 a month or $179 annually. Membership is how we grow. I'm going to show you some of our in-the-field reporting today. This is what you're paying for. Real independent journalism, not 24/7 Trump, not 24/7 Russia, not warmongering in Iran. I'm about to show you my interview with Mike Gravel. We're going to debunk the Iran bullshit. Then Ben Norton is going to come, do a little bit more debunking. So we got a lot of things for you. Become a member, statusquo.com/join. We are just 23 members away from 500, and that's to go with 340 patrons. So overall, we got 800 something paying members. That's our business model. That's how we're going to grow, and that's how we're going to be able to continually go in the field and report the stories that matter to you. I want to show you one more clip on Biden and then discuss it after.
Former segregationist Democrat, he talked about, well, he never called me boy, he called me son. A lot of African Americans, especially Cory Booker, I think, took issue with that because the idea is, well, he would never call you boy, you're white, so you're part of the club. Here is Biden talking about that yesterday.
I do understand the consequence of the word boy, but it wasn't said in any of that context at all. To the extent that anybody thought that I meant something different, that is not what I intended. And it'd be wrong for anybody to intend that.
Good enough for you?
I mean, yeah, but it highlights, yes, it's good. No one is calling Vice President Biden a xenophobe. Nobody is calling him a bigot. What we are saying and what I'm saying and what many people, this debate is actually fracturing along generational lines, is that it's time to turn the page. The thing that goes to his electability is that no one asked him this. No one asked him about Jim Easterlin. No one asked him about Talmadge. No one asked him about Strom Thurmond. But he invokes these times where he wants to go back there. African Americans and voters, we are not a monolithic people, but this is not an issue about race as much as it is an issue about pain. We do not want to go back to the point where we were inflicted pain by our government from both the Democrat and Republican Party. We want to go to a time where we're looking forward. And Joe Biden has to understand that. Talk about how you're going to unwind the damage that was done with the 84 civil asset forfeitures, 86, 88, and 94 crime bill. Talk about that. Let's not invoke someone that you did that you opposed busing to help in integration with.
Yeah, and one of the things about pain that I want to bring up is Mayor of South Bend, Pete Buttigieg, did not go to the fish fry in South Carolina because there was a police shooting in his city. He headed back, and there was
Why I showed you that clip? Bakari Sellers, who I'm not the biggest fan of, but Bakari Sellers kind of snuck in at the end there. What the real issue that this isn't just somebody that Joe Biden hated, but he worked with anyway to get good things done for the American people. This is somebody that he tried to pass anti-busing legislation with, and it's not at all being addressed in any of these segments. When Bakari Sellers said that, did you see how quickly Jake Tupperware moved off? Switch topics to Mayor Pete's controversy? He tried to pass anti-busing legislation with this segregationist. And by the way, somebody said stop giving Biden free airtime. Well, do you want to wake more people up to the truth about Joe Biden, or do you not? Because if independent media doesn't call him out, if independent media doesn't report the truth, there's zero chance of the truth getting out about Joe Biden. And then you'll have another coronation. 2016 it was Hillary. 2020 it will be Joe Biden. Trust me, I don't enjoy discussing Joe Biden every day. I'd much rather discuss other things, but it's my job as a journalist. And this is how you, quote, wake people up. Welcome, Chris, getting a notification an hour late. Welcome to YouTube. So Again, the corporate media, this isn't just covering it up. They are covering up the real problem. Joe Biden is not talking about somebody he hated. Joe Biden is talking about somebody he respected. Joe Biden is talking with a segregationist he wrote letters thanking him for. And Joe Biden is talking about a segregationist that he tried to pass legislation with. And Jen, who's in the super chat, this is a super chat, and can tell you in the super chat, Jen grew up in Delaware, okay? Delaware, I don't know if it's technically part of the South. I don't know as far as the Mason-Dixon line, but I can tell you, pretty Southern culture, fairly racist. Am I wrong, Jen? So, the corporate media, and by the way, I tweeted this out the other day, and a lot of people agreed with me. You got to wonder, did Joe Biden, did Barack Obama actually vet this person? Jen, I'm wrong? What else is new? Delaware is the first state south of the Mason-Dixon line. So there you go. Shows you how I did in geography class. So, did President Obama vet this candidate? I think Wall Street vetted this candidate for Barack Obama and thought Joe Biden will help you get some of those white voters who are on the fence. So they kind of looked the other way of some of his racist past, if you ask me. I mean, you can't make it up. You can't make this stuff up. Thank you, Carl Knight, $10 in the GoFundMe. Oh, Carol Edwards comes through again, $120. We are now at $60,310. Just, oh God, I'm terrible at math, but I believe that is, I think we're now $690 away. Is that the right math? From 61,000. Thank you so much, Carol, for that generous amount. Carl, $10. Arthur, $10. Patrick, $10. Keep it coming, guys. We are definitely trying to raise our cash to go down to cover the Miami debate, and we want to hit the road to cover Bernie's campaign too. So, as I wrap up this thing on Biden, for those of you who say I'm giving him free airtime, no. I'm actually, not just me, obviously Jimmy's covering the truth about Joe Biden, Kyle Kalinske, Mike from the Humanist Report, Jamal Thomas, who am I forgetting? Lee Camp. This is not about giving free airtime or not. If we don't cover Joe Biden, there's zero chance that people will know about this. And by the way, I'm just gonna keep it real. Black people are going to decide who the nominee is. Black people are that kind of they're kind of the wild card, but I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, like, they are in South Carolina. If you win the black vote, you win South Carolina. And South Carolina is very important in the beginning to either win it or to come in second. Jen, you going to have words with me about what? I'm in trouble already? It's only an hour into the live stream. I'm already in trouble? Jordan is toast? Ha! So, it's important. And honestly, as somebody who covered South Carolina on the ground there, there's a lot of older black people that tend to vote establishment, tend to vote for the Hillary Clintons, the Joe Bidens, obviously President Obama. And those people might not change their mind. But the more things that come out about Joe Biden and the racist things he said, the racist policy he did, it's going to make a difference. And I will add, Bernie Sanders, I don't want to sit here on Wednesday where Bernie Sanders did another variation of, he makes a statement, Joe Biden and I had a different response to NAFTA. We had a different decision on Iraq. Yeah, we don't need you to just tell us he voted for it. We need you to tell us why he's in the pocket of Wall Street. We need Bernie Sanders to point out, since the media hasn't said a word, that Joe Biden this week to Wall Street big fat cats told Wall Street bigwigs, your standard of living will not change if I am president. We need Bernie Sanders to point out that Joe Biden has been for every disastrous trade agreement, and he's still for disastrous trade agreements. This is Joe Biden in 2016, writing for Foreign Policy magazine while he was still vice president. And because Asia is home to half the world's population and many of the world's fastest growing markets, we simply cannot afford to ignore the economic opportunities there. That's why securing the Trans-Pacific Partnership remains a top priority for our administration. The 12 economies of the TPP account for 30% of global trade, 40% of global GDP, and 50% of projected global economic growth. Thanks to U.S. leadership, the deal includes provisions that will raise international standards for the protection of workers' rights, the environment, and intellectual property. Yeah, we heard that about NAFTA. This is the same shit they said about NAFTA. Absent these rules, the region will likely witness a race to the bottom in the form of weak, low-standard regional trade agreements that exclude the U.S. This deal is as much about geopolitics as economics when it comes to trade, maritime security in the South China Sea, or nuclear non-proliferation in Northeastern Asia. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is in 2016 he was saying that. So let me get this straight. And I'm sorry, ladies. I just got to keep it real. Donald Trump, who he did not win because of Vladimir Putin. He did not win because of James Comey. I was there and I could tell you. Thank you, Joseph. $2 in the super chat. Never forget, Biden voted for Iraq. Worst war in 21st. I agree. Never forget. Donald Trump just knocked Hillary Clinton over the head about the TPP and NAFTA in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Donald Trump, I always say this because I saw it at the rallies, he had them at repealing NAFTA. I'm going to bring your jobs back. We're going to reopen the plants. All this stuff that obviously he was making up. But this is what they voted on. If you read the exit polls in those states, the top two voting issues, not healthcare, it was not race, it was not abortion, it was not top two issues, immigration and trade. Immigration and trade. So the most electable candidate is Hillary Clinton with a bigger penis? Excuse me, Hillary Clinton with a penis? That was inappropriate, I apologize. Hillary Clinton with a penis is the better candidate? Wait till Trump dubs him Sleepy NAFTA Joe. Sleepy NAFTA Joe. Sleepy TPP Joe. He is going to get, trust me when I tell you, he is going to go down in the polls. Bernie Sanders right now is the only candidate that is beating Trump by 10 to 12 points that will continue to beat Trump by 10 to 12 points. Biden is currently beating Trump by about 10 to 12 points too. That's going to go down once Trump begins his NAFTA TPP Joe. And it's right there. Hillary Clinton called TPP the gold standard. Well, Joe Biden, right here. That's why securing the TPP remains a top priority for our administration. That is 3 years ago. I mean, he'll probably moonwalk, but nobody's going to believe that. He is the least electable candidate in those 4 states. Least electable candidate. Not to mention, he's doing fundraisers with union busters like Comcast. Are you kidding me? Oh, God. As we already showed you, big props to Colin Tooley. Picture's worth 1,000 words, folks. Iceberg right ahead. Iceberg right ahead. There's Joe. There's his friend Joe Scarborough. There's Donald Lemon, Mrs. Scarborough, Chucky Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Tom Perez. And they're just giddy, smiling. They see the iceberg. But they don't care. Because as Bernie Sanders once said, they'd rather go down in first class. They don't mind going down as long as they have first class. Sparkle, did you illustrate this? Oh, you give me too much credit. Nope, this is the workings of our one of our editors and graphic designers, Colin Tooley, who also made the Biden choo-choo train. which is driving and going to fall off the rails eventually, to 4 more years of Donald Trump. So, to the almost 400 of you watching, I need a few things before I air the Mike Gravel interview. We got 45 minutes of Mike Gravel coming up. And boy, did he say some things. You want a little 9/11 truthorism? I got it for you. You want a little, he said some controversial things. But hey, he's 89 years old. He don't care. So, few things I need. There is almost 400 of you watching right now. But there's 289 likes. So we need to get an extra 100 of you to smash that like button. So if you're watching on your phone, I kindly ask you temporarily, just for a second, X out of that live chat. Press the thumbs up button. The more people that press the thumbs up button, the more people that will end up seeing the live stream. So as the likes go up, the viewership goes up. I don't understand why YouTube's algorithm works that way, but that's how it works, so whatever. So smash the like button, smash it like it's Joe Biden coming to your kid's recital and sniffing their hair. Too soon? Is that too soon? Smash it like it's John Bolton coming to your Thanksgiving dinner preaching peace and love. Smash that like button like it's the Democratic Party telling you to eat your broccoli and hold the center. The more people that press like, the more people that will see. Before I air the Mike Gravel interview, I want to impress upon you one more time. We are trying to grow our paid membership. We are trying to hit 500 paid members. We are not telling you what we're going to do with the money. We're showing you. If you become a member, we are getting out into the field. We're going down to Miami this week to cover the first debate, and we've already covered quite a lot on the campaign trail with barely, we don't have a big fat cat investor. All we have is our viewers, our members, and our great, great people who have donated. Here is a brief recap of what we've done so far. Right after this promo video, you'll have the interview with Mike Gravel. I hope as you watch this promo video, I hope as you watch the interview with Mike Gravel, you will see that we are growing the old-fashioned way. $5 a month, $10 a month, $179 annually. If you don't have the money, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, if you're on disability, whatever, we get it. We understand. Thank you for watching. Not everyone could, help us financially. If you do have an extra $5 to $10 a month, if you do have $179 annually, put it towards real, true independent media that is ready to roll up their sleeves and go in the trenches on the campaign trail and give a voice to voters and Bernie supporters and Tulsi supporters and actually challenge the establishment. That's what I tried to do in 2016. That's what I'm going to do if you help us now. Here is our campaign promo video, and right after that, we will have the interview with Senator Mike Gravel. I've been speaking with people online waiting to get in for a few hours, and a common thing you kind of hear from Bernie voters is, let's finish what we started.
We're going to win this election because we are putting together the strongest grassroots campaign in the history of American politics.
I'm live, sorry.
Hey everybody, look at Status Quo is out doing, what do they call this, reporting.
We the people, we got to be running Bernie as an independent regardless now.
Why is it that all of the money is going to the 1% and, our wages are staying flat? I mean, everybody's working hard. We're all going for the American dream, but it's not happening.
The United States, if you were president, have to look at some of the things it's doing to spark radicalization.
Yeah, I think it is important to look at the ideology that is driving different terrorist groups.
Take a look outside of New York at the plight of the working man and woman in this country.
And we gotta keep it 100 and respect and lift up our black women. Most of them putting in that work was black women.
What does it mean to be a leader? Everybody in the front ain't a leader. You judge a leader by the work that he or she produces. We have a lack of leadership because we have people who are trying to force other people to be leaders.
He's going to need people actually correcting the record, because I think a lot of people, particularly some older, more establishment voters, think he's a socialist boogeyman, and they're going to need people knocking on their door to explain, no, he's not. He's just trying to do basically what like FDR did.
Where would we be if JFK said, going to the moon is the pie in the sky? I don't know. No, we make the decision to do it, and then we figure it out.
Bernie Sanders is at least coming out saying, hey, this is what I'm about. I've been saying the same thing throughout my entire 40 years of politics, and I have not detracted from that stand.
Kimberly Ellis, who's an African-American woman running for chair.
And she almost beat Eric Bauman 2 years ago. And a lot of people think she did beat Eric Bauman, that he cheated to win. Anyway, Eric Bauman was forced to resign in November because of sexual harassment.
The Democratic Party likes to talk a lot of nonsense all the time about we support women of color, we're here from women of color, but when it comes time to create space for them to talk about issues, the issues that are bothering them, they're never there to show up.
So is this your first Bernie Sanders rally?
It is.
Okay. So what? I'm a convert.
I think when the debates come around, I like to see him go a lot harder against his opponents. I like to see him call them out for the corruption that is very obvious.
This is why status quo exists. All the corporate folks have left. We're still here.
I want somebody to come in that's not owned, that doesn't owe anybody anything, and get our country back, get our country right again.
We have seen throughout history far too many examples of how US-led regime change have been driven, frankly, by corporate interests.
Become a member of the status quo. We appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. I thank y'all so much. I'm literally doing my dream job because of y'all.
Now seeing Mexican kids getting deported without their parents, and it's just not okay. I'm just really disrespected. So I hope the next president does something good about this.
Well, your personal opinion is based on working in finance, not actually going out into the country and seeing what's actually happening. Hey there, joined by Senator Mike Gravel. And I thought of you first because you are so wise and profound on this never-ending military-industrial complex. So it seems like we've gone from 0 to 60 in a matter of days with the warmongering towards Iran. The president today announced that there was going to be a strike, but then he suddenly had a heart. What is your initial thoughts? Do you buy the explanation by President Trump?
No, not at all. Actually, this is John Bolton and Pompeo that have boxed him into a position where the likelihood of war is 80%. Yeah, and so all of a sudden he realizes that, and of course he doesn't have great capacity in this entire area, but he realizes that war is imminent, and so what he does is he downplays the shooting down of the drone. And of course, we all are suspect of the intelligence that tells us, or the military that tells us that that they were in international waters. A drone, in order to accomplish its mission of surveillance, obviously has to be over the enemy's territory. So it doesn't make any sense to make the argument, oh no, we were not spying on them. What the hell was it doing in the air to begin with? And so the tragedy is that Trump is not aware of really what's going on. He reacts to it, and in this case, his reaction was good. But what's wrong is that he's permitted this whole escalation to take place, and has caused it by withdrawing from the treaty obligations with Iran and the other countries that were involved, and then unilaterally imposing sanctions on them, even though Iran was performing to the letter of the law. It's a sick situation. That's all I can think of. And of course, it's sustained by the military, who are more than happy to move the fleet into position, more than happy to get the Air Force into position. And because what that means for them is if there's a war, they will expend munitions, and that will have to be replenished by the military-industrial complex. So if you want to see the real culprits in this undertaking, just follow the money. Who's going to profit from any conflict with Iran? And of course, Iran is not Iraq. Iran, anything we do with them is going to be a very, very serious price, both paid for by the people of Iran and paid for by the people of the United States. I'm not just talking in military engagement. I'm talking interests that are far beyond that.
And when you say follow the money, I mean, obviously the media loves war. I mean, they get big ratings, and now
it's free. It's free. It's cheap.
Right.
It's cheap programming is what they like.
And I'm watching this, and it's, I mean, this isn't new, but you have CNN reporters just saying, says the Pentagon. It's essentially just, there's no reporting. It's just passing public relations off for what John Bolton and Mike Pompeo are saying. Like you said, there's no evidence that have been provided that this drone was shot down in international waters. It's likely it could have been just off of Iran's sovereign territory, and you'd expect a country to shoot down a drone that they don't know what it is.
But it was over their territory. What's the purpose of the drone? Is to go do some spying without putting anybody at risk on the American side. Well, they called their bluff. Same thing. Where's the evidence that all this tanker stuff that's been going on has been perpetrated by Iran? It could just as well be perpetrated by Saudi Arabia in order to kick up the price of oil.
Right.
And so here again, immediately something happens, you get an American official, Pompeo, the president, or Bolton saying, "Oh, this was Iran." They haven't. The sun hasn't even set on the altercation when they already conclude that this was Iran. And so this is part of the ginning up of the climate for war, which is not unlike what happened in ginning up the climate for the Iraqi invasion, which went on for a year before the invasion took place.
Mm-hmm. And can you kind of expand? You had mentioned that if we were to have a war with Iran, it would be far more, I don't want to say far more consequential, but larger impact than even Iraq.
Oh, very much so. First off, we couldn't put boots on the ground as we did in Iraq. That just is not a possibility. The balance of the Arab community would not tolerate that. But without the boots on the ground, we're talking about bombing. Obviously that's why we moved the bombers into position. We're talking about aircraft carriers launching their fighter jets. Well, I'll tell you, what would be the reaction if the Iranians were able to sink one of the aircraft carriers? And that's entirely possible. They have some cruise missiles that have that capacity, and there's new weaponry out there where it travels at several times the speed of sound. Well, if that weaponry is out there, it will be used against us. We've already manufactured it, of course, and produced it, but it'd be available to others. One of the things that was really evident in the Saddam Hussein invasion and the 8-year war with Iran, that Saddam Hussein eventually lost, but he's the one that instigated it at the behest of the United States. And so what Iran demonstrated is that they're prepared to take all kinds of pain for the leadership and the people to engage in protecting themselves, the pride of dignity. And so what you would see would be an all-out release on Israel, which is behind it all, and also the United States, where its forces are. So here again, you'd have a situation where the Iranians would be killing Americans. Oh, that's so terrible. Of course, the Americans went over there to be killed. And that's the tragedy of our military leadership that just follows along with the crazies, because it satisfies the economic interest of the manufacturers of weapons of destruction. We are the ones that put more weaponry into the global arms bazaar than anybody else. and they're not even close to what we do in this regard. So if there's a warfare nation, a warmongering nation, I have to say with great shame that it's the United States of America. And that need not be the case, because pulling out of the treaty, that's one thing. But then turn around and establishing sanctions on Iran, which was obeying the treaty. I mean, where does that come from? That's outright insanity. And of course, the entire use of sanctions is illegal in international law. And yet we turn around like we're doing in Venezuela. It's costing the lives of thousands and thousands of children and women and civilians. Same thing in what's going on in Iran. That's the reason why the military response of Iran is what we've created. We've strengthened the hand of the crazies over there, and they'll retaliate. If we attack, it will be a terrible, terrible disaster for the Middle East, for the United States, and for the world.
And you mentioned Israel. Obviously, Netanyahu has been hollering about Iran for decades. What do you think Israel's role in this? Do you think they're talking to Bolton and Pompeo and kind of pulling some strings?
No question about it. No question about it. This whole scenario has been Netanyahu's dream, and that is to, and of course, the hardliners have made the statement that they want to destroy Israel. There's no effort. There's no effort for them to do that. It's just one of these crazy statements that many times are made by irrational leaders. But I'll tell you, if the United States attacks Iran, the retaliation will be against Israel. That's who started it. That's who's going to pay the price. And Israel has already done some intelligence work against Iran. They assassinated 4 of their chemical engineers, nuclear engineers. This was done by Israel, by Mossad. When you have a country that feels that it can do anything it wants in the world under the rubric that this is our defense mechanism. Nobody's attacked Israel in a long time. And of course, if anybody were to attack, then of course they would face the full fury of the United States, since they determine our foreign policy in this regard. So if there's a war that we trigger, the response will be against Israel and response in unique ways against the American military.
And do you think that response against Israel would be from Iran or the surrounding countries supporting Iran?
Well, from Iran. Iran has the nuclear, not the nuclear, but the missile capability to really wage conventional weaponry, to send conventional weaponry to Israel. Now, what this could trigger with the crazies in Israel, and they get their share of them, would be a nuclear response. A nuclear response against Iran could well trigger a nuclear response in response by other countries against Israel and the United States. This whole insanity of the warmongering fools could well kill us all.
And I'd like to ask you, Joe Biden this week has been, there's no other way to say it, kissing the behinds of Wall Street fat cats. You always mention the military-industrial complex via Wall Street. So what would be the Wall Street benefit in all of this? They're invested, I assume, in Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, and all the...
Exactly right. No, all of these defense contractors are in Wall Street. They're publicly traded. So in Wall Street, of course, not only controls the marketing of these companies, but it's beyond that. It's the control to protect banking by the lobbying interest in Washington, and then, of course, by the lobbying interest of the military-industrial complex, which is just as powerful as the banking interest. And then, of course, what you have is the representatives who are controlled lock, stock, and barrel by the Wall Street and military-industrial complex, and also influenced by the communication system, mainstream media. Now, mainstream media is playing this up like right now, like it's a normal crisis situation. Well, here, who started this crisis? This was started by Trump, and he thought he could muscle them around. All Trump wants to do is set up a photo op of himself and the head of Iran. Now, all of this danger for a photo op, I mean, he's a fool. He's a ridiculous fool that's putting the world at risk for an ego trip. I mean, it doesn't get any blunter than that.
And I'd like to ask you, because one of the fears I have with the president is, I think this is a man with no firm ideology, so if his internal polling numbers are showing him potentially losing those key states that he needs to win, I don't think it's out of the question that he would want a distraction. And one of those distractions could be a conflict with Iran. Your thoughts?
Exactly. In fact, it's an old saw in politics that if you got any problem politically, start a war someplace. But usually what you do is you start a small war where there's no consequences. But that's not what's going to happen here. There are going to be serious consequences on the American public, because economically and physically. And all of this because you've got a crazy like Bolton and a dunderhead like Pompeo that just have no moral grounding to realize what's at risk and what's the cost of being at risk. What's the upside for them? There's no upside for them other than exercising power in an immoral fashion. It really is very disturbing mentally with respect to what's going on in the leadership of the country. Now, here you got to include Congress in all of this, because just making a few statements and we wound up at war is not an answer. Is not a role played by intelligent leaders. And so the Congress is if the war starts, the Congress will be complicit, because they're the ones that appropriate the money and the authorization for the military-industrial complex. They're the ones that appropriate the money for the military capability and for the generals to make their statements. And so it's business as usual with the crisis.
Right.
Well, this crisis is far beyond anything that we've had in recent years.
And also, I mean, I don't expect critical thinking skills from anyone in corporate media, but why would Iran want to attack us? We've destroyed their economy.
This, of course, is what's played out in the American media, and it's fostered by the military-industrial complex. We are threatened. You know, we live in the American public's been brought into a level of paranoia. Who the hell's going to attack us? We talk about China being an enemy. China they're 10% of what we spend on defense. Well, we like to say they're 20% or 25%. That's not so. When you count all the dollars involved, China and Russia is even less than that. So here we make them the boogeyman. China and Russia are really a threat to us. Why would they be a threat to us? Russia wants to sell its oil and gas in Europe. China wants to sell its products in the United States and throughout the world. And Americans want to buy these Chinese products. And of course, you get Bush, Trump that started off his trade wars, which are injurious to everybody on the planet. And this is one guy getting to the presidency and thinking that he can go into, have we not learned anything from the Smoot-Hawley trade wars that we had at the beginning of the Depression, which locked in the Depression for a decade? the trade wars. And this is what we're facing right now. And of course, what the media plays up the fact, well, there's great prosperity. The people, employment is down maybe 3.5%. We've got all kinds of prosperity. Sure, we got prosperity. What we've done is we've done away with all the regulations that protect the people from the efforts at climate change. And so, sure, you can gin up the economy, but it's like taking a hit of morphine. You gin it up for a period of time, and then all of a sudden you suffer the consequences of intoxication. And this is what we're doing to the economy right now, and Wall Street is complicit up to its eyeballs.
And I'd like to ask you, when it comes to Iran, Joe Biden came out with a statement. I mean, I don't expect if Joe Biden were elected president that he's less of a warmonger. I mean, he's not Bolton, but the Democratic Party loves war too. So it seems to me Nancy Pelosi made a statement today that was kind of, well, it's good that the president is cautious, but we have to keep an eye on our adversaries. It seems to me to be kind of a bipartisan desire for this.
No question, and that's the tragedy of it. And this has been the drugging by the mainstream media, and they've created an attitude that Iran is a threat to us. Iran is a threat to the world. The same thing with North Korea. The same thing with Venezuela. And of course, we sanction all three of those as best we can to destroy their economies. That's what we've been doing. Sanctioning is making war. And it's as safe as using your drones. But eventually the world is going to wake up to this warmongering American imperialism that has been leading us and leading the world to these unbelievable threats that have gone on. And so here we are doing this. And keep in mind, if we go ahead and go to war with Iran, you're going to see the eruption of war in South America. You're going to see the eruption of war in Asia, in Korea, and in Japan. These things are all interlaced. Let me just tell you a little story about when you look at China, and all the criticism in American media is China's threatening everybody by all of these islands that they're dredging up in the South China Sea. Well, you know what those islands really are? They're stationary, unsinkable, what do you call aircraft carriers. They're stationary, unsinkable aircraft carriers. So that because the most vital part of China's interest is in the China Sea, because that is where a third of the global economic activity is transported through. And so if you wanted to damage China, all you got to do is disrupt their ability to travel through the China Sea. And so this is on their shores. And so we Americans think that we have the right to go over there and threaten them with our military vessels when all they're seeking is a defense mechanism to keep the avenues of trade open, which of course they're so dependent upon. So is Japan, so is South Korea.
Well, it's the same notion. I mean, NATO has all their missiles and rocket launchers pointed at Russia on the border with Turkey and this and that, and then we say Russia is such a grave threat to us. Well, we're pointing all our weaponry at them.
And we've really lied to them. And of course, when we talk about Russia messing up in our elections, boy, I'll tell you, Americans have very short memories. When what's his name? The person who preceded Putin, who was
Yeltsin.
drunk. Yeltsin. When Yeltsin was running for re-election, we not only paid for the whole thing, we sent over consultants to operate the election on his behalf. And that's at the same time as that the oligarchs were ripping off the treasure of the Russian people and all became billionaires. When you become a billionaire in 1 year's time, you got to wonder how that happened. It happened through thuggery and thievery under Yeltsin's lead. And of course, Yeltsin was in the back pocket of the CIA and the American government.
Right. And
go ahead. It's just I throw my hands up at how ridiculous this whole situation is.
And the other thing that's ridiculous, and it doesn't get talked about a lot, when you look at NBC News, when you look at ABC News, all of these outlets, CNN, they all have retired generals on that actually are working in or are on boards or have private security. They work in private security to come on and say, why we need to react. It's a blaring conflict of interest. They don't have Tulsi Gabbard going on, a war veteran. They don't have Code Pink. They certainly aren't inviting you, and you're running for president. It's all the generals. You got James Clapper on there, John Brennan on there, basically the CIA, the FBI, the military-industrial complex, and it's just a 24-hour loop. And it seems like, I actually think they have learned their lesson from Iraq, but they don't care because it's a profit game.
No question about it. And it's very sad because when you say that mainstream media is controlled by Wall Street and the military-industrial complex, people just look at that. The American public looks upon this situation and shrugs their shoulders. Why? They're impotent. There's no way you're going to change the situation by electing another group of politicians to public office. When you listen to the candidates talking, anybody that doesn't mention the presence of the 800-pound gorilla in the room, which is Wall Street and the military-industrial complex, when they don't mention this at all, what they're saying, hey, boy, elect me, I'm going to be an empty shirt, and I'll be the puppet for the military-industrial complex. That's the communications that they're making to the complex, which of course is funding many of these races. And so when an American citizen looks upon that and says, Jesus, what the hell can we do? There's nothing we can do. That's the reason why I have put forth a proposal that we need to create and operate a legislature of the people, where the people can come in a very deliberative fashion and make laws that would change. Here, you won't be able to get rid of the military-industrial complex unless it's done by the people in a national process, electoral process. The people will do it, but you can't do it through Congress because the complex has a stranglehold on most of the members of Congress. And the reason why I'm so admiring of Tulsi Gabbard is that she is on the Armed Services Committee. She's on the Foreign Relations Committee. She comes from a state that essentially has a very large military contingency. And she's got the courage to stand up and question the military-industrial complex and advance the proposal that we should withdraw from all of our military bases in the world. If that isn't courage, I don't know what is. But what will happen is I've predicted she will rise in the firmament of these candidates because she's saying something serious and the people know it intuitively. They may not be able to do anything about it, but they know it intuitively. And what the people will do when empowered to make laws in a deliberative fashion, now you'll see some fundamental changes because the people will be more powerful than their representatives. Right now, representatives have a monopoly on lawmaking. All the people can do is vote on election day for a few seconds when they throw the switch and give their power away to their representatives who then hold the monopoly. And all you can do is beg, protest for the next 2, 4, 6 years to try to get them to vote the right thing. And this goes back not just to when people say, well, it's a tough situation now. Hell no, this goes back to the framers of the Constitution who put slavery into the Constitution for infinity and took a civil war to remove it, but then to give us a 90-year Jim Crowism and the racism we see today that continues unabated, certainly more subtly, but it's there.
Well, speaking of racism, good segue. I wanted to ask you this week. The media is barely pointing out that Joe Biden is literally, he's doing fundraisers with all the usual Wall Street suspects. Robert Rubin was there. Roger Altman was there. He literally told these Wall Street people, your standard of living will not change whatsoever if I am president. At least he's not hiding it. Hillary Clinton had private speeches. Joe Biden is just doing it out in the open. He doesn't care. And it also came out that he wrote letters to, segregationist Senator James Easton. Right. And in that letter, he was thanking him for helping him try to get his anti-busing vote to the finish line. So I'd like to ask you, you served in the Senate, I think, around the same time as Joe Biden did.
Exactly. I served with Joe Biden during his entire term while I was there. And I'll tell you, Joe is a nice guy, hail fellow, well met. Problem is, from an ideological point of view, he's a disaster. He's a disaster. When he talks about that, he's with the working man. Well, when he was working with the working man, he changed the bankruptcy laws so that the working man got screwed and benefited the credit card companies and the banks. That's Joe Biden. Secondly, when he was chairman of the Judiciary Committee, he could have called 2 witnesses to corroborate Anita Hill. He chose not to do that. And he sat there while Arlen Specter, Republican from Pennsylvania, savaged her like a mean prosecutor. That was Arlen Specter. And Joe was there presiding over that process. So, no, Joe may sound good, but I'll tell you, one of the things that's going to benefit us is the fact that he's mistake prone. His flip-flop on the Hyde Amendment is one example. This Eastland deal is another example. He'll just keep marching on. And of course, there's a delay reaction into the polls where the media reveals this. But keep in mind, Joe would be the favorite of the military-industrial complex. So he'll always have a favorable media. But there's enough within the media, the working media, of conscience that will be reporting this stuff, and it will have an impact. So Joe is going to lose his legs here as he sprints into Iowa, because now obviously my hope is that we elect a progressive like Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard and Warren. I'm impressed with all 3 of those people. More so with Tulsi because she focuses on something that everybody's afraid of, and that is the military-industrial complex.
And I'd like to ask you, because it seems the media lately has been subtly propping up Elizabeth Warren a little bit. I think she's way better than Joe Biden, but, there's been some things that a lot of people in the progressive community don't like, that she did not endorse Bernie in 2016. She did vote for a $715 billion defense budget. So there are some things she's not where Tulsi and Bernie are. What do you think as far as, the media keeps dubbing her as the I have a plan candidate? It seems that they're propping her up, anybody but Bernie, it seems to me.
That's about right. That's anybody but Bernie and Tulsi.
Right.
Because Tulsi is more of a threat to the military-industrial complex than anybody on the scene. But Bernie's great. What I hope happens is that the Democratic Party, as a result of the Clinton leadership, has pulled the Democratic Party to the right. And so when we say a person is a centrist like Joe Biden, he's not a centrist. He's over there on the right. What we need to do is to pull the party over to the left. I'm not that strong on partyism itself. I think it's highly overrated as a device to govern. It's as power hungry as any of the individuals who populate it. But I think that what we need to do is to get a person like Bernie or Tulsi or even Warren elected to public office so that they can pull with their progressive attitudes things to the left. Now, will they be able to enact their agenda? I think that I take that with a grain of salt, and I don't say that disrespectfully to them. But I think that we're shy 3 votes from the getting a 50-50 situation in the Senate. So that means for us to get control of the Senate, we would have to get 13 flips. I don't think that's going to happen. And maybe 10, maybe 7, I don't know.
Well, it might happen if some of these candidates that have no chance, like John Hickenlooper, Beto O'Rourke, go run for the Senate. It seems like they're running for president more out of vanity than anything else.
There's some truth to that. There's some truth to that. But even under the best of circumstances, I doubt that we could get 13 or 14 flips in the Senate. Well, if that's the case, then that means that Mitch McConnell would be able to thwart anything that's coming over with the threat of filibuster. And so he's demonstrated what he could do under Obama, and where there was no guts to begin with. But he could do that to whoever. And so that, of course, is what advances my solution, which is create a legislature of the people through a national election that people would vote to be empowered, and it would vote for a constitutional amendment and a Legislative Procedures Act that would permit them to make laws as individual lawmakers in a society. Let me repeat. The laws are the heart, the core of civilization, and the core of human governance. And whoever makes the laws really calls the shots. Who makes the laws? They have a monopoly. It's the representatives. And who controls the representatives? The people who put the money up to get them elected and to keep them in office. Right. That's the process that goes on. And the only way you're going to break that process, if you now open it up and have the people come into the operation of government as lawmakers. But then again, what you have is whenever I talk about empowering the people to make laws, I got to tell you, 99% of the elected officials don't even understand what I'm talking about, nor do 99% or 100% of mainstream media understand what I'm talking about. For all of them, they just don't think that the people are smart enough to self-govern. What they've got to do is a la Madison and the others who made sure that the people would not have a hand in ratifying the Constitution or in objecting to slavery being included in the Constitution. We sort of gloss over that these are the heroes who created it. There's no big deal about a troika governing system. That was done by Montesquieu 50 years before Madison and the others were on the scene. Right. So, but what they did do is, in order to protect slavery, they denied the people a ratification role in the Constitution, and they denied the people to be able to make laws. Now, the Constitution provides for lawmaking in Article 1, provides for the executive in Article 2, and the judiciary in Article 3. And nowhere do we see the people. They talk about the people a lot. And of course, they made this mistake, and that is that they in the preamble to the Constitution, it says, "We the people do ordain," which means that we the people are the creators of government, and so we can act upon that, and the ability of the people to go ahead and empower themselves by making a constitutional amendment is clearly laid out in Article 7 of the Constitution, which is how we created our government. So the precedent is there. We just need enough people to become aware of this. And fortunately, I'll have a book coming out in about 3 or 4 months. And it essentially, the title says it all: Human Governance, the Failure of Representative Government, and a Solution to People. It's a de facto manual as to how to create and to how to operate a legislature of the people.
And my last question, riddle me this. As far as I know, you will not be on the first debate stage, which I'm disappointed on. How is it that Bill de Blasio, who has probably one supporter in all of America for presidency, John Hickenlooper, and all these people that I believe announced after you did, how is it that they reached the donation amount, which I have a very hard time believing that they have the same amount of support as you do?
No, what they do is they have a larger pool of political supporters. A governor, has a lot of people that contributed to his getting into office.
I see.
And so while he's in office, he obviously his conduct benefited a lot of people, legally and illegally, but mostly legally. And so when that person leaves office, they know they have an entree to him, so that they find it's worthwhile supporting him financially and getting the necessary votes that needs be. Now, with respect to the polling, here again, they have a base in the state that they operate from to activate a role in the polls. So no, I'm not terribly disturbed by that. Here, I have not been involved in politics for the last 15 years since I ran for president, and right now, the only campaign we have is a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old who are managing my campaign for president, and I refuse to travel. If I get in the debates, I'll go to the debate. That's the travel I'll do. But my young campaign chairman, co-chairman, they were asking me if I'd go to Iowa, and I said, no, I don't want to go to Iowa. What am I going to go to Iowa? I'm 89 years old. That's what I told them when they asked me if I'd run. I said, do you realize how old I am? And they said, that's not what counts. What counts is your position on the issues, and most particularly your position on creating a legislature of the people. And so with that, I said, fine, go ahead and file the papers. I'll give you my Twitter account, which I've never used. And they've been operating a wonderful campaign. And though we missed getting on at this point, I think that we'll have a chance of getting on in the second debates, and we'll see what happens after that.
And was it you or them who came up with those fantastic bumper stickers to send Henry Kissinger to The Hague?
They came up with that. But I had a conversation with them. It was about the 9/11, where people get all disturbed that I've said it's an inside job. Of course it's an inside job. All you got to do is look at it closely and you realize that it was a cover-up from the get-go. And the proof of that is that George Bush did not want to have a commission. He was forced into it by the widows of the first responders and the people that died in the 9/11. But what happened was that the first name that was proposed to head up the commission was Henry Kissinger. Oh. Now, if that doesn't give you a clue as to what was going on, and then of course they had two very nice politicians that co-chaired the commission, and what they brought to the table is that they were famous because they were famous. So they. And yet, when you look at the report of the commission, the executive director was an employee of the Condoleezza Rice. He was also the person who wrote the report of the commission. So you can see and the commission never even acknowledged the bringing down of Building 7 in a controlled demolition, and also all of the research that's been done about the controlled demolition of the two towers coming down in their own footprint. That's bizarre. And so that in itself there's enough suspicion out there to warrant a new commission, but not to have another political appointees in a commission, because all they would do is look at the issue and say, well, we've got to protect America's reputation in case we're involved. So they won't follow it. What we need is a commission made up of scientists and physicists and engineers and architects and also the three last heads of the United Nations.
So are you saying Bush and Cheney knew it was coming and looked the other way, or they were involved with it?
No, I'm not saying that. Clearly, the suspicion is there. So I don't have any direct proof myself, but I have enough suspicion and realization of how things are done within government and within the intelligence community, since I was a member of that community when I was a kid. So all I'm saying is we had three commissions study the assassination of Jack Kennedy. If we only had one more commission, a serious commission, to look at what took place on 9/11, it would be eye-opening. But I don't have the knowledge. I read about a lot of it, and there's a lot of literature out on the subject in this regard. So what we need to do is to have a commission, and it's really very suspicious that the mainstream media, when you bring up this subject, you're a conspiracy nut. And so anybody that talks about having a new commission, there's just something wrong with that person. You know, we've studied it, we all know it, and that's the end of the story. Well, it was studied, and there's so many holes in the commission report that it's an embarrassment if you really focus on it. So why mainstream media plays a role in this, covering it up, what's going on, I don't know. But I do know this, it's very suspicious. And when you have that kind of suspicion, there's a likelihood of an inside job.
Thank you for taking the time, as always. 89 years young. You're a lot more energy and a lot wiser than a lot of the stiffs on our cable news channels. So thank you again, and we hope to see you in the upcoming debate.
Let's hope.
Okay. Take care, Senator.
Bye-bye.
Hope you enjoyed that last video. Hop on over to statusquo.com, where you can sign up for our email list and become a member for as low as $5 to $10 a month. Membership is how we grow. That's statusquo.com/join. And remember, join our email list so we can grow the revolution with you.
Status quo.
Mike Gravel. A true national treasure. Mike Gravel. You might not agree with everything he says, but boy, does he bring the heat. Does he bring the heat? You know, I debated him. I debated whether to challenge him a little bit on the 9/11 stuff, because, like, I think there are questions, frankly, regarding 9/11, particularly Building 7, which, I mean, from everything I've looked at, it looks like it was a controlled demolition. But obviously kind of suggesting that Bush and Cheney were in on it. Trust me, I don't like Bush or Cheney, especially Cheney. But I'm not going to go that route unless I had evidence of such. However, I agree that the 9/11 Commission was a joke, intentionally a joke, which Senator Gravel pointed out. So what you have is basically like the Warren Commission for JFK's assassination is a controlled investigation, which wasn't really an investigation. It was a show investigation. So, hey, if there were a President Gravel, I'm with it. I am with a President Gravel, or at least President Bernie Sanders with a Mike Gravel in some capacity for as long as he's got left. He's 89 years young. And if you want a little behind the scenes, Jen and I were texting during the interview, and I said, oh my God, what I would do to sit on a porch in Alaska with Mike Gravel and smoke a doobie with that man. I don't know if he does that kind of thing. But can you imagine the stories you could hear and the conversations you would have with Mike Gravel, who came up, I mean, during World War II. World War II, Woodstock. Watergate, Civil Rights Movement, Vietnam War. Oh, the stories you could find out just by talking to Mike Gravel. Gotta love it. So thank you to Mike Gravel for that fantastic interview. We'll try to check in with him again as the campaign continues. I hope that hold on. I hope that he gets into at least the second debate. I think it's important to get his voice on the debate. He was on the debate stage in 2008, and he called Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden arrogant and awful, which I agree. So great conversation with Mike, and I like that he said the truth. Joe Biden, he's a disaster. He's a disaster for the Democratic Party. He's a total disaster up against Donald Trump. And let me tell you something. I think there's a pretty good chance if Joe Biden were the nominee, he would lose worse than Hillary Clinton. I really think Joe Biden would lose worse than Hillary Clinton because he's got a much longer record than Hillary Clinton does. He was in the Senate dating back to the 1970s. He's got a much worse record because it's longer than Hillary Clinton. He's pretty much just as much of a warmonger as Hillary Clinton. And unlike Hillary Clinton, I'm not defending Hillary Clinton, don't get me wrong, but at least Hillary Clinton tried to cover up her corruption. You know, she wouldn't release the transcripts. She wouldn't release the Wall Street speeches. Joe Biden is inviting press into his fundraisers. So that's how we know he was telling Wall Street bankers this week. Let me see if I have it still. No, that's not it. No, I don't have it. He was telling Wall Street bankers this week, nothing will fundamentally change. Nothing will fundamentally change if I'm president with your standard of living. You might as well tell them, hey guys, I got to say some borderline progressive populist stuff during the campaign, but I don't mean any of it. So it's just kind of like wink and a nod. Wink and a nod. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is the same thing with Hillary Clinton said, cut it out. You better cut it out, Wall Street. So before I move on to the next thing, I must tell you, we are now at $60,400 on GoFundMe. Just got an anonymous $70 donation. Alana, thank you for the $10. Catherine, $10. Carl, $10. So we are now 600, count them, $600 away from 61,000. And I know, folks, it's been a long road. We started this GoFundMe in September, and we've raised 60,000. Honestly, it's a little deceiving, only because we didn't actually promote the GoFundMe for 3 months. We didn't promote our GoFundMe for 3 months because temporarily we couldn't go live. So it's kind of hard to promote a fundraiser if you can't go live. So we had a 3-month little break, and now we're back at it. So I thank every single person. We're now over 1,300 of you have donated, and I totally get most of you are not rolling in it. So thank you for donating. I'd like to get to 62,000 today. That's a stretch, I know, but I'd like to get there. First, we got to get to 61,000. So if there's any patriots, domestically or internationally in there, that can find it in their hearts, I'll tell you exactly what we want to spend the money on. So, well, first of all, let me give you a little breakdown of what we're working on here. So our goal is 85,000. We've moved the goal a couple times, but 85,000 is where we're stopping. So what we want to do in the immediate, we're going down to Miami this week, even though NBC denied us credentials, which I don't appreciate. NBC. Oh, yeah, Jen, I forgot to tell him about the goodie bag. Thank God I have Jen to text me and tell me these things. So for any single person that donates today, so everybody that has donated so far today and everybody that is going to donate, so for the rest of the day, we're going to enter you in a little draw, a little drawing, and the winner of that drawing, which will be selected randomly of people donating today, you're going to get a Status Quo swag bag. So you're going to get a shirt. You're going to get a Status Quo sticker. You're going to get a Status Quo coffee mug. You're going to get a Status Quo tote bag. All good things. So get in there. Get in there. Get in that GoFundMe, baby. Let me bring you to the store so you could see what all this looks like. Status Quo store. Bring me to the store. And by the way, Ben Norton, independent journalist, just texted me. He's running a little bit late, so he'll be here probably in like a half hour. So I got plenty to do before then. We're now on hour two of our marathon live stream. So I got plenty of energy. We're going. So GoFundMe contributors today. The winner of our little contest / drawing is going to get a Status Quo shirt. Going to get a Status Quo tote bag. Going to get a little Status Quo coffee mug. I'm going to get a Status Quo sticker. I think that's the sticker. So any amount. I think the minimum on GoFundMe is $5. So I'll just after the live stream, I'll look who has donated today, and I'll just pick a winner. But hey, you could be rocking a Status Quo shirt. You could be drinking your coffee or your tea or your whatever you drink in the morning. I think it's worth it. And now let me tell you what we're working on, since I have a little time to talk between now and when Ben gets here. So obviously we want to go cover the Miami debate. That trip is costing us $2,000 because Ty is actually moving to New York, which is going to save us some money, because flying him from Los Angeles constantly cross country is very expensive. So Ty's moving to New York soon, so he'll be here. We'll be doing more together. Also, we'll be doing more in the field, in New York, in the tri-state area, in driving distance. When Bernie or Tulsi or whomever's in New Hampshire, now we can drive to New Hampshire. So we're going to borrow Lori Chariton's car, my wonderful mother, who has bronchitis, so wish her well. So really what we're trying to raise money in the GoFundMe, but also why we're trying to grow our membership. We have not got any member signups today in 2 hours. So I'm a little depressed about that. Statusquo.com/join. We're going to have another interview to show you with our new reporter, Marcus Ely, in a little bit. So become a member, statusquo.com/join. So here's our little wish list. We're going down to Miami for the debate. I'll try to Batman my way into the debate since they denied me credentials. We also, after that, want to hit the road to cover Bernie for a little bit. So, that's not cheap. You got to go city to city, state to state, flights, rent a car, all that. So we think it's important because as of now, frankly, his voters have been drowned out. Same thing with Tulsi Gabbard, who we would like to go cover her campaign. We'd also like to hit the road, and I'd like to get into some Joe Biden rallies. I'd like to get into some Kamala for the People rallies. I'd like to get into some Mayor Pete rallies. Wendy, $20 in the super chat. Thank you so much, Wendy. Thank you, Jordan. Hashtag Bernie 2020. Thank you for the $20. Really appreciate it. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Rowie Hoorie, 127 in the GoFundMe. Rowie, you are thebomb.com. Rowie Hoorie, thebomb.com. Thank you so much. That's a really generous amount. $20 from Kip Winter. Damn, I love that name. Kip, is that your real name? Let us know in the super chat. Kip Winter, that's badass. Charles K, $10. So we are now, count it, $443 away from $61,000 in the GoFundMe. Can we get to $60,600 in the next minute? Let's do it. Thank you. And thank you for the super chat. So let me keep going. So yeah, Jimmy's going to be in the audience, which is fine. I don't want to be in the audience. I want to be in the press room. So, and Jordan has lost it. I actually did not sleep a wink. This is 2 espresso shots in this iced coffee. Don't even get me started. I didn't sleep last night, so we're probably going to go off the rails as we keep going here. So, want to go cover Bernie on the road. I also, as humbly as I could say it, I think I have fairly decent instincts when it comes to like what's going to be the next big story. I happen to think, I hope I'm wrong, but I happen to think we might be looking at the next Standing Rock when it comes to the Keystone XL pipeline. The Keystone XL pipeline has been this hot potato. Obama denied the permit in 2011. Then when Trump came in, he reversed that. When Trump reversed it, pre-construction started. Then a federal judge reversed Trump's decision, citing that they didn't have enough environmental impact assessment or study. Then an appeals court just reversed that judge's decision, so now they're in the clear to start construction again. So it's basically in the court between presidents denying it, then approving it, and then courts reversing that, and now appeals courts reversing that. I believe Keystone, they say, TransCanada says it's going to be, construction is going to start probably by the end of this year. I believe, as opposed to Standing Rock, which the movement was incredible, one of the best, I wouldn't say best, but like one of the most impactful experiences of my career and life, personally. I think it's important to get media on the ground before the pipeline is in the ground, not after. So I would like to go down to Nebraska. I'd like to go to Montana. I'd like to go to where this pipeline is going through. I'd like to interview the Native Americans that are affected. I'd like to interview the farmers that are going to be affected. I'd like to interview and challenge some of these oil people, because Keystone is just as dangerous as the Dakota Access Pipeline. And I'm going to have a story in a little bit about the Dakota Access Pipeline for you. So that's something that I really, really think we should do and cover. Another story that I think I'd like to cover, I don't really cover Donald Trump that much, just because I don't think I have anything to add, really. I do think as we go, it is important to go cover these detention camps down by the border. I think that whether it's Trump or anybody else, this is my, I don't know if I agree with the term concentration camps. I think we should be careful. I mean, maybe it's because I'm Jewish, but it's bad enough without calling it a concentration camp. That's my opinion. But I do think this is something we need to go down and cover. So that's one thing that we want to cover. Rowie, this, Jordan, is why I'm a member. These stories that you're making it a priority to cover. Rowie, we do it for you, the people. And thank you so much for being so generous with your money. We really, really appreciate it. And by the way, we're going down to Miami to cover this debate, probably losing money. We're probably going to lose money, because I'm keeping it real. One of the reasons I wanted to go to Miami is because it was a 50-50 that whether we were going to get accepted for debate credentials to get into Miami. And as a reminder, we got denied. Here's the letter from NBC News citing space concerns. Unfortunately, due to space constraints, we're unable to approve your request. And they were nice enough to then tell us you could watch the debate at 9 p.m. on Wednesday on Telemundo and NBC. How nice of them. So there's the email. Feel free. So many of you have already emailed NBC and given them a piece of your mind. I say don't stop. There's still tomorrow. Let's see if we could change their mind. The DNC tells me they're going to reach out to NBC to see if they have an exception, or they can make an exception. I'm not holding my breath that the DNC is going to lift a effing finger for us. But, they are calling us fat. That's a good point, Polish Hammer. I don't appreciate that. I've lost 5 pounds just from taking colon cleanse at night. TMI? So, I think we're going to go down there anyway. But the point that I wanted to go, the point of why I wanted to go is, you know, when you're status quo and you're a grassroots startup independent media network, we're about 14 months old, we're about to hit 44,000 subscribers. There's a lot of people that don't know we exist on YouTube, because YouTube suppresses channels like Status Quo as well as other independent media channels. So really, all it takes sometimes is for like one clip to go super viral, and then before you know it, you grow like 50,000 subscribers, and you get a lot more people to sign up and become paid Status Quo members. Hint, hint to the 334 of you watching. We are trying to get to 500 paid members by the end of June. If you're on the fence, why are you sitting on the fence? That's very thorny and could stab you. Sign up. Statusquo.com/join. You could join us for as low as $5 to $10 a month. Is real independent journalism worth $5 to $10 a month or $179 annually? Because we're not like other independent media organizations that ask you to become a member and then give you 24/7 Trump and 24/7 Russia and Stormy Daniels and BS and bullshit. No. We're going out there and we're giving the people the microphone. And by the way, when I say we're probably going to lose money, well, if I were to get into the debate, that means I have access to the spin room. And the spin room is where campaign advisors and DNC members go after the debate. That's where I was able to confront Donna Brazil. I don't think they want me anywhere near that spin room. Not because I'm so great, but more a reflection on how terrible the rest of the media is. The rest of the media asks like really tough questions to the candidates, like, how do you think your candidate did? What'd you think of that zinger? They don't actually challenge them on anything. No one's going to challenge Joe Biden's campaign on his Wall Street love. Nobody's going to challenge Kamala Harris on being a terrible, terrible attorney general in California, on basically bowing down to Wall Street too, even though she says for the people. No one's going to challenge Mayor Pete on being a servant of Wall Street. I will. So that's why we wanted to go. That's why we thought it would be worth our money, because for 2 days, $2,000 is expensive. That's what we're spending to go down there. But I figured, okay, if I can get in there, we'll probably get some good clips. Maybe one will go viral and we'll make it up. So we're going down there anyway because I think it's important. Do you think CNN is going to be outside interviewing Bernie voters or Tulsi voters? You think CNN is going to be out there like challenging the electability of Joe Biden or Kamala Harris? I don't think so. I do not think so. So that's why we're going down, because we think it's important at this stage of the debate, at this stage of the campaign, to make sure that Bernie voters, Tulsi voters, make sure that they have a voice. So that's why we're going down. And, you know, sometimes you do things just to show up. You know, there's a movie with Keanu Reeves. It's a very cheesy movie called Hardball. And Keanu Reeves says to the kids that he's a baseball coach of, half a life is just showing up. And Status Quo believes if you keep showing up, the masses will follow. So that's why we're pushing GoFundMe today. That's why we're always pushing for people to become a member. Obviously, if you are, you know, struggling, we understand. If you can't become a member, just keep watching, keep sharing, keep liking if you can't contribute financially. But if you got $5 to $10 a month, I really hope you'll consider us, because we're not telling you what we're going to do. We're showing you what we're going to do. And so with that, I got a little time before Ben gets here. Some of you might have already seen this, so I apologize for airing it again. But I also want to show you what your membership is paying for. Recently, we brought on a new reporter. His name's Marcus Ely. Lives in Nevada. He's a father of 3. Really passionate guy. Went to journalism school, but hasn't been in journalism for 10 years, where he's like a straight robot. And Marcus is very passionate on telling the stories that I'm passionate about, that Jen's passionate about, that Ty's passionate about. And that's your stories. He's not interested in like covering the horse race. He's interested in speaking with fast food workers. He's interested in speaking with workers getting stomped on by the United Corporations of America. He's interested in challenging people on, anti-bigotry and Islamophobia and anti-immigrant fervor. He's definitely interested in, exposing police brutality, those kinds of things. He's got a lot of tenacity, and I really like his style. At this point, I don't think we're going to be able to keep him that long, because I can't invent money. Right now, we got enough to keep him through July. So that's why we're also trying to raise our membership so we can keep Marcus. For those of you who already saw that, I apologize, but a lot of you haven't. So here is Marcus. He covered a fast food strike, and then he interviewed a Wendy's worker who's making $8.25 while working in 103 degrees temperature. Watch this. If you're on the fence, I hope interviews like this, we are going out there and we are covering what the corporate media covers up.
Marcus Ely here for Status. See ya. Last week we were at the rally, the Fight for 15 rally that Kamala Harris showed up to. And she showed up to that rally, and there was a lot of hoopla. But this young woman stole the show, because at a Fight for 15 rally where McDonald's workers were striking, you shut down a Wendy's and showed up in solidarity with them.
Mhm.
Can you talk a little bit about why you shut the Wendy's down and what you guys were striking for?
Well, at my Wendy's, we get paid $8.25 an hour, which is the state minimum wage, and it's also the maximum wage there. They don't give raises to their employees after years and years. Doesn't matter, you still make $8.25, and the working conditions are below substandard. So that's why we decided to join the McDonald's workers in the strike and support them, and they support us, and we did shut down the store.
Now, I remember you telling me in the first interview we did before we had to reshoot this that you guys were working without AC for 2 summers.
Yeah, last summer, the air conditioning was broken, and then the beginning of this summer, about 2 days before the strike, the Wednesday before the strike, they came in and fixed it. But before that, it was 103 degrees when they took the little temperature thing. And the summer before that was even hotter.
Yeah, last summer was ridiculously hot. So do you remember like some of the temperatures you had to work in while you were there?
We never checked the temperature. He didn't have his little gun thing that checked the temperature. But I know my coworkers would have wet towels. They would put ice in towels and put it around their necks because it was so hot in the kitchen that it was unbearable.
For $8.25 an hour.
$8.25 an hour.
Yeah. That's just ridiculous. Nobody should have to deal with that. Can you talk a little bit about because you're working $8.25 an hour, you go to Wendy's, and then you come home and you got to support a family. Right. Can you talk a little bit about like what the struggle of that is like, for folks that don't understand?
Yeah, every day is a challenge. It's a struggle to put food on the table. It's a struggle to pay for car insurance, to pay bills, rent. You have to decide between food and utilities sometimes. And that's tough when you have children because you can't give them everything that you want to be able to give them as a parent. And I don't feel like working 40 hours a week and over 40 hours a week that you should have to make a decision between your rent, your utilities, and your food, and taking care of your child.
The kitty
Yeah,
is scratching the Bernie sign right when I was getting ready to mention, because Kamala Harris was at the Fight for 15 rally. As a Bernie supporter, clearly. And you also volunteer with Our Revolution. That's how we'll talk about that in a second as well. But yeah, as a Bernie supporter and somebody that kind of pays attention to where the money comes from, how do you feel about Kamala Harris showing up to the Fight for 15 strike like a week after she was at Wall Street asking the people that literally cause folks to be stuck at minimum wage with their lobbying and with
their money?
Yeah.
Right.
And they cause folks to be stuck in those the wages you're fighting against.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about her showing up to that fight?
I felt 100% like it was just a photo opportunity, a publicity stunt to get her name out there and look like she stands with the workers. Mm-hmm. I marched with her on Friday at the rally, and it just felt like her heart wasn't in it. Mm-hmm. So there's that, and there's her history with Wall Street and all the big corporations and the lobbyists, and she's just trying to win the election, so that's why she stood with us. But Bernie Sanders has been standing with us forever, and it's not just a photo op for him. It's what he does.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So I just I can't get past 103 degrees and working for 8 to I cannot imagine dealing with that. Have you can you talk about like what the struggle's like dealing with management? Because I remember when we first talked about this, you said the issue wasn't your store manager, the issue wasn't your district manager, it was the corporate offices that you were dealing with that was the impediment to this problem. Can you talk a little bit about the struggle to get this dealt with?
Well, yeah, it's the upper management, starting with the district manager in my store. The general manager, our store manager, is always on our side, but there's not much he can do. They put restrictions on him, and he can't give us raises, and he can't change the working conditions because all the money comes from his bosses, the corporation, We Nevada LLC, and it's staggering how ineffective their HR department is. You contact them, they don't get back to you. They just don't care. They do not care. I sent a petition around in January, and I had all the employees sign it. Everybody, including my general manager, signed it. And he brought down someone from the HR department to come speak with us in the store. I presented her to the petition that took a couple weeks to get together because it was morning, noon, and night crew. That took a lot of work. She just, grabbed it, looked at it. Oh, I'll give it to my boss. Never heard back from her. I called. All of a sudden, she's on vacation. HR.
Would this be what is your district manager's name? Because I believe I tried to reach out with her. What was her name?
George is the district manager, and then Gina is also
Gina
another.
is the person I tried to contact.
Yes. Gina. They're just uninterested in helping their employees. They're not. Although now there's an investigation into the store because of because of the strike. They're retaliating for sure. They're about to try anyway, but yeah, she has no interest in backing up her employees at all. She's just there to make money for her corporation.
Yeah. It's just so on the one hand, we have folks working in Las Vegas in a record hot summer last year. And then this summer, you guys finally got AC like a week ago.
And it was literally only because I started making noise about it, with everything else.
Yeah. So on the one hand, we have that. And then on the other hand, we have the CEO of Wendy's making $5 million last year. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure this person's working in a cushy office, air conditioned, everything, and got all types of vacation time. They could probably be done and not show up to work for a year, and Wendy's would be fantastic, would be fine, record profits. Y'all didn't show up at that place for one day. That store made $0. How do you feel about, when you think about it that way and you put that kind of lens on it, how do you feel about this person making $5 million versus you and your colleagues being stuck at $825 with zero chance of a raise at all?
It's disgusting. It's very disheartening, but it also makes me very angry, and anger drives passion, and passion provokes change. So that's what caused the strike, is because my coworkers and I are getting mad. We're getting angry at the situation, and knowing that store, my store, generates $30,000 minimum profit a week. It's a very busy store, and we work to keep that store open, and they will not have our backs for anything. So, yeah, if we walk out, it shuts down. And I'm hoping that we can do that again to prove our point again and again and again until they listen.
Yeah. So that's 50, 30, that's, I want to say $300,000 a year your store makes. I'm doing that math in my head, so I could be wrong. I could be way wrong. It might be more than that. It might be $3 million a year, but it's 300,000 is what I think it is.
Yeah, my coworker Derek and I, we calculated it out, and they make approximately 1.2 million at that store alone. Just that store.
Just y'all store.
Just that store.
1.2 million. And how many people work in that store?
There's 25.
25, and y'all are making much less, much less. And Wendy's honestly could, with that money, Wendy's could easily pay y'all a livable wage and still make their profits.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, at the starvation wages, they're profiting massively, and the prices have still been going up. In the 14 months I've worked there, things have gone up about 50 to 60 cents. And that's without raises. That's without putting any money back into the store. That's without new equipment, without a remodel. Our store is one of the originals. We have nothing that's been upgraded or remodeled or renovated. So they're just making profit and raising prices for no reason. So everybody's argument, if people get $15 an hour, inflation has already been a constant presence in our lives, and our wages have just stagnated, stayed exactly the same.
I don't know about you, but I am very much understanding why people are out here saying eat the rich. Like I completely, when you hear stories like yours and you hear the stories I've heard out here on the road covering different things, talking to not only Bernie supporters but just people in general that are struggling. You know, the average person can't afford a $400 emergency. Right. You know what I mean? $400 hits a family and it's a wrap. That's it's going to take you at least a year to recover from that in a lot of cases, because you got to move everything back and pay this and pay that and rob Peter to pay Paul, you know? Exactly. So like, it makes you completely understand why things end up the way that they do and why folks are out here fighting for Bernie Sanders. Like me and another, one of the McDonald's employees told y'all in the last video, y'all better take Bernie Sanders, because I'm telling you right now, what's coming after Trump on that side is the super devil, because he already the devil. Yeah. And then what's coming after Bernie on the left is not pretty. Like people will what was a great comment, I'm thinking about it, on the last video, said if you want to get rich quick, invest in Pitchfork futures. Like, that's really what it is. Yeah, invest in Pitchfork futures, because it's not going to be pretty what's going to happen in the future if folks don't get a livable wage, because they ain't gonna have nothing else to eat but you rich people.
Yeah, well said. Well said. Yeah, you can't oppress us forever. It's coming. The time is coming. We outnumber them by so much. Yeah. And people work hard, really hard, for so little. People are getting really tired of it.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens in this, not only this election, but in the future, because it's not just the presidential election that matters. It's the smaller elections, the municipal elections, local, state level, and not only that, like activists on the ground fighting for X, Y, and Z issue in their local area. Every one of those little battles matters, and those in power are dependent on folks being inactive and not caring and not doing anything. But when you do folks like this, brace for impact.
Yeah. And it makes a big impact. I can tell you that strike made a huge impact on this store. So, and we're still seeing the ripple effect of it right now. But yeah, I would definitely recommend anyone upset with their wages, say something, start a petition, start there, and get in touch with any type of local union organization that will help you, like the SEIU here, the Fight for 15. Organize and do something.
And I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly where I was getting ready to go next. Because I talked, your story is really interesting, because like a month ago you were just, or like a month and a half, 2 months ago, you were just a upset worker and happened to volunteer for Our Revolution and ask the people, hey, what do I do if I want to get some information? And then here you are a month and a half, 2 months later, you shutting the restaurant down. So can you talk a little bit about that process, going from I'm upset, I want things to do, but I'm in a right to work state, they can fire me for anything, what do I do? To, yeah, we're shutting this down, bye.
Just persistence. And I mean, I'm lucky because I do volunteer for the Bernie campaign and for any of his organizations, like Our Revolution Nevada. So I met some really awesome people through those organizations that were able to connect me with who I needed to be connected with. Like, it was Jake from Our Revolution that put me in touch with Brian, who then put with SEIU, who then put me in touch with Maite from the Fight for 15, and it just progressed that way. And I was actually Crystal who put me in touch with Jake, who put me in touch with Brian, who put me in touch with Maite, and it was a long process, because after the petition I didn't know where to go. I knew I wanted to strike. That's all I knew I wanted to do, but I knew I needed help. Because if we had just walked out on our own without the backing of a big organization or a union, then they would have just fired everybody. And even though I really don't think they could, because our store is hurting for employees. Nobody wants to work there. It's the lowest paying fast food job in the industry. Everywhere McDonald's starts off at 9, Del Taco 10, Taco Bell 9.25, Jack in the Box 9, Subway, I'm not sure. I think Subway might be minimum, but yeah, it's definitely one of the lowest. So nobody wants to work there. Nobody. We are getting no applications. The ones that we do leave like that as soon as something better comes along. So I don't even feel like if we had just striked on our own that they could have fired all of us. But who knows? They would have tried. There would have been retaliation. Having the backing of an organization and a union that's there to help is immensely beneficial.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, you're blessed to know the people that you know, because
very much so.
We all we got, really. That's something that's a statement Black people say, but it works directly towards the lower classes as well. We all we got, and they got money and we got people, as AOC put it. So we got the numbers. They got the cash, but we got the numbers. And in the end, I feel like human to human communication and working together is more, there's no monetary value you can put on that. So as long as we're together and stand together and fight together, we're gonna win. It's only a matter of time. That is where we're cutting it. That is the line. Nobody is saying anything better than that. Subscribe, smash that like button. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Your struggle and your story is important. You aren't alone. There are people all over watching this that are going through the same thing, and some that are energized. I remember when I interviewed folks from the teacher strike last year, they told me the thing that gave them the most courage was the folks in West Virginia. And when they did, then everybody else was just like inspired to go. So know that like you doing this and your store doing this is inspiring other stores, other fast food workers, because y'all are the most important ones. Like I appreciate teacher strikes and whatnot, but they're not to say anything negative about teachers striking, because they need to strike and they need to get paid more, but they're not hit as hard as you guys are. You guys are minimum wage workers, and in your case, working with nothing. Y'all are working in 100 million degrees with ice packs on your neck. Oh my goodness. All right, guys, smash the like button, subscribe, become a member to Status Quo. I can't get stories like this out unless you guys support us. So we really appreciate your support. Thank you. Have a good one. I'll catch y'all on the next one.
Out front tonight, chaos at the White House. President Trump's deputy chief of staff, his communications director, is
just because of their connection to President Trump. And I know you've been saying...
We learned recently that Donald Trump threatened to sue his former schools if...
Tired of hearing about Trump 24/7? Become a member at statusquo.com for only $10 a month. Click the notification. With your help, we can start the media revolution.
And before Bernie went on stage, I spoke with his supporters online here, and you really get that feeling from them.
Welcome back to the Marathon live stream. Things are getting serious, so I put on my hat and aviators. I know that Jen doesn't like me wearing my aviators on the broadcast. Some of you like my aviators, some of you don't. We'll see. We'll see the reaction to my fashion change. You know, when you're going live for hours, you got to change things up, keep people interested. He's been smoking. I have not been smoking, MT. True story, MT. I am 32. I've never smoked in my life unless it was put in front of me. I've never smoked a doobie. Like, I've never rolled a doobie, and I've never smoked one unless it was put in front of me. Just keeping it real. So we're waiting for Ben Norton. He's living in Subway hell. So while we're waiting for Ben Norton, few announcements. And thank you to Marcus for that great interview. We have a new Status Quo member. Welcome to the revolution, Erin Blair, who's not only a member, she's a patron too. So you're doing double duty. So we are at 477, count them, 477 members. It's been a little slow today, not going to lie. So let's start small. Let's see if we can get 3 more members so we can get up to that 480. Our goal for the end of this month is 500. So I'd like to get to 480 probably in the next hour or so, and then we could just have 20 left to do. 20 is manageable. We are also at $60,567. Now, I understand that we might have tapped out our audience, so we got to grow our audience to get new donors. Thank you to all of the people who have been donating. As a reminder, for today, anyone who donates today, we're going to put you into a little drawing, and the winner of that drawing will get a Status Quo swag bag, a shirt, a sticker, tote bag, and a coffee mug. It doesn't matter, whatever you donated. It could be $5 or $150. Everybody gets put in a hat into our drawing, and then we will pick a winner, and you'll get all the Status Quo swag your heart can desire. So I really hope if you appreciated the interview with Mike Gravel, if you like Marcus's reporting, if you like my aviators, I really hope you will dig into that wallet of yours. This is a super chat. You could leave it in super chat, or you could leave it in GoFundMe. We are trying. My goal was 62,000, but as of now, let's lower it. Let's go for 61,000. It's okay to lower your goal based on reality. So let's hit that 61,000 as soon as we can. That's $433 away. So if everybody watching can pitch in, we really, really appreciate it. And obviously, people are donating to their candidates. People have to pay their groceries, rent, electricity, student loans. We get it. If you don't have it, totally get it. If you do have a couple bucks, I hope real independent media is worth it to you. So now I'm gonna put my glasses back on because this is a serious topic. And keep it going. Super chat or GoFundMe. And like I said, we're trying to do a lot of things at once here, but we really got to grow that membership. So if you've been watching, and we're showing you, we're going to Miami to cover the debate. Marcus is in the field. I'm going to be back in the field. We are the only independent media in this country, which isn't even a country, it's a corporation, United Corporations of America, that are giving the microphone back to the people. So help us do it. We need money to do it. So, Joe Biden is terrible, but there is a united effort to take down Bernie Sanders. It's the corporate media. It's the corporate Democratic Party. It's think tanks. And there's one think tank by the name of Third Way, which is a Wall Street-backed think tank, whatever you want to call it, that's really light on the think and big on the corruption. So Bernie Sanders called out Third Way for basically being in love with Wall Street and for basically attacking his campaign at all costs, essentially because they are in bed with Wall Street. Thank you to Benny Ford, $4.99 in the super chat. Progressive journalists aren't covering the View's horrendous interview of Marianne Williamson from Thursday. I didn't see that. I didn't see their interview with Marianne Williamson. I'll take a look at it. I interviewed Marianne Williamson. It was not horrendous, but The View, that doesn't surprise me. They probably were very condescending, very rude, and basically very elitist, because that's what you can expect on The View. Thank you for the super chat, Benny Ford. So, Third Way writes, thanks for all the attention, Senator Sanders, but you're wrong. Your campaign is an existential threat because an avowed Dem socialist is likely to lose to Trump. Still, if you win the nomination, we will strongly support you because Trump is an existential threat to our republic. So, first of all, there's many things in this tweet that are wrong. When they say a democratic socialist is likely to lose to Trump, are they saying that a centrist corporatist is likely to beat Trump? Because we already tried a centrist corporatist against Trump, and she lost. So where is there evidence that an avowed democratic socialist is likely to lose to Trump? Because I have evidence that that democratic socialist is beating Trump by 12 points right now. So this narrative that from Wall Street, Third Way is just a proxy for Wall Street. The narrative that Bernie Sanders will lose to Trump is not backed out by any data. No data. You know, the Democratic Party likes to attack Trump for making up the immigration scare and for inflating the numbers and for inflating the hysteria, but they have no problem ignoring data when it suits them. Thank you, presidents. $5. $5 just for specs. Oh, and plug progressive Joshua Collins for Congress in Washington State. I think he actually reached out to me for an interview. We might have let that fall through the cracks because we're kind of overworked and understaffed. But props to Joshua Collins. Don't know what he stands for. Don't know his policies, so that might get me in trouble. But because you told me to give him props, props to him. Thank you for the $5 in the super chat. So, of course, an avowed Dem socialist will lose to Trump, even though since 2016, Bernie Sanders has been beating Trump by 10%, by 10 to 15 points. And by the way, these polls are underselling it because most of these polls don't widely sample younger voters. When I say younger, I'm talking under 50. No offense to people over 50 watching because we love, older viewers and there's a lot of older progressives. But I'm talking about the polls here. They oversample older voters and undersample younger voters. So this is based on nothing. And the corporate media just runs with it. And the Democratic Party just runs with it, that Bernie Sanders is a disaster. Well, the data proves otherwise. The data proves the opposite. And if you're going to say a democratic socialist is a, quote, disaster, an existential threat, then by default you're saying a centrist corporatist is not a threat? Hold on one second. Okay, folks, I'm going to have to do this segment a little bit later because Ben Norton just arrived. I'll be right back. I got to go get him. Let me play something for you while I go to get my friend Ben. What do I got? I'm going to play... Biden color. Biden May. I'll play an interview to show you the real Mayor Pete. I'll be back with Ben Norton in like 5 minutes. Hey, it's Jordan. I'm here with Regina Williams-Preston, council member in South Bend, Indiana, who's running for mayor, where current presidential candidate Pete Buttigieg is currently the mayor. We'll get into him in a little bit, but I wanted to start with you. So South Bend, pretty much right in that Rust Belt. I've been there before, and you've lived there your whole life. Describe to me kind of what's been happening in the Rust Belt, specifically South Bend. I'd say over the last 10 years, because when I go there, some areas kind of look like an episode of The Walking Dead.
Yeah, that would be a pretty accurate description. So I left when I graduated from high school and went off to college, did that whole live all over the country thing. And when I moved back in 2000, the neighborhood where I grew up, I bought a home right around the corner from my mom, right next door to where my dad lived. And it was just a completely different place. Just like many cities in this area, industry left, neighborhoods in their natural kind of life cycle. These are neighborhoods that are a bit out from, it's a small town, so nothing's very far, but it's not one of the neighborhoods closest to downtown. Of course, at that time, our downtown had really died off. Everything had gone towards Notre Dame and towards kind of the neighboring city, Mishawaka. And so the homes were in disrepair, quite a lot of blight. When I married and moved just a few more blocks down the street with my husband, the block we lived on had 12 houses, and 6 of them were vacant and abandoned. The one right next to us had, been on fire. It was demolished. Then the house next to that, again, many of these homes were just basically every few years there was a fire, there were people in there were animals, and just completely falling apart for about the last 15 years. No action, no activity, just complete decay and decline. And so it was about 2011 when my husband decided to purchase the house right next to us and the house down the block off of tax sale in order to, and then a couple of other neighbors had talked about getting a couple of the other houses just to kind of shore up our block, our neighborhood. Right now is pretty much, at this time, is pretty much block by block. You know, here's a good block, here's a rough block. And the space where my mom lived was still really pretty much in good shape. Everyone was, they're seniors, but they maintain their home, they get the help that they need. But the block where we lived was really kind of falling apart.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because I see the media kind of painting Pete Buttigieg. I mean, it's kind of like foaming, drooling a little bit. And they're like, oh, you know, a small town mayor, he has the pulse. But they're not actually like discussing what he's done as mayor. Or, I mean, I'm looking at it, a quick Google search, like South Bend is number 40 on the list of worst places to live in the United States. It's got a 25% poverty rate. Obviously, this is not only because of him, but I mean, evictions are 3 times the national limit, the national average. Yeah, homelessness is a big problem. So, what exactly is, you know, the credentials or the success story that Mayor Pete has? Because it doesn't seem that way to me.
Well, I think what people are really excited about is how beautiful downtown is now. How we have a lot of new businesses, it's just amazing the buildings that are being constructed. And of course, you might have heard about smart streets, where now we have lots of beautiful roundabouts and greenery and bike lanes all downtown, and starting to creep up some of the main corridors connecting downtown to, say, like, to the university, but also to the airport. And so there's a feeling that things are changing. There's a lot of excitement in the media, and like when you look around downtown, you're seeing things becoming beautiful. You're seeing activity downtown, and a lot of it has been geared towards, and not, it hasn't been a secret that really the changes that's been happening has been targeting the young professional crowd. So primarily saying, okay, well, we have students coming in from all over the world. We want them to make South Bend their home. And so it's been about really making a pretty space, a beautiful space that is geared primarily towards bringing in new people. And the investment that we've seen, even how we've been using our tax dollars, has been going to exactly that. I mean, building luxury apartments downtown, studio apartments that start at around $1,200 to $1,500 a month. And people are asking the question, well, who can afford that? There's certainly no one in South Bend. And the answer has generally been, oh, yeah, but, for people who are coming in from New York or LA or these big cities, that's nothing. That's an inexpensive apartment. So the big question is, what about us? The people who live in South Bend. One of the statistics I've been talking about, and a lot of local activists we've been pushing for the last 5 years, is 54% of the people in South Bend, the working people of South Bend, live paycheck to paycheck. Basically based on, that's the Alice report that the United Way puts out for cities all over the country. And when you have half of the people who are working hard every day, just not being able to make ends meet, there's a problem. And so the excitement that you're hearing about is really primarily about downtown, and it's great prosperity and it's great growth, but that growth and prosperity has really only touched a very small segment of our community.
But this goes to a broader point. You look at people like Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, Joe Biden, Beto O'Rourke, as councilmen, as senators, as congresspeople. They take a whole lot of money from real estate developers, special interests. But Mayor Pete, obviously on an executive level, he's doing what Cleveland has done, Portland has done, Seattle has done, San Francisco has done, Chicago, LA. I mean, I could go on and on, which is
this buzzword, economic development, but to bring in basically people not native to those communities to basically make a beautiful 10 to 15 block radius and let the rest rot. Do you feel like not just the mayor, but in general, efforts by politicians like this are essentially efforts to just drive out the poor people and make it a nice, yuppie, younger area?
Well, gentrification is real. Part of when I said I moved out, I left town, went to college. I actually lived in San Francisco, Oakland, that Bay Area for a number of years before it looks like it does today. And so even then I saw, the banks of the Bay, with all the industrial parks. It was really run down at that time. But I was looking at that and saying, wow, like this is like the most beautiful place to live. You have a beautiful skyline of the city. Every night it's warm, all of those things. And sure enough, everybody saw that too. So I had a little window into what gentrification looks like just before it happened. So when I moved back, the area in which I live, like I said, it was really had fallen into blight and decay. There was lots of violence, lots of shootings, things I had never experienced growing up, but it was certainly something that was happening on a pretty much daily basis now. And yet they started, they transformed the local elementary that like I could literally see from my house, and the high school, they actually closed it in the area and made it an intermediate academy. So now all of a sudden we had the intermediate academy and the elementary academy, the premier schools right in the middle of the hood. And that's when I knew it's like, okay, wait, this isn't going to be the hood for long. And sure enough, that's kind of when things kind of ramped up with the 1,000 houses. Now, what I do believe, I don't believe that the Buttigieg administration had this nefarious plot to intentionally drive out poor people and people of color. But what's really important to know is that there's a difference between, what do you want to focus on, the intention or the impact? What's important is the impact. It doesn't matter if that's not what we meant to do. What's actually happening is that poor people and people of color are losing assets through this traditional method of economic development. And that's what we've been talking about a lot here. A lot of the conversation has been, well, we need investment in these outer neighborhoods before these homes continue to deteriorate. We already tore down so many homes because of the vacant and abandoned problem. Well, if we don't do something, we're just going to be creating more vacant homes because the homes are deteriorating fast. And, what we're met with, well, the research says, and traditional models say, and this is what happened in Baltimore. And, well, this is how it's always done. And so what my refrain is, well, what they say, if you do what you've always done, you'll get what you've always gotten. And what we've gotten and what cities all over the country have gotten with traditional methods of economic development.
That's great. Hey, in the flesh, Ben Norton with The Gray Zone, independent journalist. You've had a hell of a time getting here in the New York City subway.
Yeah, New York City needs to fund the subway system.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. So I wanted to have Ben here because I think it's important to say I know what I know and I know what I don't know. I'm okay on foreign policy, but I'm not a wizard. He is. He's with The Gray Zone,
But Jordan is pretty good, and it's good that you actually provide coverage of a lot of these issues, because even a lot of progressives, they don't really pay too much attention to what's going on outside of our borders. So
Right.
it's always good that Jordan does as well.
So let me give an update first. We are now at, thanks to a couple donors, 60,627 bones. Thank you, Gene, $50. Barbara, $10. Michael, $10. I'm not good at math, but I believe that is 300 and I don't know, 300 and something dollars away from 61,000. Maybe Ben's intelligence will prompt you to donate. Remember, we're trying to raise this money so we can cover the campaign, so keep it coming. So before I get to Ben's thoughts on Iran, I want to set it up, because honestly, like with Iraq, Venezuela, the rest, you're not just dealing with crazies like Bolton, but you're dealing with their public relations stooges in the corporate media. So let's listen to a clip from Martha Raddatz. Martha Raddatz with ABC from this morning. Here we go. Listen to a clip from Martha Raddatz.
of the range of possibilities that the president was provided. Now, he didn't tell us what he was going to do. But I think it is to his credit that before the president took action, he wanted to just listen to Republicans and Democrat leaders in Congress and see what they thought, and he listened.
So what was your reaction when you heard he wasn't going ahead with a kinetic or military strike?
Well, I think it's a hard judgment call. The president is clearly trying to navigate a fine line to show that you cannot attack Americans and American military equipment without having a response. At the same time, he's very conscious of not getting on an escalatory ladder that leads to a military conflict that neither side wants. So you want to be strong enough to show you can't push us around, but you also don't want to get on a path that takes you in a dangerous direction. That's what he's trying to navigate.
So President Trump,
you know, if our
You've got the additional sanctions. You've got these cyber attacks. Do you think that's enough? In your eyes, would it be proportional if he does anything less than a military retaliatory strike after they shot down a $130 million drone in an unprovoked attack?
Well, that's going to really depend on the Iranians. You know, this story is not over. And the question is, how do they respond to this relatively restrained response by President Trump? Now, if they come and say, okay, we need to talk, we don't want to let this get out of hand, that's one thing. If they go back to mining tankers, shooting at American aircraft, the sort of pattern of activity we've seen since April, then obviously the president has a whole range of additional responses that he could employ. But he's given himself a lot of headroom, if you will. There's a lot. There are a number of other military and probably other actions that could be taken if the Iranians decide that they want to continue this aggressive, provocative sort of behavior.
Okay, but they have already shot down a drone, and I want to remind you of some of the language that President Trump has made in the past. Let me read from a year ago to Iranian President Rouhani. Never, ever threaten the United States again, or you will suffer consequences the likes of which few throughout history have ever suffered before. We are no longer a country that will stand for your demented words of violence and death. Be cautious. And now he is basically saying he appreciated them not shooting down a manned aircraft. He said perhaps the strike on the drone was just by some loose and stupid person. Is he softening his stance?
Well, I think he's giving the Iranians every opportunity to back out of this cycle of increasing violence that they have embarked upon.
So you get the point there. It seems like we're very focused on they shot down a $130 million drone because it's all about Raytheon and Boeing and all that. And it seems like the anchor, I don't know if you feel this way, was kind of prodding for a more aggressive tone from, in a rare case, a Republican kind of calling for restraint.
There's no question. I mean, this is a war that is being driven by the corporate media and by neocons in the Trump administration, especially John Bolton. And it's very clear that the corporate media has taken the side of hawkish elements of the military, of John Bolton, of Mike Pompeo, and are once again showing that they prefer attacking Trump from the right. They claim that Trump is not being hawkish enough, even though, of course, what was entirely left out of all of that discussion there was, one, the Trump administration did respond with attacks. The Trump administration has said that it responded with cyber attacks. So we know that the Trump administration is responding to this act. And also, let's interrogate a few of the talking points. She said it was an unprovoked attack. That is insane propaganda. Not even the Trump administration claims that. It was provoked by a variety of things. One, the Trump administration sent this drone into what Iran said is its territory. It's territorial airspace. The Iranian government has released the exact coordinates of the drone, the exact coordinates showing the longitude and latitude of where the drone was when it was shot down. And then the drone landed in Iranian territorial waters, which they then recovered. So they actually have part of the drone because it landed in their sovereign territory. So it's a lie. According to
I didn't hear that on CNN.
Of course not. and Iran says it's taking this information to the United Nations to show it says that it's incontrovertible evidence. Of course, they don't mention that part. And even if you dispute that part, the U.S. provoked this by withdrawing unilaterally from the Iran nuclear deal, which they made no mention of, and imposing illegally crippling sanctions on Iran that have suffocated the economy and essentially amounted to a kind of economic blockade.
Could you expand on that? Because you always just hear them like casually be like the sanctions. Could you point out the illegal nature of the sanctions?
So when we say sanctions, we need to realize that this is an indirect form of warfare. It is killing people. So as another example, we saw a new report released about a month or two ago by leading economists, including Jeffrey Sachs, who is a very prominent Columbia University economist. And he co-authored this report from the Center for Economic and Policy Research that showed that in 2017 and 2018, in just 2 years, U.S. sanctions on Venezuela led to the preventable excess deaths of 40,000 Venezuelans who are dying because they can't get medical support that they need because the sanctions have prevented the import of medicine, prevented the import of medical equipment needed to fix surgical machines, etc. So 40,000 Venezuelans have died, at least in a conservative estimate, thanks to these sanctions. The sanctions applied on Iran are pretty similar. We don't have a study showing how many have died, but we have reports, even in mainstream corporate media, about how Iranians cannot get access to important medicine, important medical equipment, and surgical equipment. Iran now can't export its oil because the U.S. has reimposed sanctions on Iran and has threatened U.S. allies. The Trump administration is threatening its own allies with secondary sanctions to try to suffocate and strangle Iran, because the idea is we can't wage a conventional war, although John Bolton is trying and the media is helping him, but they know that for a variety of reasons we can talk about, it would be very difficult to wage a direct military war. So instead, they continue escalating the tension to justify these crippling sanctions that are not only punishing the Iranian government, which is ostensibly what they target, but also Iranian civilians who their economy has been crippled, they have difficulty finding work, they can't export goods that they produce domestically, so not just oil, but Iran also produces a lot of things like pistachios, almonds, of course things like rugs and textiles. A lot of these goods that were a key element of the Iranian economy, now it's being suffocated and crippled, just like Venezuela, like Cuba. So the idea is that you can prevent this country from providing, the government from providing a steady standard of living for the civilian population, and then supposedly they're going to rise up and overthrow the government. It is, by definition, collective warfare against the entire civilian population, but is never mentioned in corporate media. And if they do mention sanctions, like you said, it's just quickly in passing, and they treat it as an ABC reporter, ostensible reporter said, as a form of benign warfare. It's benign because you aren't shooting bullets, but you are still killing people.
That actually is a good segue to this. Hold on.
Trump's decision this week to call off that strike the right one?
See, it's like somebody setting a fire to a basket full of paper and then putting it out. He helped create the crisis, and then he stopped the attacks. The idea that we're looking at a president of the United States who, number one, thinks that a war with Iran is something that might be good for this country.
He was just doing a limited strike.
Oh, just a limited strike. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I just didn't know that it's okay to simply attack another country with bombs, just a limited strike. That's an act of warfare.
Great response. Excellent response from Bernie.
I don't know if I like the response better than war. War. But no,
one quick note, just because he has CNN on right here, and they are interviewing Pence, and the bottom says, oh, they moved it, but the bottom said, Pence, the U.S. will not tolerate threats against our country. So that just says everything. Bernie has the proper response. Iran isn't threatening anyone. We are the one who have continued to threaten Iran. And saying, oh, it's only a limited strike. It's saying, oh, we're not going to kill you. We're just going to cut off your arm.
Right.
What?
And
what kind of response is that?
And by the way, said a limited strike. I don't know what the actual numbers were, but they were saying possible 150 people dying. I mean, maybe in the United States, kind of collateral damage, that's not a big deal. But I would find it a big deal if 150 people in my country were just...
What if Iran did a limited strike on New York and killed 150 people?
What if they killed 2 people?
Yeah, we would be, if they injured people, we would be at war immediately. But the idea is, it's a limited... What does a limited strike even mean? Okay, we're not going to destroy all of Tehran. We're just going to kill 150 people. This is so crazy. And Bernie had the proper response. He said, it's like you begin starting the fire, and then after you've lit the fire, you put it out and you say, look how restrained I am. You're the one who set the fire. You're the one who withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal that was negotiated by the international community. And a quick note on this, because you asked about this. Of course, the corporate media never even, when they do mention that the Trump administration illegally, unilaterally withdrew from the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, which is the official name of the Iran nuclear deal. When they do mention that Trump did that, they don't mention that it wasn't just Iran and the U.S. Even if you watch progressive media, you would think that it was just between those 2 countries. No, the Iran nuclear deal, again, the JCPOA, was negotiated by the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council and the European Union, and also Germany. So that means that it's not just the U.S. and Iran, it's also France, Britain, China, Russia, Germany, and the European Union. All of those countries, including, again, the entire EU, and China, the largest country in the world, they have continued with this agreement. And the EU, from the European Union Foreign Policy Chief, Federica Mogherini, repeated last week in a press conference that Iran has been staying in compliance with the agreement. Iran has been very patient. Regardless of what you think about the Iranian government, this is not about the Iranian government. This is about the fact that under international law, Iran is the one that has been complying. And the Trump administration in May 2018 illegally, in violation of a UN Security Council that the U.S. agreed to, tore up this agreement and then in November reimposed sanctions. This is entirely in every single way illegal. There is no legal justification. And instead of the media mentioning that, they're actually pressuring Trump to escalate that aggression further.
Right. Well, one thing, because we were texting during the week, because I always think it's all over oil, but in this case, a little bit oil. But Iran was complying. There's been no evidence that they weren't, other than propaganda from the media. So what is really Bolton's... Because it really is, it seems, Bolton, Pompeo dictating, and Trump just don't start a war, but, if you want to do a little bit. What is their end game? Basically to just take that part of the Middle East and take control? What's really, obviously, John Bolton kind of comes from the John McCain, like bomb, 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 Iran. What's the end game in terms of what is the geopolitical gain they're trying to achieve?
Well, oil is always part of it. And the reality with all of these conflicts is that there's never one factor. There is a multiplicity of factors. So when people say it's because of this, it's because of this, well, those are all true. It's because of all of those things. So it's because of oil, it's because of geopolitics, it's because of the military-industrial complex, it's because of arms deals, it's because of Saudi Arabia and Israel, it's because of Iran's support for groups that are challenging the U.S. and its allies. It's because of all of those factors. But oil, we'll talk about it for a second. Oil is certainly a factor. The Middle East is the most oil-dense, fossil fuel-dense region of the entire world. And the entire global economy is predicated on access to cheap fossil fuels. Just imagine what it would be like if we didn't have access to cheap oil, cheap gas. Everything in our economy would instantly, overnight, just double, triple, quadruple in price. And think about the domestic repercussions in terms of what that would mean politically, right? Where the price of food goes up because you need oil to transport that food across the ocean, and then you need the trucks to transport these goods and food. So then other goods, because everything's imported, there's not a lot of stuff produced locally. So,
well, because we've sold our jobs to China and Mexico.
Exactly. Yeah. So oil is certainly a big part of it, and Iran is one of the largest oil producers in the world. Iran has very large oil reserves, and Iran is one of the primary competitors in the region. Mm-hmm. Iran is not an international power, it is a regional power competing against Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is, of course, Trump's favorite. Trump and Kushner, they took their first foreign trip to Saudi Arabia. Trump sword danced with the Saudi monarchy. It's just so outrageous and crazy. And part of the Trump administration's strategy to bring jobs to the Rust Belt states, supposedly, is the military-industrial complex, and he signed $100 billion of, at least supposedly, of arms sales with Saudi Arabia, and
he actually said on Meet the Press it's up to $450 billion they're getting. Who knows if that's true? But
in different forms of investment. So they have all these deals together, and the idea is that Saudi Arabia, of all the countries in the world, this is a brutal, absolute monarchy, a complete theocracy, way worse than Iran in every way. You know, Iran is certainly, there's a lot to criticize, it has theocratic elements. Iran also is a republic. You know, you hear people like Tom Cotton always call it the Islamic Republic, because they're trying to appeal to people's, base Islamophobic sentiments. But they are a republic, whereas Saudi Arabia is an Islamic monarchy, dictatorship. They have no pretense of democracy. In Iran, they elect their president, and in fact, their presidential elections have 70-some% turnout, which is significantly higher than our elections. So regardless
of course, the U.S. says they're rigged, just like they say Venezuela's was rigged.
Exactly. And as if ours wasn't. I mean, the media rigs our elections. I mean, despite the fact that, these are for-profit private companies that control access to the actual votes. But aside from that, I mean, anyway, there's a lot to talk about there. But the point is that Saudi Arabia, which is an absolute monarchy that beheads peaceful dissidents and recently crucified protesters from the Shia minority, the U.S. is working with this country. The Trump administration's idea is to take Saudi investment and put it into key states in the Rust Belt and swing states, and then use that to create new jobs, and then try to win the 2020 election. So Saudi Arabia.
So those are the plants that are going to reopen. Trump was talking about bringing back the plants.
Exactly.
They're not like automobile plants. It's weapons.
He actually said this recently. He was talking about a weapons facility in Pennsylvania, in a rural town, and he was like, "Yeah, we want our jobs to stay there because these jobs are so important." And as Chris Hedges wrote about in his book, it's actually the same town in Pennsylvania that the American Office takes place in. The Office.
Oh, yeah,
I've forgotten the name, but it's in Chris Hedges' book.
Yeah.
He visited this town where basically the only significant local employer are people making ammunition and weapons.
And in Chris Hedges' books, it's basically like an apocalyptic setting where basically the town is just dead. There's no industry left. It's just like a lot of the towns I've visited, kind of Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and they're all dead because of deindustrialization, offshoring, and this and that. But now weapons.
Exactly. You can make minimum wage and barely survive making weapons to kill people. And then, of course, you need to use those weapons. So all of these factors are a big thing. But back to oil.
Scranton. Yeah.
Scranton. But going back to the question of oil. So part of the reason you can tell this is about oil, obviously, is because the Trump administration is trying to prevent Iran from exporting its oil to other countries and also preventing Venezuela. So what that forces is now U.S. allies like Japan, South Korea, Turkey, India, countries that had been importing Iranian oil, are now forced to buy oil from Saudi Arabia and the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
And the U.S. has now become one of the largest, probably the largest producer of oil in the entire world. And actually, Obama bragged about that. But
well, I want to bring that up, actually. I have a story that I might actually keep you for after this. But that's why you see under Obama and now Trump, the doubling and tripling down of these frack gas pipelines. They're not using it for independence here. We're using it to export and make money off for the donors. ExxonMobil, Sunoco Logistics, Energy Transfer Partners. It's all a money-making scheme for donors, oil companies, this and that. So, you hear these Republicans say, well, we need the energy independence. Well, are your gas prices going down significantly? No, because it's being exported. That was just a tangent.
No, exactly. So it's not just that we want access to Iran's oil, which is certainly part of it. Iran does nationalize its oil, like Mohammad Mossadegh, the former prime minister of Iran, did in the early 1950s, and then in 1953, he was overthrown in a CIA-backed coup, also backed by the British. And the Iranian government today, once again, controls its oil. The state controls its oil for its own enrichment, for its own people.
Which is also why, correct me my history if I'm wrong, that's originally why the U.S. didn't like Castro, because he wouldn't give up the oil.
Well, Cuba doesn't really have significant oil, but Castro threatened the U.S. in so many ways because, one, what he represented was a deep political symbol right in what the U.S. called its backyard with this colonial language and the Monroe Doctrine, which now the Trump administration has brought back. John Bolton is talking about Venezuela as our backyard in the Monroe Doctrine. But you had Cuba, this independent country that had a socialist revolution that kicked out all the landlords and slave owners and then nationalized the entire economy and was right close to Florida, right there, and was supporting other national liberation groups, other resistance groups throughout Latin America and the world. I mean, that symbol of independence right in the colonial backyard was so important. I mean, of course, there are elements of natural resources, but in Cuba, it's different. In Venezuela, they have the largest oil reserve in the world, so that's very different from Cuba. And then in Iran, it's not, so oil is certainly part of it. And like I said, you can tell because the U.S. is preventing India, which had been the second largest importer of Iranian oil, from buying any Iranian oil. And actually, what's interesting is this is alienating U.S. allies like India, like South Korea, like Iran. I mean, it's like Japan, rather. So when we'll talk about this whole stupid Gulf of Oman incident, which is very sketchy, very questionable. But while this was happening, the Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was visiting Iran for the first time since the revolution, 40 years, the 1979 revolution. And one of the things that they've been discussing is Japan wants to try to import Iranian oil, so they're trying to figure out a way to go around U.S. sanctions. And in addition to that, India, which has a far-right government, it is not a progressive government, but even they, simply because of the virtue of geopolitics, because of the geography of where India is located, which is quite close to Iran, they want to import cheap Iranian oil, so they're trying to find a new mechanism to import Iranian oil by rupees instead of the U.S. dollar. So ironically, in some ways, as much as this is strangling Iran, it's also weakening the U.S. petrodollar, because the majority of the countries in the world maintain their reserve currency in the U.S. dollar, and they trade many international goods in the dollar, and especially oil. And Saudi Arabia helps to undergird the power of the petrodollar by doing all of its oil transactions in the U.S. dollar.
Explain the petrodollar to the audience.
Well, that's the petrodollar. It's called petrodollar because most countries in the world, even if they don't have anything to do with the U.S., if it's Saudi Arabia and Turkey, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, if they're doing Saudi Arabia and France, it might be different for France, but many other countries, if they do trade with Saudi Arabia, almost always Saudi Arabia is selling the oil for U.S. dollars. So what that does is it makes sure that the U.S. dollar is maintained as the international reserve currency instead of something like gold or, I mean, libertarians will talk about this stuff.
Which means we don't mind if Saudi Arabia butchers Yemen.
Exactly.
Or butchers.
Not only do we not mind, we're helping.
Right.
I mean, a U.S. drone was just shot down in Yemen, showing that the U.S. is directly implicated in this war, supporting Saudi Arabia. But anyway, so getting back to Iran. But then there are some other factors. So Saudi Arabia is a big part of this. Also, there's simply domestic distraction. The Trump administration is unpopular. They have concentration camps in the southern border. And yes, they are for-profit, privatized concentration camps. Concentration camps and death camps are not the same thing.
I don't agree with the concentration, but whatever. Go ahead.
Well, death camps and extermination camps are different. Because, I mean, the U.S. had concentration camps for Native Americans. The whole reserve system was based...
Well, the Japanese internment camps.
Internment camps. The British had concentration camps in South Africa for the Boers. The German colonialists had concentration camps in Southwest Africa. So, anyway...
I personally think... We don't have to get into it big time, but I think the terms like concentration camps and things like that, and Nazis are kind of like thrown around a little too loosely. When different terms could be used. But go ahead.
I agree. I wouldn't.
It's not. Yeah. There's no point in stressing it. But I think. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, we can get away from this in a second. But the point simply is that we associate concentration camps, of course, with the Holocaust, but they have a much longer history before the Nazis, and they have a much longer American history. In fact, Hitler and the Nazis got the idea for concentration camps from the Americans and British. But anyway. So the point is that Trump can use Iran as a political distraction and say, we're being threatened right there. I mean, it's on CNN nonstop. We're being threatened by these foreign boogeymen, by the Islamic Republic of Iran, by the mullahs.
Well, by the way, which you pointed out, and a lot of people know this, but some people don't. The original reason Iran went into revolution is because we overthrew their democratically elected leader in the 1950s, Mossadegh.
And that led to leaders that were, like in many other cases, not so good. But it was our engineering that did that.
Of course. Mohammad Mossadegh was not a communist. He was a very progressive Republican with a small r. He believed in creating a democratic republic and overthrowing the monarchy, and he greatly restricted the power of the monarchy, which the monarchy, of course, hated. Right. And the monarchy worked with the CIA and British intelligence, MI6, to overthrow the country, the government in Iran, on behalf of BP, what we call BP today, which at the time was called the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which later rebranded as British Petroleum.
And what the CIA did then, they're doing now, well, they tried to do with Venezuela, which was staging protests, training rebels, and things like that. They were staged photographs in the case of Iran, paid protesters, that kind of thing. So, it's kind of like some things don't change.
It's all part of the same playbook.
Yeah.
But so aside from the political distraction in oil, another reason is that simply if you look at this very important geopolitically strategic region, all you have to do is look at a map. Iran is what connects South Asia and East Asia to West Asia, to the Middle East, which is really just West Asia, and then into Europe. Iran has a key strategic importance, and Iran used to be part of what was called the twin pillar foreign policy of the U.S. government. It was Saudi Arabia and Iran. It wasn't actually even Israel. Israel didn't become like a really serious U.S. ally until 1967. Before that, even in the 1956 Suez Crisis, for instance, it was Britain and France and Israel fighting against Egypt, and the U.S. actually took Egypt's side, interestingly. So before that, Iran had been a key, before the revolution in 1979, Iran was one of the key pillars. Literally, they referred to it as one of its twin pillars. Saudi Arabia in the western part of the Middle East, Iran in the east, and that they helped maintain American and British control over this very important region. Free trade agreements, multinational corporations, fossil fuel companies, the arms industry could do whatever they want. These compliant regimes that were just proxy regimes that, in a kind of quid pro quo, the Americans and the British, this is following a British colonial strategy, right? The British helped create the Saudi monarchy, and the British helped reinstall the Shah. The Shah was what took over again after Mossadegh. So the Americans continued the strategy of, we prop up the royal family, and in return, the royal family lets our corporations just completely dominate your natural resources, control the region, prevents other countries from, like Russia, the Soviet Union at the time, or Russia today, or China, from having military bases and control in this region. The only Russian military base in the area is in Syria, which is one of the reasons they want to overthrow Syria. Meanwhile, the U.S. has military bases all throughout the region, and you can look at there's good memes showing why did Iran put itself in the middle of all of our military bases? I mean, imagine with the war in Afghanistan, you have to have those troops somewhere. Imagine what the U.S. could do if it controlled this important strategic area. So they want to return to the days of the Shah, when Iran played ball, when it did business with Western companies, when it allowed them, free reign to access this area that they could just simply go through for trade between Europe to the Middle East, to South Asia, to East Asia. Iran is a thorn in their side, and it's really the only powerful country in the Middle East that is not simply going to roll over when the U.S. government tells it to roll over. Saudi Arabia, completely a proxy of the U.S. They'll do whatever the U.S. says. Israel is like the 51st state. We give more military aid to Israel than any other country. I read recently that something like 1/4 of Israelis are Americans. I mean, this is, Chomsky calls it a large U.S. military base in the Middle East, which is, there are elements of independence, but it's really part of the American power structure.
I hope my Zionist father isn't watching.
Yeah. Well, whatever. I mean, that's just true. And that's not even necessarily, that's not an insult.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just true.
No, you're right. I mean, Israel is strategically the most important country for the United States.
In the Middle East, yeah. Absolutely. And Saudi Arabia. And it's part of this trinity, right? You can jokingly call it the unholy trinity. The U.S., Israel, and Saudi Arabia, who are working together to strangle these other countries. So the only other countries in the region that are somewhat independent are very weak. Lebanon has a very dysfunctional government that barely exists. Yemen is completely in turmoil right now, which is one of the reasons they're waging war in Yemen. So there are a lot of factors why the U.S. wants to strangle Iran, but we have to go back to understand that revolution in 1979 in which they overthrew the U.S. Shah. They toppled one of the pillars of the twin pillar policy in the Middle East, and have continued to be a thorn in the side of the U.S., regardless of what you think about the government. Again, no one is saying the Iranian government is some great progressive government, but also to stress this one more time, we keep hearing that there's no democracy in the Middle East. Iran, as Colonel Wilkerson, Larry Wilkerson, who is a U.S. retired colonel from the military, he also was a key member of the Bush administration, and Wilkerson actually was chief of staff for Colin Powell. And Wilkerson, who is a constitutionalist Republican, kind of libertarian leaning, he has said that Iran is one of the most democratic countries in the Middle East. And even he acknowledges it. And he's right, that regardless of what you think, again, I'm not a fan of the theocratic policies, and a lot of Iranians are against those and have protested those policies. But Iran does have an elected legislature, the Majlis. They also have an elected president. And the current president, Hassan Rouhani, was reelected in a landslide, and he's a reformist president who has tried to implement some of these more liberal policies. So if we just left Iran alone and actually took our crippling sanctions off and stopped trying to suffocate this country, the Iranian people could actually have even more democracy. But of course, the U.S. doesn't actually care about democracy, and Britain doesn't care about democracy. They want our corporations, they want Western corporations to just completely dominate the region so they can profit.
Right. You're getting a few comments calling you a walking encyclopedia, which you are. I don't know how you have all this information. And the point on Wilkerson, people like Wilkerson, because they speak truth, that's why they're exiled from the media.
Yep.
I mean, you see him once in a blue moon on maybe MSNBC, like very rarely. Thanks for the $10, Chris Garrett, for all you've done and all you do and all you're going to do. And also check out Ben at the Gray Zone. Him and Max Blumenthal do great work. A lot of the stuff that I'm able to report on is because I read them. So they've done great stuff on Venezuela. You were in Colombia recently, which we could talk about.
I'm going to Honduras next week with Max.
And I thought going to the DNC debate was a little scary. Yeah. Thank you, Carrie. $20 in the super chat.
June 28th, by the way, and hopefully when I get back we can talk about it. June 28th is the 10th anniversary of a military coup in Honduras. Honduras elected a centrist president, Manuel Zelaya, who ran on a very, centrist platform, but who became more and more progressive when he realized he came into power and he was like, I can't do anything. All of these corporations and the U.S. government, they're all holding me behind my back. So he moved to the left, and then on June 28th, 2009, under the Obama administration, under the leadership of then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, the military overthrew the Honduran government and then installed a right-wing dictatorship who, surprise, surprise, now has a huge U.S. military base and is allowing American U.S. multinational corporations to completely exploit Honduras. And right now there are massive protests going on against the U.S.-backed coup regime's attempts to privatize education and privatize healthcare. So there you go. I mean, that's a perfect symbol of U.S. foreign policy. Overthrow a democratically elected left-leaning, he wasn't even that left-wing, but a left-leaning president, install a right-wing president who's trying to privatize the entire social security system and education. And now they're killing people on the streets. So this June, next week, is the 10th anniversary of that military coup, and we're going to go report on that.
And by the way, I mean, Trump obviously won his election. I don't think it was the main reason, but anti-immigrant fervor. Well, why do you think you have caravans, which is overblown anyway? People are fleeing Honduras and many other Central American, South American countries because we've destroyed their countries. It's not rocket science, and they're looking for, Trump says, they want to come here because our economy is so booming. No, they want to come here so they don't fucking die and so they can eat.
Exactly. Well, a lot of people are...
One second, we got a super chat from Carl. Ben, love your work. Who's your best friend at the Gray Zone Project?
I love them all. I mean, Max founded the Gray Zone, so he's the guy in charge. But we recently brought on Aaron Mate, and we've been raising some money on Patreon and some donors like you all. So I'm glad you're all supporting Status Quo. You can also support us because in the age of corporate media, one of the only ways to continue doing this kind of investigative work is self-funding and crowdfunding. But yeah, I mean, they're all great teams.
And I'll point out,
we're working with Anya Pompil, who's also really good.
I'll point out also, not only do they try to silence the corporate media, that is, try to silence a Bernie or a Tulsi. I mean, we just got denied credentials for the debate.
I saw that. It's so ridiculous.
It's not like you're getting an invite to the White House. So they try
they had to take away your credentials so they can give CNN 80 credentials.
Right. So, this is what they do. I mean, I don't, to break stories, I don't need access to the DNC debate, but you do need access to challenge these people, because that's, in a digital society, getting up in front of, like, in my case, it would be Joe Biden's campaign people. In your case, it would be talking to impoverished people or challenging oligarchs abroad.
Well, they don't want you talking to Joe Biden because he might accidentally defend segregationists.
Right.
He, like, every time someone puts a mic in front of him, he just says something ridiculous.
And by the way, I didn't even cover it today, but last night, he, at the South Carolina something, he said, we miss another segregationist, he pointed out. In fairness, this guy was a segregationist and then reformed and kind of became, I guess, anti-segregation. He became like a reformer, but he originally was a terrible segregationist. So Joe Biden, it's not like, he can't just be like, I miss the good old days where I could work with Bob Dole. It's got to be like the racist of the racists. Anyway.
And then now there was actually a report last night as well that anonymous Democrats, people in the DNC, are criticizing other Democratic presidential candidates and telling them, stop criticizing Biden.
Yeah.
We don't want you criticizing Biden. And my response was, well, if Biden stopped publicly defending apartheid segregationists, stop saying millennials are lazy because they can't find jobs.
Give me a break, he said.
Yeah. If he stops telling rich donors in the Upper East Side, like rich donors at this fancy hotel where they're eating lobster or hors d'oeuvres, the exact quote was, I really need you.
I badly need you.
I badly need you. And then the other quote, the greatest quote, and I've seen so many good memes now, that is Biden's face. This is his campaign slogan. Nothing would fundamentally change.
Mm-hmm.
If he stops saying that and he stops creepily touching little 10-year-old girls, then he wouldn't be criticized so much.
Right.
And also criticism is not attacking. Those are different things.
Right. But also, I started out the live stream today. The media is only focusing on the fact that, he was just talking about civility. No. For those of you who weren't here, they're not talking about this. He wrote the guy a letter saying, I want you to know, this is to James Eastland, the segregation senator. I want you to know that I very much appreciate your help during the week's committee meeting in attempting to bring my anti-busing legislation to a vote. So this isn't working with somebody I abhor. This is working with a segregationist to pass racist shit. And I don't want to hear that it was in the 1970s, because I can tell you Bernie Sanders wasn't trying to pass anti-busing legislation.
Well, and unlike Biden, Bernie Sanders was actually getting arrested at civil rights protests, whereas Biden has lied about it. So he not only does he do stuff like this, then he lies and says, no, I was marching in civil rights protests. No, you weren't.
No. Maybe Wall Street meetings. So, so we're getting more of a thing on our end. The thing that I personally don't understand is Trump here. Because I think a danger to a society is not someone like, yes, John Bolton is a danger, but someone with no ideology is also a danger, because he could kind of just go with the wind based on the current situation. I think we could be looking at a House of Cards situation. When Kevin Spacey was on that show, he was going to lose re-election, and him and his first lady said, well, let's start a war. And you might think that's far-fetched, but Trump's internal polling, if they show him down 10 to 15 points to either Biden or Bernie, which currently they're down 10 to 12 points to both, in those states, you don't think he'd try to do a distraction? Just like Bush did the surge in 2004 and called John Kerry, like, you're un-American if you're not with the troops. You can say what you want about John Kerry. He's not my cup of tea, but this is what happened. I remember I was in freshman year of college watching the debate between Kerry and George Bush, and he was just basically gaslighting John Kerry, saying, like, if you're not with we don't have time, we can't afford people that aren't with the troops. So I'm concerned because I don't buy that Trump cared that he would kill 150 people. I think Trump is playing, now he's going on Meet the Press. I think he's trying to move a little bit beyond his base, and I think he was trying to look, kind of like, hey, I have a heart here. But I don't think it's beyond reason that we'd start sending in special advisors near Iraq. He just sent 1,500 more to the Middle East. Talk about the
and
Trump
ABC
aspect.
called it a benign military act. Sending troops is benign because they're not shooting bullets yet.
Right.
I mean, it's just propaganda. Well, I think there are two things happening. So this is where we're getting into speculation, right? So we're not entirely sure, but we'll speculate based on some evidence. So the Wall Street Journal just published a report, and of course the Wall Street Journal is Wall Street's journal. It's a conservative paper, and it's sometimes soft on Trump. So, maybe we can be a little skeptical of the story, but I think there's elements of truth. The story shows that Trump is really upset with John Bolton and Pompeo and the Hawks in his administration. Now, I'm not letting him off the hook. He's the one who voluntarily chose them. He surrounded himself by them. But at the same time, it is true that Trump is not a neocon. He's a horrible bigot. He's a horrible racist. He's an idiot. He just has very little in his brain. But he's not a neocon. He campaigned criticizing the Iraq War and the war in Libya. Now, I think part of the reason is he's just stupid, frankly. He's stupid, and he doesn't really get much about foreign policy. So he has surrounded himself by people like John Bolton, who's an extreme war hawk. And as evil as Bolton is, and he's genuinely evil, unlike Trump, he actually is smart. He is a smart guy. He has spent many years, going back to the Bush administration, plotting a way for a war in Iran. He strongly supported the war in Iraq and was a major architect. And anyone interviewing him who doesn't mention that he was an architect of the Iraq War, that is journalistic malpractice. That should be that should be a fireable offense in journalism. It's like this week.
It's a promotable offense.
No, exactly. Well, this week you had corporate media outlets, multiple corporate media outlets, brought on Condoleezza Rice to talk about the so-called Iran threat. They didn't mention in the entire interview that Condoleezza Rice in the Bush administration was an architect of the Iraq War. And of course, she blamed everything on Iran. She said, the Iranians are the troublemakers in the Middle East, is her exact quote. Well, similarly, John Bolton gets all these interviews, and they don't mention his past history of lobbying for war in Iran, the fact that he actually has been keynote speakers at this neoconservative group, United Against Nuclear Iran. UANI, United Against Nuclear Iran. So I've been to some of their summits before, and John Bolton was the keynote speaker, and he has been doing this for years, even before he was installed as National Security Advisor. So he has a long history. Pompeo, of course, was the director of the CIA, another anti-Iran hawk. And as he recently said in an interview at a U.S. military academy, he said, in the CIA, we lied, we cheated, and we stole all the time. We had entire training sessions on it. I mean, he just admits it. So again, we have these morons in the Trump administration who are revealing what U.S. policy has been for many years. So in some ways, it's kind of refreshing, as evil as they are. But so those are the people in the Trump administration, right, who are helping to lead this. And then there's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. According to the Wall Street Journal, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff from the military was slightly more moderate and cautious. I actually think that's probably a fair assessment. Not because the people leading the military are great peace doves, not because they care so much about ending war, obviously not, but because he understood that a war in Iran would be so catastrophic. It could potentially bring in Russia or China, which would be another world war. But not just that, it would lead to millions of deaths. It would be much worse than even the Iraq war, which led to 1 million deaths, because the Iranian military is much stronger, unlike the Iraqi military, which largely buckled because they didn't really have loyalty to Saddam. The Iranian military is much more loyal, has much more morale. During the Iran-Iraq war, 1 million people died in the 1980s, and the U.S. supported Saddam Hussein against Iran in that war, although you never hear the fact that the U.S. supported Saddam when he was carrying out chemical attacks on Iranian and Kurdish civilians, and those chemical weapons were provided who? By the Americans and British, and CIA leaked documents showed that. But anyway, the Iranians in a war, the military is very well trained, well equipped, and has high morale. How are you going to convince 20-year-old Americans to go fight a war in Iran? I mean, imagine...
Because they can't get a job anywhere else.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, imagine the morale of American soldiers fighting. It would be so crazy. And then it could bring in Iraq again. It could bring in Lebanon. It could bring in Syria. It could bring in Yemen. It would be a regional war.
What about Russia?
Well, yeah, Russia and China. I mean, but just regionally, it's possible it could bring in other nuclear powers like China and Russia, but locally it could bring in other regional powers. So it would just be so catastrophic. So anyway, I actually think it is probably true that elements of the U.S. military leadership are telling Trump, we got to be a little careful here because we can threaten them, but if we get into a war, it would be so catastrophic. And not only would it be bad in terms of the sheer life lost, but you talked about domestic repercussions. You know, you're right that oftentimes presidents will escalate a war to try to win re-election. But the difference is, with the Iraq War, even though the Iraq War had record-level opposition, it was after 9/11. And then the Bush administration could use the threat of terror. Saddam is supposedly linked to Al-Qaeda, which was completely false and fake. WMDs. It's very different today. The Iraq War, as unpopular as it was, him escalating it didn't hurt him. A war in Iran, that would probably actually, even though you have these idiot talking heads on these pundits on TV, even Trump's base would not support a war in Iran. It would be completely catastrophic. I don't think it would help re-election. I think it would hurt him. So I think Trump has recognized that Bolton and Pompeo really want war.
But isn't Trump's base attracted to this tough guy thing Trump's got going on?
Yeah, but at the same time, they like it. I think Trump is what he's doing. My personal opinion this is based on speculation. I think he's doing a kind of good cop, bad cop strategy, right? Mm-hmm. So you have Bolton who's foaming at the mouth for war, and then you have Trump who's saying, look, I'm being very responsible. I'm actually the one who's responding to my military advisors, and I'm not taking things too far because I campaigned promising no new wars, which is true. He campaigned on that. And I think, even though he's an idiot, I think intuitively, he's kind of more like what you would call a paleocon. Someone like Pat Buchanan. Paleoconservatives who are skeptical of war and this whole America First thing. Even though it's racist and ridiculous and nothing in any way justifies that ridiculous chauvinism, the anti-immigrant sentiment, that's ridiculous. It's also part of a larger kind of conservatism that's different from the Bush neoconservatism. Mm-hmm. That is what they would call a muscular conservatism, which just means a warmongering conservatism. Yeah. And the idea is we have to defend democracy and freedom and overthrow dictatorships throughout the world. Trump doesn't care about that. Trump's like...
Unless they're in Saudi Arabia, Colombia.
Exactly. And that's always been hypocritical, but Trump is kind of like Pat Buchanan. And actually, Pat Buchanan was just interviewed on Fox News saying that he thinks this war is a stupid idea. He's going back to this kind of paleoconservatism that says, why are we even fighting abroad? Like, let's forget this. So I think he's playing the good cop. I mean, in this scenario, he's not good. But in the good cop, bad cop scenario, and then Bolton is the bad cop. So compared to Bolton, Trump seems more reasonable. And that's how the far right always works, is that if you're on the far right and you have these crazy policies, you surround yourself with someone even crazier and more extreme, and then their extreme policies, which used to be unheard of, now suddenly seem reasonable. Or now suddenly seem, that's the right, and then your policies seem reasonable. It's the same strategy that the Republican Party used with Bush. So now Bush and John McCain, the neoconservative Republicans, are seen as moderates and have a majority approval among Democratic voters. When John McCain died, he was more popular among Democrats than Republicans.
Oh my God, the Democratic Party was like, oh, this brave man, this patriot.
So the way that works is Bush, who used to be seen rightfully as a far-right figure, because he helped take away a lot of our civil rights. He waged this ridiculous war on terror. Domestically, he attacked, the very few safety net programs we had.
Patriot Active.
Absolutely. But he's now seen as a moderate because Trump went on stage and he normalized ideas that were seen as so extreme because they are extreme. Mm-hmm. So then suddenly people like Mitt Romney are portrayed as moderates.
Right.
And I think Trump, to an extent, is doing that with people like John Bolton, who is, again, a mouth-foaming war hawk. So, again, I'm not trying to say that Trump is some kind of dove, but I think he's playing a complex strategy here where, even though he's an idiot, he understands that he can't necessarily wage a direct war on Iran, but he can threaten them and make them seem like the threat and the aggressor, which then allows him to justify the other supposedly non-lethal forms of warfare, like the economic war. So now suddenly, because Iran is supposedly threatening us, which they're not doing, Iran has said many times, we don't want war, but Iran has also said, we're not going to be Iraq. if you wage a war on us, we will defend ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
But then the media takes that as proof. Oh, they're threatening us with war. No, they're saying that they would defend themselves. So all this is distracting from Trump's actual policies and making him seem like a more moderate figure, which is going to play, I think, into the hands of re-election for sure.
Right. Real quick, Carl, Super Chat, $10. Ben and Jordan, what's your favorite artistic medium and why? Mine is probably photography. I really, really like good photography, particularly of impoverished communities globally and domestically. I wish I could do good photography, but I can't hold the camera still.
So you're saying you'd like to just look at extreme poverty and
I don't like it. I don't like it, but I like seeing the raw stuff that you will never see.
Yeah. Poverty's great, but for me, actually, and it's not for political reasons, some people might know, at least like the really nerdy fans, and hell yeah, I'm here for you. I'm actually a musician. And I mean, of course, my big passion in life is politics, and I would feel like an irresponsible person as a human being if I weren't involved in politics, because I feel we have not just like a kind of responsibility, which sounds like noblesse oblige, it sounds kind of weird, but also I think we have a commitment, people who believe in justice and liberation and equality, and people who are privileged, right? And who have been, given more than a lot of people. And also simply as Americans, we have a responsibility to fight back against this injustice. So I'm involved in politics and journalism because I think I have an obligation. But aside from that, I mean, my personal life, I love music. And I compose music and I write music.
Oh wait, did you hear Status Quo's new theme music?
Oh no, I need to hear it.
I'll show you. We have an opera song now.
Our interesting choice.
It's fantastic.
You actually might have heard Moderate Rebels, which is my show with Max Blumenthal. We have like really weird jazz, which people call like NPR and bath salts, and I actually made that music. So I'm really into jazz, but I'm also really into metal and punk.
Nice. Quick update, because I have a couple more questions for Mr. Norton. We're at 60,667. So thank you to Drunken Shife. Drunken Shife. Thank you. Oh man, if we can get to that 61,000, let me tell you something. I will finally sleep well this week. That would be great.
Number.
Can we get to 61,000 so I can go down to Miami with some money in our pockets so we could cover the debate and not go impoverished? For all of you watching, I can't do the math, but I think if 275 watching live, everybody, $5-10, we could do it. So keep it coming. So America's not big on thinking about the future ramifications. They're like, yeah, we'll be out of Iraq in 2 weeks. I think that was Donald Rumsfeld, or whoever said we'll be greeted as liberators and blah, 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 blah. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Iran would be as much of a ground war, but in Iraq, we went into Iraq, cowboy guns a-blazing with no strategy on how to get out, and in large part, that's how ISIS was created. It's probably more complicated, but so if we go into war with Iran, that's not exactly like, I don't think they understand that, like, they do it, or maybe they do. You're creating more terrorist groups because it just regenerates, and yeah, if America's going to go around starting wars every decade, you're probably going to create splinter groups and new groups, and that just creates the news cycle, because then you have these terrorist groups that are formed. Of course, I don't defend, two wrongs don't make a right. I don't defend terrorism, but you're going to create more terrorist hate if we go to war with Iran, which hopefully not, but will create attempts on America and be the rationale for future wars.
Well, a few things to respond to that.
I simplified it. It's more complicated.
Yeah. No. There's a lot to respond to, and you made some good points. The first thing is that we have to distinguish Trump from people like Bolton. Again, Trump is an idiot. I think Trump goes a lot with his gut feeling, and he ignores intelligence. And maybe sometimes that's a good thing he ignores intelligence, because I wouldn't trust half the CIA intelligence. But at the same time, he doesn't really, I don't think he gets, for instance, I doubt he knows that Iran is a Shia majority country. And in fact, of all of the people in the world...
It wouldn't surprise me if he didn't even know the difference between Sunni and Shia.
I doubt he knows. I doubt a lot of people in the Trump administration know. Someone like Bolton would know, and Pompeo's kind of stupid too. I mean, he's listened to him speak, he's a moron, but Bolton is smarter. He probably knows, but he doesn't talk about it because the Trump administration is now trying to link Iran to Al-Qaeda, which is so insane because Shia and Iran is kind of theocratic. Again, it is there are elements of democracy and elements of theocracy. And the elements of theocracy are Shia, because it's a Shia majority country. And of all the groups in the world, Shia Muslims are the ones most targeted, attacked, and killed by Al-Qaeda and by ISIS, more than any other group, more than Christians, because there aren't that many Christians in the Middle East, because a lot of them have been ethnically cleansed, more than the Druze minority, which is small, and more than even other Sunni Muslims. And they do kill other Sunni Muslims. Shia mosques are frequently bombed. In fact, if you look at the media reporting on this stuff, they'll be like, Al-Qaeda or ISIS bombs mosque. And then you read like the 5th paragraph and it says a Shia mosque. Almost always. The Hazari minority, all these Shia groups. So the idea that Iran is supporting Al-Qaeda is so insane. Iran has been one of the leading groups fighting Al-Qaeda. Meanwhile, we have a lot of reporting in mainstream corporate media showing that the US, the UK, who support the Saudi and Emirati forces in Yemen, are actually paying and working in alliance with Al-Qaeda inside Yemen to fight against the Houthis, who are Shia. They're like an unorthodox Shia group. So part of this whole, you might have heard the Shiite Crescent, which is this ridiculous kind of sectarian talking point.
Oh, I thought that was a meal I had at Panera.
Exactly. it's like one of those mooncakes.
Yeah.
The Shiite Crescent. It's a mooncake.
Yeah.
No, but like, so the Shiite Crescent they refer to would be the crescent of Iran, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen. And supposedly it's all under the control of Iran. Well, also Iraq, of course. We're going to mention Iraq. Iraq has a majority Shia country as well. So the idea that Iran would support any of these groups would be linked to them is crazy. As an example of this, ISIS attacked Iran near the parliament, the Majlis, and ISIS had a suicide bomb attack in Tehran. And after the attack, Dana Rohrabacher, you might remember, was a really weird far-right Republican in the Congress. He actually said in a congressional hearing, he said, oh, well, if they're attacking Iran, we should support them. I don't care who they are. We should just support them. And then the people talking to him were like, wait, Rohrabacher, we're talking about ISIS. But that moment right there shows the mentality of many people, these neocons, the kind of hawks in the U.S. government, even before Trump and during the Bush administration. In some places, they use the threat of Al-Qaeda, and Al-Qaeda poses a threat to the domestic population, not really to us across the ocean. It does pose a threat to Shia, even to Sunni Muslims who are not extremists, who want to live in a secular state. So they use the threat of Al-Qaeda in some countries to justify war.
Well, wouldn't people say Al-Qaeda does pose a domestic threat to us because of 9/11?
Well, yeah, but outside of 9/11, what other attacks have... I'm not disputing the fact that some Al-Qaeda affiliates do want to attack Americans, of course, but it's the 99% of their attacks are against people in the region.
Right.
And all I'm saying is that Al-Qaeda absolutely poses a threat, but we should not fall into the war on terror rhetoric. Al-Qaeda is not under a bed. Al-Qaeda is not going to attack us. The 9/11 attack...
That's Putin.
Exactly. The 9/11 attacks were horrific. They were also unique and singular, and we have not had anything similar since. There have been some...
And by the way, stoppable, which is a whole other story.
Absolutely. And Saudi Arabia has its hands all over it, and the CIA, we now know... I would recommend my colleague Max Blumenthal has an incredible book out called The Management of Savagery, how the U.S. national security state helped create Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Donald Trump. And he talks about how elements of the CIA, which were recruiting Al-Qaeda after the war in Afghanistan, where the U.S. supported the proto-Al-Qaeda groups that became Al-Qaeda. They were fighting the Soviet Union. And then in Sudan and Egypt and these other countries, the U.S. was recruiting a lot of these Salafi jihadist Al-Qaeda groups because they were fighting against Iran, fighting against Iraq, fighting against the U.S. enemies, fighting against Russia and Chechnya. So there's a long history of the CIA recruiting these assets, and then the FBI locally is like, well, we're going to crack down these extremists. And then the CIA intervenes and says, no, don't go against them. And that's exactly what happened with 9/11. It was entirely preventable in many ways, but that's a whole long story. The point is that the actual scandal it was not an inside job. It was much more scandalous. It could have been prevented, and intelligence agencies and multiple governments, including evil, scary governments like Russia, Putin himself warned that they had intercepted intelligence that there was going to be an attack, but the CIA considered Al-Qaeda to be such a valuable asset, and that it actually fought other elements of the intelligence community, and there was an internal struggle and then the attacks. So it's actually really scandalous, and we still have not dealt with the actual scandal that it was not an inside job. It was actually much worse. It was a reflection of the extreme incompetence of the intelligence community and the Bush administration, and the fact that they were actually preferring to ally with Al-Qaeda in some countries over their own domestic national security. So the war on terror from day one has always threatened our national security much more than it has protected our national security, which is why today in Yemen, after nearly 20 years after the 9/11 attacks, the U.S. is supporting Al-Qaeda in Yemen after arming Al-Qaeda in Syria for the past 8 years. So anyway, the point is that where does Iran fit into all of this? Iran has been one of the forces fighting against Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Iran played a key role with the Syrian government in Russia in fighting ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Syria. Iran also helped the Iraqi government fight ISIS in Iraq. Meanwhile, the U.S. was supporting many of these so-called rebel groups that either were allied with or defected to ISIS and Al-Qaeda and brought along their U.S. weapons and their U.S. training with them. So there's a lot to say in response to the original point you made, but the thing is, a U.S. war on Iran would not necessarily lead to the rise of terrorist groups like that, because Iran is a Shia majority country and those kinds of Salafi jihadi groups kill Shia. But we should also keep in mind that there are some Sunni minority groups in Iran, and let's be clear, 99+% of Sunnis are not extremists. They're moderate people who hate extremists who are also targeted by extremists. But there's a small, like with any religion, there's a small percentage of extremists, and it's true that the CIA and the U.S. national security state has a history of weaponizing those forces in places like Iran. So recently, last year, there was a bombing attack on an Iranian military parade carried out by someone from the Sunni minority. And again, I'm not saying that because they're Sunni, they're extremists, but because that minority is there are extremists in the minority who hate the Iranian government because it's Shia, and they carried out a suicide bombing attack in the region of Ahvaz against this military parade, and they killed multiple civilians. And then the leader of the group, who was in Europe, in Denmark, went on TV and said, "Yeah, that was us. We're taking credit for it." So a lot of these terrorist groups that have been killing civilians have a lot of links to Western intelligence services because they think the enemy of the enemy is their friend. These groups want to attack Iran. They want to attack Shia, and in the case of the U.S., they think that's a good thing. So there's so much we could talk about there. The war in Iraq did help give birth to many of these groups, but the war in Iran would just be, it's not like anything we have gone through. It would be so crazy. If they do it, it would be such a crime, it would be hard to imagine. It would lead to so many deaths, which is why it's so important that we have people like Bernie Sanders, also Tulsi Gabbard, Mike Gravel, who you interviewed. It's so important that we have these people speaking out against the possibility of a war, because, again, like, it would make the Iraq war look like child's play.
Right. Quick update. I want to turn to domestic stuff. We are now at, we're almost 3. Oh boy, Carol Edwards coming through again. Carol. Wow. Man, I got to talk to you, Carol. You've donated a few times. We are now that's $150 away from 61,000. Oh, Carol, I need to make you a cake. I think this is your second donation today.
All right,
and it's because of Ben. I'm scamming. Ben's the reason you're donating, but we're taking the money.
Well, I'm glad I can be helpful, because Status Quo, you guys are doing some of the only good, really solid grassroots investigative reporting. And also, I have to say, we'll cut back here for a second. Carol, I hate to do this, But when I saw your name, I just thought of this Always Sunny scene. It's like, Carol!
Yeah.
the insane scene where he's got all this stuff hanging on, like he's got all the things connected, and he's like, Carol, and whatever, anyway.
So I want to ask you, and thank you, Carol. We are now 150 away, so let's try and get 150 more bucks to hit 61,000. I want to ask you about the debates. I don't want to like talk horse race, who's up, who's down. I think Tulsi Gabbard, this is her shot. I mean, I hate to say it, she's not going to win the presidency. That's just the reality. But you know, if you get like a viral moment that actually seeps into the discussion, I don't think CNN or them would replay it over and over. But if she gets a moment where the audience really cheers and she gets a zinger in about, you know, basically like attacking some of the people on stage, it could make a difference. At least rise her in the polls a little bit, maybe an injection of cash so she could be eligible for the second debate. What are you looking for? Because I think Bernie Sanders' biggest mistake in 2016, and, you know, it was David versus two Goliaths when you're facing the Clinton machine, was he kind of went to a knife fight holding a spoon. You know, he kind of like tries to be like, oh, I want to run a positive campaign and win on the issues. That's great, but you also have to like be firm and say, yeah, Joe Biden, you are a servant to Wall Street. That's not a personal attack. That's the truth. Joe, he can't just say, oh, you know, Joe and I differ on NAFTA, you know, on trade agreements. No, you got to say Joe Biden
has touching little girls.
Yes, Joe Biden has supported every toxic trade deal that has destroyed the working class of America. And I think Tulsi Gabbard, who is from Hawaii and is, you know, aloha and all that stuff, also needs to be a little bit more firm, because you're not like the debate moderators are not going to put in facts like you're giving. It's up to Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard to. What are you looking for in the debates?
Well, I'll say clearly in the debates, I'm cheering for Bernie and Tulsi. And I think you're right that they are probably going to be a little careful. If you've looked at the rhetoric of both of their campaigns, they've avoided attacking too many other opponents. But I think they're going to have to take the gloves off.
Actually, I don't know if you saw Tulsi defended Joe Biden on Twitter.
Yeah.
Which I didn't quite get.
Well, no, because she's doing that whole aloha thing. I get it. Look, there are some things I strongly disagree with Tulsi on. No one's perfect, you know, and
Bernie,
and well, Bernie too. I mean, Bernie's a little different. I mean, he's done some stuff in the past. He's supported the war in Libya, but like a lot of people did, and that's not unique. So you can criticize that. You know, there are some things about Tulsi. I think she's really refreshing in a lot of ways, and as good as Bernie is, and I think he actually has a very serious chance of winning the presidency. I think Tulsi, unfortunately, doesn't have a very realistic chance, but it's very important that she's running because she is running a foreign policy-based platform, which is unheard of for progressives. For me, as someone as a journalist who focuses a lot on that, it's amazing. Like, she's making anti-war politics the key message of her campaign as a military veteran who has served in Iraq, the Iraq War twice, and seen people die in the senseless, pointless war for empire that did not result in any freedom or democracy for anyone. All it did was help large corporations and the Bush administration get off like bandits. Mm-hmm. So for her, it's personal. That message resonates with people, and she can speak to even Republicans who might, you know, be more conservative on social issues, but who are intuitively anti-war and maybe anti-big business. So I think, even though I disagree with some of her views on things like India and some other stuff, I think at the same time she is playing a very progressive role and is helping to push people to the left and is actually talking about what we've been talking about: the regime change war in Syria, the regime change war in Libya, regime change against North Korea, which potentially could have brought nuclear apocalypse upon Hawaii and other parts of the country. So it's very refreshing to see her. Bernie, you know, I think Bernie's been great. And again, no one's perfect. He's in the very limited confines of the U.S. formal political system. He's the best you're going to get.
I also think if Bernie goes like full comrade, Bernie knows I got to pick off like 5 to 10% of the establishment vote,
which he can easily do. Look, I
don't know about easily, because I think I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but you tell me why 24 people are running. 10 of them have, actually more than 10 have zero chance. I'm not saying there was like a meeting and like, let's run a crap load of people just to make sure, because at the end of the day, it's possible that no one is going to get enough delegates on the first ballot to win the nomination, and then, oh, look, they moved the superdelegates to the second ballot. So that's speculation, but it is very possible. Even Biden cannot get enough delegates, because if the donors split up the money, that all these people like Gillibrand and Booker and Hickenlooper and all these people can continue running through most of the primary, you could have enough people getting 3%, 4%, where there's not enough delegates to win on the first ballot.
I forgot some of these candidates even exist. Hickenlooper, really, who is that? But no, I think you're right, and it's not a conspiracy at all. We have evidence. We have the past election showing that there were literally meetings where they talked about how they could kill the Bernie campaign.
They're doing it this time.
Yeah, I'm sure
there was secret meetings in Washington and New York with Nancy Pelosi was there, Chuck Schumer, Terry McAuliffe, Neera Tanden, and others. They weren't, what were they meeting about? Healthcare for all? Come on.
So I think there's a few things to say. In the past election campaign, Bernie, I don't think...
I'm sorry, Ben. I have an announcement to make.
Oh, my God.
I wish I had my blowers, but they're out. $61,000 and $61,010. Mary Hale, I am all about you right now. Mary Hale put us over. Thank you, Tony Clifton, $10. Mary Hale, $150. Thank you. You guys never let status quo down. We are now at $61,000, which is kind of miraculous that since September, from 1,315 people, the biggest donor we had was an anonymous guy. I know who he is, but I'm going to keep him anonymous because he wanted to be. But he's not a celebrity. He's just some working dude in Arizona. Gave us $5,000.
Oh my God!
But other than that, it's been a couple. Some people have donated. Kelly Lane and Andrea Paperno and all these people. Some people have donated like dozens of times. And these are not rich people. These are people that need the money, but feel that independent journalism is just as important. And I know you could talk to this. Like, it is a slog. Trying to raise money. I did not have to do that at TYT because they were an established company. I won't give you my thoughts now, but
and got a massive influx of venture capital funding, but we won't talk about that.
Correct. Conveniently around the time I was born. But it's hard to raise money because you're not like raising money from Wall Street hedge fund managers. You're raising money from progressive working people who are living paycheck to paycheck. And some people ask, like, Jordan, all you do is raise money. Well, if I don't ask for it, who's going to give it to us? We're not having meetings with like Third Way. We're not having meetings with like the usual suspects in fossil fuel or big banks or like, those great corporate bastions at, I don't know, fill in the blank, Walmart? Or no, we're not doing that. So
who makes sponsored content with Vox.com?
Yes. So thank you, Mary Hale. Listen, it's hard to also keep the urgency of a GoFundMe because like once you say like, hey, let's get to $61,000 today, like everyone's like, all right, we can take a break. I'll give you a break. You guys are good for today. I mean, if you want to donate, feel free. But also, it's very important because I feel status quo is more on like, getting out in the field domestically. But I think we also have to support the gray zone and independent outlets like that. Because honestly, I think Tulsi is right. A big part of the just despair and kind of the booming economy is really a myth. This country is essentially a tale of two cities at this point, the rich and everybody else. There's more towns like Scranton that are apocalyptic than the lower east side of Manhattan. But a big reason you have that is the foreign policy. Because I believe in MMT. I think there's enough money to do things. But the government and the presiding thought is we can't spend money on Medicare for all because we have other priorities like the military-industrial complex. So it goes together. We need to shine a light and expose not just the military-industrial complex, but the United States is not the shining city on a sea. Like, I fight because I have an idea of what America should be. But we are one of the most brutal empires in world history. I think, we fled the British. Well, we're kind of doing a lot of what the British did. So it's important to, spread the money around. I know a lot of you support Jimmy and other people. Give what you can. But the Gray Zone does great work. And you guys, I don't want to blow up your spot, just like me, in a lot of cases, you're going on your own dime to go cover these things.
No, entirely. We rely on Patreon, fundraising campaigns, individual donors to help keep us going. I mean, but surprise, surprise, you're not going to get large grants from foundations if you're talking about why socialism is good and why capitalism is bad and why you should oppose war. You're not going to get corporate donations for sure if you talk about why our entire government is controlled by large corporations and our foreign policy is not for freedom and democracy or national security. It's for corporate profits. They're not going to get money. So, and that's really how the muckraking journalists have always done it. If you go back and you look at the greats like I.F. Stone, who ran his own independent newsletter, which was like the blogging of that day, he did it through people who donated to him and subscribers. So it's important to build these audiences. And it's important also just to build networks aside from just the funding. It's important to have, you know, groups of people who can share this with their friends and their families, and they can grow and build not just as a community to receive the news, but to actually act on the news, right? So when you know what's going on in Flint, when you know what's going on at Standing Rock, when you know what's going on in Yemen, around the world, that hopefully translate to some kind of action, right? And the idea of good journalism is you want to inform the public in a democracy. We supposedly live in a democracy to make good decisions for their fellow citizens and their fellow people in their society.
I actually think it's also important, you mentioned beyond the funding, I think it's really important that actual independent outlets support each other. So like, you know, when I get to go on Jimmy Dore, for example, once in a blue moon, he's giving me the really help of introducing our work to a much bigger audience, you know?
Yeah, and shout out to Jimmy. He's brought on Gray Zone folks. Like Anya was on there recently, Anya Parampal. Aaron Mate has been on. So, and Jimmy does great work too. He's doing a lot of similar work like us. And, you know, the more we work together, that's great because...
Well, I've been saying, hey, I'm not complaining, but why isn't there a YouTube just for progressives? I know that Google would probably screw with it.
Well, I know
but we're all going live at the same time, so we're all going at not like maliciously stomping on each other, but we're all kind of like doing our own thing. When, you know, what do they say? Two or three minds are better than one. I would love to have a network. It doesn't mean you can't have separate identities and also have your own thing. But I think progressive media, I'm talking actual progressives, not the ones who say they are, should do more together.
Well, I'll jump in. There's this new group called Means TV. You might know because they made some progressive ads. They work, I think, with AOC and some others.
They did AOC's original viral ad.
And they have launched a progressive, really openly socialist streaming platform. Now, I think that's a good idea. I'm 100% on board, and I endorse them if they want my endorsement. I mean, not that they.
Everyone's going for the Ben Norton endorsement.
In some ways it could be toxic. I get it, but the thing is, you know, sometimes it's good to make enemies. So I don't really, I don't mind making enemies with powerful people. So, but anyway, the thing is, I think that's a great idea. At the same time, though, we need to be fighting in this space, in these spaces that are controlled by corporate media, right? Google owns YouTube. Google is one of the biggest manipulator of our access to information. The algorithms are all hurting left-wing alternative media websites, and they're also hurting libertarian and even right-wing alternative media.
And they have contracts with the Pentagon. But anyway.
Yeah, so there's a really good journalist, Yasha Levine, who's written about how all these big tech companies were gestated by the Pentagon, by DARPA, the Pentagon's research brain. And
I'm honestly shocked that this feed hasn't gone down yet.
I
was just waiting for it. Yeah.
No, it's going to start flickering soon.
Yeah.
But like, look, they are repressing the left, and they're also I'm not a fan of right-wing media, but it's true they're repressing alternative right-wing and libertarian media too. And I'm not saying we should form a political alliance with them, but I'm saying that this doesn't just impact progressives, that these corporate media companies like Google, Facebook, Twitter, they work closely with intelligence agencies, with governments, because they're afraid of regulation, because they're large monopolies who have no oversight by the government, by any democratic accountability. So they have a vested interest in making sure that other corporations like CNN, like Fox, like MSNBC completely dominate our access to information. So I do think it is important to build independent institutions, absolutely. But at the same time, we also need to fight on YouTube, which is what you are doing, which is what we're trying to do. Because right now, YouTube is dominated by a lot of right-wingers. I get recommended Jordan Peterson videos all the time. And if I get recommended another video, I'm going to break my computer. I mean, So it's important.
But I bet
to
you don't
fight
get
these.
recommended status quo videos because
No.
they're suppressing us.
Yep, us too.
I'm telling you, man.
Half our
when I
videos
go,
are demonetized.
Yeah, when I go on all my videos that I've done on Joe Biden keep getting demonetized, and I have to appeal it. But I wonder why. But when I go on Jimmy's show, we get about probably 1,000 new subscribers each time, and the comments are always like, "I didn't even know this existed."
Yep.
Which
Google is. So our website, The Gray Zone, is being repressed really hard by Google.
Make sure you spell that for people because people might be spelling it the wrong way.
It's the American spelling. You can hear some Yankees here. Yankees here. But it's Gray Zone with an A, not with an E. GRAYZONE. TheGrayZone.com. I mean, you can find it on Google, but it's often hard. And
no, I typed it in. It's not the first thing that comes up.
And it used to not be on the first page. And a lot of our articles they don't show up on Google at all. And then if you look at I never thought I'd compliment Bing for the 1% of people who use Bing, which is like my grandparents. But Bing, Yahoo, DuckDuckGo, if you look at search results there, I'm sure status quo is getting hurt by Google. If you look for the Gray Zone and other websites, progressive alternative media, they show up right at the top of DuckDuckGo, Bing, Yahoo. But on Google, they heavily manipulate their algorithms. And again, I'm not a fan of right-wing media outlets, but they sometimes do some work that the corporate media ignores. And the Daily Caller has been reporting on Google suppression. And the Daily Caller has obtained 2 blacklists that Google has of alternative media websites. And they focused mostly on the conservative sites, and there are some being blacklisted. But there are also progressive websites on those blacklists, including Consortium News, which is a great investigative journalism website.
Yeah.
So,
Robert Parry, who died last year.
Yeah.
Does great
So
work.
I agree with you that it's important for us, progressives, to build independent platforms, and that's what we're both doing. But you have a diversity, right, of tactics. So you have to engage with people on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook, and so you're not just preaching to the choir at the same time.
No, I agree. One more question about the debate. So, some of my viewers get mad at me, but I can't just, I got to be honest. I don't see Elizabeth Warren becoming the nominee. If she was, I personally, I'm not telling you what to do, because some people are like, stop telling me what to do. I personally think it's a little extreme to be like, oh, this is Hillary Clinton. I think Elizabeth Warren is far and away much better than Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, this and that. And I don't think we should be so extreme where listen, I want Bernie Sanders. My next would be Tulsi Gabbard. But if it was Warren, she's progressive enough on economics that I would look the other way on, the foreign policy and that terrible stuff. And she's been MIA on a lot of important things. With that said, she's terrible on foreign policy. And nobody calls her on it because they dubbed her the I have a plan candidate, which, by the way, a lot of her plans Bernie Sanders already had. But because she puts it on her website, suddenly it was hers. What are your thoughts on Warren? Because it seems to me like the strategy right now is for the establishment to prop up Warren, take percentage points away from Bernie, hopefully eliminate Bernie, and then they're just going to attack Elizabeth Warren.
I agree with most of what you said. One thing, I don't think you're going to turn the other cheek, or turn the other, whatever you said. You're going to look away. No one's going to look away from her weaknesses, and she has many. I agree that she's not the same as Hillary Clinton. Calling her a neoliberal is not fair. Joe Biden is completely a neoliberal.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris is a neoliberal. These are people funded by Wall Street who will help privatize the economy. They might claim maybe they'll do something on healthcare, but they're not going to support universal healthcare. They are neoliberals in the sense of they believe in the free market and free trade. Elizabeth Warren is decidedly not that. Now, Elizabeth Warren is also decidedly not Bernie Sanders. Right. Bernie Sanders, regardless of his weaknesses, is way better than Elizabeth Warren.
I agree.
Elizabeth Warren, who used to be a Republican, and again, I'm not anti-Warren. She has some important ideas.
I actually think Bernie hasn't gone as far as her on breaking up Amazon and things like that.
On some things. The thing about Warren, though, is Warren represents a kind of, on the right in Europe, there's this thing that people refer to as the social right. Now, I don't want to say social nationalism because that's similar to National Socialism, right? That is fascism. The thing is, there is a kind of it's often Catholic kind of style conservatism in Europe, that believes in supporting Social Security and supporting the poor. They're also anti-LGBT, anti-abortion, anti-women's rights. Of course, I oppose all those things 100%. But the thing is, we in the U.S. are so used to both conservatives, both Democrats and Republicans, the establishment wings have always been neoliberals. They've always been like, privatize everything, free the market. Now, what's happening is there's a kind of rise on the right here in the U.S. of some Republicans who actually are criticizing Amazon, who are criticizing billionaires, and that is a kind of social conservatism. So if you listen to Tucker Carlson, for instance, he endorsed Elizabeth Warren's economic program, and he'll say things like, why do we have big banks controlling our economy? We should support blah, 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 the common man. It's a kind of fake populism, and of course I don't support it. I'm a progressive, I'm on the left. I support progressive, liberal, social rights values in terms of, access to abortion, women's rights, LGBT rights, 100%. The thing is, Warren is kind of softening. She's trying to appeal to the social conservatives. Mm-hmm. She's softening some of her, thing about socials, we use the word in different ways, but she's softening some of the civil rights issues, like women's rights, abortion. I mean, she still supports those things, but she's campaigning and trying to win over some of these social conservatives who like Tucker Carlson and who say, maybe I don't agree on abortion, and maybe I'm a conservative Christian, but why are these banks controlling our economy?
Well, she's also softening is an understatement, totally just not talking about Medicare for all anymore.
No, exactly. So which is why Tucker Carlson went on TV and endorsed her economic program. Also, if you look at her economic program, she's essentially it's not a surprise that she was a Republican. She still kind of is a conservative in her values, but she's anti-big business. And there are conservatives who are anti-big business, right? And
she believes in a free market that's regulated.
So what she's trying to do, really, is take Bernie Sanders' entire program, but make a conservative version of it that can appeal to some Republicans, which I think is kind of dangerous. But I think it's obviously still better than the free the market Biden types who are like Wall Street's good.
The problem with Warren, and this is not as much ideology, but it's more strategy, and why I like Bernie way better. I also think Bernie's just more progressive. Bernie recognizes...
But it's not even... Sorry to cut you off. It's not just a matter of progressiveness. The difference is that Bernie Sanders comes out of the socialist tradition.
Right.
He's talking about socialism. His whole...
Honestly, he's not even talking about traditional socialism.
No, of course.
Right.
And according to European socialists, he would be seen as a moderate, right? Mm-hmm. He's not that far left. The point, though, is that I'm talking about the tradition. These are important. Warren comes out of the Republican Party. She's talking about, I want a free playing field for local businesses. Bernie's saying something different. Bernie's saying capitalism is inherently an unequal system in which the elite capitalists, the 1% who control the economy, they continue to get more wealthy, and the working class continues to get more and more poor. That's an inherent contradiction within the capitalist system, and we have to use state intervention, state control of certain industries to prevent that inherent contradiction. Those are two very different worldviews, even though they might have similar economic policies. They're different ideologies. And what I'm saying is that Warren's worldview is, even though she has progressive economic policies that I support, her economic worldview is pretty conservative. Mm-hmm. It's all about regulation. It's not about creating, it's not like Jeremy Corbyn. I'm not expecting Bernie to go there because we're still a very right-wing country. Jeremy Corbyn in the UK is saying we need to renationalize elements of the industry, renationalize the railways. Why is our transportation system privatized? It should be owned by the government. Mm-hmm. Why is our education system being privatized? Bernie Sanders is trying to introduce, he's still, again, compared to much of the world, he's moderate, but in the context of the US, this is, in the electoral political system, this is as good as it gets right now, and the idea is he's going to move things to the left so they continue to move to the left, instead of every election moving further and further to the right. He's beginning a conversation where people can say, wait, why should our utilities be privatized? Why shouldn't the government provide, like they provide water, and they're trying to privatize the water system, why shouldn't they provide the transportation grid?
Well, they're not necessarily providing clean water, but that's...
Well, of course.
Yeah.
No, but the point is, because we've been through so many years where the idea is, oh, the government can't govern well, the government can't... No, it's like, if the government has funding, and actually we have a democratic, accountable government led by progressives, then yes, we should, like many places, not just in Europe, but throughout the world, we should have a government that can provide us transportation for low to no cost, paid medical leave and child leave for families, universal health care. These are all programs that not only we should support, but that should be provided by the government with our tax dollars.
But also, Bernie Sanders' proposals, you'll never think about it this way, but socialist programs are really economically conservative in a way. Because conservatives want the best return on investment. They want efficient business practices. Well, if you fund healthcare, you have better health outcomes, and overall the costs go down for the system. Education. If you make education free for your populace, you have a better educated and skilled citizenry, which, I mean, Finland has shown this, and other countries, which you have a stronger economy with a. So I don't mean conservative in a way like, Bernie's trying to make a buck off the people. I'm saying like you have a stronger educated and a stronger economy. Like Germany, I was there. Their economy is pretty decent. It's also pretty neoliberal, but they got healthcare, education is affordable, and you have, as a result, better outcomes. So it's the same principle. What I think is primarily different about Bernie than Warren, and not just Bernie versus Warren, but these two schools of thought, Bernie is not naive. So Bernie has, I don't think it's just a slogan. He understands he could get elected and nothing will happen. Because even if, let's say the Democratic Party took back the House and the Senate, you think, Speaker Pelosi and like Senate leader Chuck Schumer are just going to be like, yes, President Sanders, let's do Medicare for all. Hell no, they'll fight him every step of the way because they'll still be controlled by the donors. So Bernie understands Warren can become president, but if you don't actually galvanize the troops, nothing's going to get done. Nothing, because the system is more powerful than a president.
Absolutely.
So when Bernie says, and I thought this was brilliant in 2016, I hope he talks about it more. No, the first thing I'm going to do is not go try to make a deal with Mitch McConnell. Hell no. I'm going to go to Mitch and be like, hey, look outside the window. There's thousands of people, and we're going to put you out of office. Which, it could happen. Eric Cantor was thrown out of office. I think Paul Ryan resigned probably because he saw the writing on the wall for him. Joe Crowley put out of office. When more people are woken up, especially young people, you show up to the midterms, you have a chance. So I think Bernie is talking about I think revolution scares people, but we need a galvanization of young people, and not even just young people, but people who have been so disaffected. Majority of the country doesn't vote. So I think that's the difference. But to me, I think Warren is a bigger threat to Bernie than Biden. I think Biden's going to fall. But I think Warren is a threat, not even in the fact that she would beat him, because I don't think Warren will ultimately rise permanently above Bernie, but take away enough votes from Bernie.
You hit the nail on the head. This is what I'm getting at. Again, I'm not anti-Warren, but the thing is, it's not just... what's funny is we spend a lot of time criticizing corporate media for not focusing on policies and focusing only on personalities. And actually, and that's true, it's a very valid criticism. But I'm kind of right now actually kind of saying the opposite, that we absolutely should focus on policies, but the individual politics of the person running as a leader are also very important. And Bernie's politics, that's what I'm saying, is that their worldviews, even though they have similar policies, their worldviews are so different. Because Bernie, his message, which I think is the correct message, is that you cannot negotiate with Wall Street. Wall Street is your enemy. Mm-hmm. They're not people that you can try to work and figure out a deal and both sides will benefit from it. No, his point is that...
What are you talking about? Joe Biden told me that, you guys are patriots.
No, exactly. Yeah. Joe Biden's like, yeah, they're gonna fund me and I'm gonna create universal health care with funding from Goldman Sachs. No, I mean, the thing is, Warren knows that.
By the way, I'll say this about Joe Biden. You got to give credit to him. At least Hillary Clinton had the decency to try to hide it.
Yeah.
She didn't want to give up those transcripts. Joe Biden's inviting the press. I mean, they're stooges, but at least to transcribe what he's saying in these fundraisers. We wouldn't know what he's saying. So he's just outwardly like, I don't give a fuck. I'm corrupt.
Well, not just that. I mean, it's his strategy. He's running to the right of Hillary Clinton, and his idea represents the dead end of neoliberal DNC politics, that in order to win an election, you keep tailing so far to the center that now you're on the center right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he's doing. But on this thing on Biden, on Warren and Bernie, the thing is, I see Bernie as not the end, of course, but the beginning of a new era of not just progressive, but socialist politics.
Mm-hmm.
Going back, it's of course very different, but we had figures like Eugene Debs. And Eugene Debs, ironically...
And Henry Wallace.
Yeah, and Henry Wallace. Ironically, if you look at their platform, they were much more progressive than Bernie today, but that's a reflection of how far right we've moved. The point is that if you had a President Bernie, it would be the beginning of a move toward the left for once, where things would, over time, would move back toward the left instead of to the right. With Warren, I think she would try to implement some of these policies, but you need that from the bottom upswell that you're talking about, because as with any progressive movement in this country, the suffrage movement against apartheid and Jim Crow, the movement against the Vietnam War, these all began as grassroots bottom-up movements. And then later, 20 years later, finally the Democratic Party catches up. So to have that progressive force actually in the White House, even with all of the other institutions, and Bernie, he might not have the Senate, he probably wouldn't have the Senate, and he'd probably have the House, but so his hands would be tied to some extent. But the point is that he will fight in a way, like you're saying, because he recognizes that there's an intractable conflict. That even though his policies are social democratic, even though he's not that radical, his worldview is correct. There is an irreconcilable, intractable conflict between capital, between the large capitalist interests, those who own industry, and the working class, that cannot be resolved through simply trying to find some kind of agreement, trying to be nice. He recognizes that the 1% is our enemy, and you have people on the far right who are trying to say immigrants are our enemy. No, we have an enemy. It is Wall Street. It is the capitalist class. And if you don't say that openly, you're deceiving your entire base. And Bernie recognizes that. So that is a very, regardless of his weaknesses, that is an extremely welcome development. And that's why, frankly, I also think he's one of the only people, I don't think Tulsi will make it far, but I think Bernie is one of the only people who can actually beat Trump. I frankly do not think Warren could beat Trump in an election. I think that message, the lesson of the last election is you need a countervailing message to Trumpism. That message is too weak under Warren. The message needs to be Trump is trying to distract the entire country with these scapegoats like immigrants, like LGBT rights, like women. No, we have an enemy, and we need to state that enemy very clearly. The enemy is the 1%, it's the billionaire class. And if you don't say that openly, you're not going to be able to beat Trumpism.
I just want to get you on the record so that if, hopefully not, Biden is the nominee and this inevitably happens,
Biden will lose.
We'll save the tape. Do you agree with this graphic?
That's great. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the gray zone needs graphic design work. Colin is great. So I see the iceberg. I mean, it's right ahead. Joe Biden, you wait till Donald Trump, if Joe Biden is the nominee, starts calling him NAFTA Joe, TPP Joe, Sleepy NAFTA, I mean, I just showed Joe Biden in 2016, while he was vice president, was still pushing for NAFTA. Where is that? Right here. That's why security in the TPP remains a top priority for our administration. I mean, he's Hillary Clinton. You won't put it as crudely. He's Hillary Clinton with a penis. And I think he's worse than Hillary Clinton, to tell you the truth, because there's a longer record.
He's worse.
Yeah. So I think it's the Titanic, and I think Bernie said it right. They'd rather go down to the Titanic as long as they have first class.
Well, I've been saying, and you have me on record, Biden would lose to Trump. I'm convinced. This idea that he's some populist and people in the working class, no, they don't care about Biden. There's nothing interesting about him. He offers nothing new. And unlike Trump, as awful as Trump is, at least Trump is sometimes funny. I've never joked from anything Biden ever said. He's not entertaining. He's creepy. He keeps touching little 10-year-old girls. Like, what? This guy is so weird. And I'll go down also saying this. I'll repeat it again and again, and I will until 2020. Biden is diet Trump. That's all he is. His policies are not that different from Trump. And frankly, even if he could beat Trump, as he said, there would be no fundamental change.
I agree. You got another 10 minutes?
Sure, whatever you.
So
if people are still for some reason watching.
People are watching. So I usually end with a bit of a Q&A. I want to thank everybody. We're on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hour 5 of this marathon live stream. So it's been a good one. By the way, maybe you could put a word in. I've been trying to get Chris Hedges. He keeps teasing me. He responds yes, and then he's like, contact me Monday, and then I contact him, and then he doesn't respond for a while. Who's calling me? Oh, Larry. Let's announce, Jen says, let's announce the winner of the swag bag before the end so they could contact us. I'll do it now. So Jen, who, by the way, give it up for Jen. She has been working with us in the live chat for 5 hours. She could be hanging out with her kitties over a nice summer day, but Jen is with us. So that's right, Sherry, 5 hours. Do you see any other independent media on for 5 hours? I mean, I love my friend Jimmy, but, you know, we are the Iron Men here at Status Quo. So I'm trying to get Chris Hedges. I'm also, Lee Camp might come on this week, trying to get a couple other people. I'm trying to get another interview with Tulsi. Maybe I'll get it in Miami. Of course, Bernie, we're always working, and we're obviously trying to raise money so we can go cover the campaign. So now we're at 61,060 bones. Thank you, Arlene Chambers. $50 in the GoFundMe. I'm so happy we passed that 61,000 today. So hopefully, I don't think NBC is going to reverse their decision to give us credentials, but we shall see. So let's do a little Q&A. If you got questions for Ben, me, questions, comments, concerns, hit us. This is also a super chat, and I will tell you once more, Gray Zone, Gray. Unfortunately, you'll probably have to search for it because Google is deranking it.
If you search it, it will come up, but it's just hard to find our articles. Google can't derank our page too much, but they derank a lot of our articles.
Yeah. And I also want to mention one thing is why I believe we need a status coup. And it's not a slogan. We came up with the name status coup for a real reason. It's a ridiculous crime against intelligence that this man is not featured in the media. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. This guy is so much, his left finger has more intelligence than, Phil Mudd on CNN or some of these intelligence people who don't know anything. I mean, you're obviously well-studied. You've probably read a crap load of books, documentaries, life experience. You know a lot of shit that I don't know. And that is actually unrewarded in today's climate. If you know a lot where you could basically embarrass somebody on national television, somebody, you're not allowed. That's why Max isn't allowed. You're not allowed. I'm not getting invited.
Even for debates.
Right.
They don't do debates anymore. Oh, there's all these right-wing people who are the intellectual dark web. Oh, you can't debate. The left can't debate. I'd be happy to debate anyone. They never invite us, though. Instead, they invite neoliberal Democrats and hardcore neoliberal identitarians. So all they do is they continue a feedback loop. So you have the right-wing alt-right people and the alt-light people who argue neoliberal identitarian Democrats, and they never talk to the real left, who is not afraid of debating, but they ignore us and pretend like we don't exist.
Right. No, status quo was not my uncle's idea. My uncle came up with Make America Sane Again. Make America Sane Again. Status quo was my idea.
I'm glad you didn't do that one.
Let's see. Somebody wrote, just want to say that the Gray Zone and Moderate Rebels are absolutely amazing, and Status Quo as well, of course. Moderate Rebels is your podcast.
Yeah, and you can find Moderate Rebels on YouTube. It's easy to find. If you go to youtube.com/Moderate Rebels, we're dropping an episode tomorrow on Sudan. On everything that's been going on in Sudan. Mm-hmm. So you can be there. We report a lot on U.S. foreign policy, what's happening around the world.
And I have an announcement via Jen. Patrick Scarpati. Patrick Scarpati is the winner of the Status Quo swag bag today. So Patrick, I think we have your email, but if we don't, email info@statusquo.com. We need your address, your shirt size, all that good stuff. You're getting the swag bag that we were giving off in our drawing today. So Patrick, thank you for your support. You've donated a lot. We really appreciate it. Notary S, $4.99 in the super chat. Do sanctions go through Congress? How can we oppose sanctions?
So there are different kinds of sanctions. The Trump administration has been signing through a lot of executive order sanctions. In fact, just today is Sunday, the Trump administration signed new sanctions on Iran after carrying out cyber attacks against Iran. So there is for the people criticizing him for not being enough of a warmonger. But
by the way, we didn't even mention Trump going to war with Iran. He's not a Russian puppet.
Oh, exactly.
Like, that's not what Russia
wants. A major
wants.
Russian ally.
Sorry.
But aside from just that, there are also sanctions that are approved by Congress. And unfortunately, very frequently, the Congress has bipartisan votes in support of those sanctions. And credit, again, to Bernie. Sometimes, no one's perfect. Sometimes Bernie has something to criticize. But the majority of the time, he stands up on issues that no one else will stand up on. And Bernie and Rand Paul were some of the only people who voted against Iran sanctions in the Senate. It was a 2-98 vote, or 97 vote. Maybe I think one person was gone. But 2 people in the entire Senate were the only ones who voted against the Iran sanction bill, which was tied up with Russian sanctions. And because they threw in the Russian sanctions, all the Democrats were like, yeah, we need to show the Kremlin that blah, blah, blah. But the 2 people I respect the most in the Senate, Bernie Sanders and surprisingly Rand Paul, who's a kind of libertarian Republican, they voted against those sanctions.
But he won't stand up to Donald Trump ever, Rand Paul. But anyway.
Yeah, Rand Paul, I used to live in Kentucky, and domestically inside Kentucky, he's horrible. But when it comes to foreign policy, I will say Rand Paul is consistent, and he's spoken out on the war in Yemen. He's spoken out on a lot of wars. So he is consistent like that.
And by the way, when we talk sanctions, John Bolton and Mike Pompeo are so worried about the humanitarian crisis in Venezuela that we have created. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Maduro government has made mistakes economically, but he was elected. But we have starved out Venezuela, and as you said earlier, it's estimates show 40,000 people have died because of our sanctions, and that's not even to mention sanctions on Iran and many other countries we do. But to answer your question, I'm pretty sure, most sanctions have to be voted on through Congress, right?
Again, there's different. So the so-called targeted sanctions that the Trump administration sometimes imposes on Iranian government officials and other government officials, a lot of those go through simply executive orders. But then there are other sanctions measures that are voted on by the Congress.
Mm-hmm. Carl Knight, Super Chat, he asked why Mark Ames and Yasha Levine aren't more present in progressive circles.
It's a good question. In fact, you should interview them. They're both great. Amazing journalists, also very funny guys. And I mentioned Yasha, his book is so incredible. It's called Surveillance Valley. Yasha Levine and Mark Ames, both of whom sometimes contribute to us at the Gray Zone, they have been consistently 5 years ahead on stories. In fact, I was hanging out with them recently, and I was like, man, you guys were reporting all this stuff on Pierre Omidyar, the billionaire, They were reporting actually stuff on Robert Mercer years ago. They were reporting stuff that they've been tracking all these billionaires, these shadowy billionaires for many years, and they are completely ignored by a lot of media outlets. I mean, I think part of it is because they don't put themselves out there that much, but also like you said, even MSNBC is never going to have any of us on, and even some outlets like Democracy Now! Have become pretty mainstream. And
yeah, I don't know what democracy. I mean, we broke a major story in Flint. Reached out to the right person, nothing.
Yeah,
I mean, I like Democracy Now! For the most part, but
they do some good stuff. But on some international issues, they have on New York Times reporters to spew lies on Syria. They were weak on a lot of. They were very weak on. They actually were kind of soft on Russiagate, and I think a lot of that's related to funding. They get funding from big foundations, But anyway, it's a reflection of the weakness of a lot of the progressive media, which is, again, why we need
and by the way,
places like you.
Pierre Omidyar, who is kind of has some similarities with George Soros as far as worldview. He's the major funder for The Intercept, who does great work. I don't see Pierre necessarily influencing Glenn Greenwald, but...
Well, Glenn's always the exception.
Right.
Glenn is... that guy's a juggernaut. He's incredible. Almost no one, actually I can't think of a single journalist alive. Oh, Cy Hirsch. Cy Hirsch and Glenn Greenwald have done more than any other journalist alive. And, of course, Julian Assange, who's in a whole new level. we didn't even talk about him. Those three have done more damage to the elites, to the powerful capitalist class, to the 1% that controls our politics. They have done more damage than any other journalist alive.
And that's why Trump's trying to kill him. Well, it's not really Trump.
But The Intercept itself, I don't want to spend a bunch of time, but they've published a lot of ridiculous attack pieces smearing some people, and Piero Migliore.
I was one of them.
And also smearing Tulsi Gabbard, among other people. And Piero Migliore, who's in Hawaii, has actually, he owns a newspaper in Hawaii, and his newspaper was strongly attacking Tulsi Gabbard and endorsed her opponent, who was trying to primary her.
Interesting.
So The Intercept as an institution is different from Glenn Greenwald. Glenn does incredible work. Jeremy does pretty good work too. But The Intercept, it's
and by
like
the way,
democracy now.
And by the way, Glenn is facing some threats right now. He just broke a major story, basically showing that the conviction and imprisonment of Lula, their president, is basically fraudulent. I mean, it was kind of known among intelligent people, but the judge was basically in on it with the prosecutors to basically overthrow Lula, and it paved the way for the literal fascist Bolsonaro in Brazil. And of course, the U.S. looks away.
And what this shows, again, is similar to Mossadegh in Iran. Lula da Silva is not, he did a great interview with Glenn Greenwald in prison, and he said in the interview, I'm not a socialist. Lula is not some crazy radical. He's not communist, yet alone a socialist. He is a progressive, social democratic, small R Republican who believes in the rule of law and democracy, and believes that Brazilians should control their own destiny and not be puppets of Washington and not be slaves to American corporations.
Mm-hmm.
And what was his big crime? Lula da Silva is the least corrupt person in Brazilian politics, which is very corrupt.
Yeah.
His crime, supposedly, was having a record decrease in poverty. He helped decrease poverty more than any other president in Brazilian history. He funded healthcare, he funded education. He spent a lot of money investing in social programs to help grow his country, and he tried to create independent. His real crime, in scare quotes, in the eyes of Washington, is he also tried to create an independent financial system, the BRIC system: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. They were trying to create an independent institution that could go against the World Bank and IMF. But again, he was not a radical, he was not a socialist, he was not a communist. But for Washington, for Wall Street, he was still too progressive. And even though he was democratically elected, even though his successor, Dilma Rousseff, was also democratically elected, for the elite capitalists in Washington, they were too progressive, and they wanted someone like Bolsonaro, who was endorsed by the pro-business press. He was endorsed by Wall Street's media outlets. The Wall Street Journal sung his praise. And who is his economic advisor? His economic advisor, Paulo Guedes, was trained and taught economics under Pinochet in Chile. And Paulo Guedes is an extreme neoliberal capitalist who wants to privatize the entire economy, which is now in free fall. And they also want to privatize and destroy the Amazon rainforest, which challenges life on this planet. So once again, we see that Wall Street is actually challenging the continuity of life on this planet by installing this extreme fascist puppet and his super economic minister, who's a neoliberal capitalist who wants to destroy the Amazon rainforest, which is the most important natural reserve on the planet for making sure that we still have oxygen to breathe.
Just another Tuesday. Question for Ben: do you think a yellow vest style general strike will ever happen in the U.S.? What would it take?
I hope. I mean, France is different, and the thing about the yellow vest movement is it shows that in France there still is more of a labor movement than here. Unfortunately, the labor movement in the U.S. since the Reagan era has been so beaten back. Our labor rights have been taken away, and honestly, there have been some major court cases in the past year or two that haven't gotten a lot of attention, that have been major attacks on the right to unionize, major attacks on the right of unions to take dues from people's wages, which is a way that unions can fund their work. And if you're in a union and you pay dues, those dues that you pay, you will make many times more back in the benefits that you get thanks to your union, who will help you fight for benefits, for increase in pay. So yes, the Yellow Vest movement, we need it here, and it's a reflection of the fact that we need to reinvigorate the labor movement, and we need to reinvigorate our unions.
Which, by the way, Joe Biden has destroyed, even though he calls himself Union Joe. No.
And that's why it's good to see people like Bernie finally talking about unions, because Democrats used to be afraid of the U word. There was a kind of unspoken agreement since the Clinton era, because Clinton campaigned his. Let's not forget, Bill Clinton's literal campaign slogan was, quote, "End welfare as we know it." He was the one who ushered in the neoliberal, centrist New Democrats, who never talked about unions because they knew unions would support them. So the agreement was, we won't talk about you, and in return, you endorse us. So now, finally, we're having Democrats saying, yes, we should support unions. Unions are good. We need to defend them. And what's crazy about France is, even though France does have a scary far-right movement that's on the rise, and the Yellow Vest movement is politically mixed, there are a lot of people on the left, there are a lot of progressives who are frustrated with the system. There are a lot of people who unfortunately are kind of anti-immigrant but are not sure about their politics. So those people need to be won over to the progressive side. And what's interesting about France is they have an extremely powerful labor movement, and they still have a very strong welfare state that even the neoliberal banker turned president, Emmanuel Macron, even he can't pass a lot of these programs that he's trying to pass because the labor movement is so strong that they'll go on strike and then they'll light stuff on fire in the street.
Well, also, one of the reasons I think we're not going to have it here is people are afraid to protest because healthcare is tied to your job. So in France, you could, I guess, theoretically get fired. Probably less so here because of the labor movement.
The labor laws in France are some of the strongest in all of Europe.
Right. So here you don't have any protections. People are afraid because, if everybody did it, what are they going to fire everybody? But if you have these makeshift, like Occupy and these other things, which was good, but the bottom line is people got to feed their families, so they're not going to risk their health care, and they don't really have labor protections.
Well, here's an example. This is an example of scary socialism. France is not a socialist country. France is still a capitalist country, but it has strong social democratic policies. And in fact, the labor laws in France are so strong that it's actually illegal for your boss to email you on weekends and at nights when you're not working. You are not required your boss can email you, but they cannot require you to respond to your emails in France. That's how the labor laws are so strong. And this isn't to say France is perfect, of course, but compared to here, it's night and day. Their labor laws are so strong that you are not, surprise, you're not forced to work after hours.
Right. Frank, hey JC, what's the magic number of members or GoFundMe to keep Marcus? I wouldn't really use GoFundMe because we're trying to raise money not to keep one person, but to get enough money for travel and other things we need. Members to keep Marcus, we are now at, where's that number? We're at 478 now, so that graph is outdated. I would say we need, probably need to hit closer to 750 to hire another reporter. Marcus has 3 kids, so, I don't think we could hire someone with 3 children who is fantastic. He's got mouths to feed, so I think we would need to probably get up to closer to a 700, 750 member level to hire a full-time reporter at a salary where he could feed his children. So that's the magic number. By the way, membership is with the patrons. So right now, we got 478 members, we got 340 patrons, so that's 815, I believe, total. So total with Patreon and membership to keep Marcus, I would say you're looking closer to 1,200 total members because it's hard. We're trying to get larger funding, just like I'm sure you guys are. But when you actually have integrity and ethics, you're trying to get it from not big corporations or foundations who will not fund us. And if we were going to take foundation money, they'd probably want us to sanitize a lot of what we do. So, it's really about networking and viewers, and sometimes you get a diamond in the rough, like we had an initial small investment from a progressive viewer who helped us with equipment. But it's not easy. There's not a lot of like capital P progressives out there that are not celebrities that could just drop like $500,000 for a media network. But I'd say the magic number total members is 1,200. So keep it coming. We grew more GoFundMe today than membership. We got 2 new members today. We'd like to keep growing. So membership is how we grow for the long term. GoFundMe is good for the short term of getting us out there now, but that's not a business model. Our business model is paid membership. It's kind of remarkable, actually, that we've even gotten up to $477. We just launched membership through our website in November, and we've had no money really to go travel the amount that I really want to travel. When we travel and cover stories in the field, we get an increase in membership because that's really the product that we want to sell, in the field reporting. As much as I like coming to you from my apartment, that's not what makes us different. Flint and Standing Rock and GM laying off 15,000 people and water contamination and pipeline fights, that's what's going to make us different. So that's why, if you're on the fence, obviously, listen, some people don't even have $5 to spare, paycheck to paycheck, social disability. We get it. That's fine if you can't. But if you can, some outlets, I won't mention names, they tell you to become a member, subscribe, and we're going to give you X. You get 24/7 Trump and Russia and bullshit. So we do not do that. So that's the spiel. Maybe 2 more before we wrap up. Somebody asked, this is a question for you, would Biden attack Iran?
Well, I don't doubt that he would support a similar policy. The thing is, what I'm trying to say is that for a variety of reasons, they can't really attack Iran. The thing is, Bolton, like I said, I think Bolton very much wants a war in Iran. He's been lobbying for it for years. But what I'm saying is there's so many structural limitations. The war, you can't repeat another Iraq at this point. Look at how much damage Iraq did, not just to the world, which unfortunately the elites in Washington don't care too much about, but the damage it did to the American reputation. Before that, the U.S. was seen as, according to propaganda, of course, many people throughout the world didn't believe it, but this is the end of the Cold War. George H.W. Bush ushers in what he calls the new era, right? The New World Order, where the U.S. is in charge, defending democracy. And then the Iraq War was the wake-up that obviously this is not some benevolent country, this is an empire. And if they were to do a war in Iran, it would just be so catastrophic, not just in terms of the damage they would do in terms of 1 million dead, more than that, in terms of the complete destruction to multiple countries, but also what it would mean for the reputation of the U.S. government. This could actually push for an end to NATO. It could lead to an implosion. The EU is imploding with Brexit. So these international institutions are fragile. Not to mention the fact that, like I said earlier, the Iranian military is not the Iraqi military. The Iraqi military didn't have a lot of morale. They kind of buckled with the U.S. invasion. Saddam wasn't necessarily super popular. The Iranian government is much more popular. They have an elected president. They have a revolution to defend. They already fought a war with Saddam Hussein in the 1980s in which 1 million people died and the U.S. supported Saddam Hussein. So a lot of Iranians would be willing to put their lives on the line to defend their revolution and their country. And aside from that, like I said earlier, Iran has major allies, not proxies. The media calls them proxies, but Iran has allies in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen. So if there were a war, it would lead to a global war in the region that could potentially bring in Russia and China. So the point I'm saying is that for a variety of reasons, Bolton probably can't get the war he wants unless, there's something really crazy. These ridiculous excuses they've been using, the supposed attack in the Gulf of Oman, which is very suspicious, the shooting down of the drone, which was very likely in Iranian airspace. Iran has the coordinates. These are all attempts to escalate. They're trying to provoke Iran to use it as a justification to attack. But I don't think it's in the cards. So I think what you're getting at is when it comes to foreign policy, I don't think Biden is significantly different than Trump. But for a variety of reasons, the U.S. can't do another Iraq, which thank humanity for that, because if they do manage to do it, it would just be, it really could be like a new world war. Mm-hmm. So we can't sound too careful with this. We need to oppose this war propaganda as much as we possibly can, because the results would be so catastrophic. It's hard to overstate.
And Professor Ben Norton still writing. Last question for you, Ben. Question, are we done with Venezuela?
Well,
America's like, I love you, long time. We're not done. Go ahead.
Good answer. The short is no, of course not. The long answer is, I think the direct, blatant military coup attempt has failed. There were multiple coup attempts that began in January 23rd. And let's not forget, their coup attempts go back to Hugo Chavez in 2002, in April. And I did 2 great interviews here with Jordan talking about the history of U.S. intervention in Venezuela and the past coups. But this most recent coup attempt, we now know, thanks to corporate media reporting, the quick summary is that in late 2018, the U.S., Canada, and Britain and right-wing governments in Latin America were meeting with the Venezuelan opposition and made a plan. And they said on January 23rd, which is an important day, a nationalist day, holiday in Venezuela, commemorating the restoration of democracy in 1958. Venezuela had a military dictatorship before that, and then had a period of 2-party democracy, like where the 2 elite parties switched back and forth until 98, and then you have the rise of Chavismo. Well, on that date, they picked this historic date for Juan Guaido, the opposition leader, to say, I'm the interim president, and Maduro is not a legitimate president, even though Maduro was elected, and the opposition voluntarily boycotted the presidential election. And then from January 23rd, there was a coup attempt. And then on February 23rd, there was another coup attempt. We were in Venezuela at the time reporting. And then there was another attempt on April 30th, which was a military coup attempt, in which a grand total of, drumroll, 25 soldiers rose up. And then he's fizzled out. Now, the latest scandal, which you probably didn't hear on the U.S. corporate media, is that Juan Guaido, who is the puppet of the Trump administration in Canada, let's not forget Trudeau. Liberals talk about how beautiful Justin Trudeau is and how he's a model. Well, he's involved in helping Trump with this coup, while Trudeau's also building pipelines on indigenous land. Well, he's arming Saudi Arabia. So anyway, Canada and the U.S. were supporting this guy, Juan Guaido. We now know that when he was in Colombia on February 23rd, during this humanitarian aid stunt, in which the U.S. tried to force through with violence humanitarian aid. If you're not going to take our fake aid, we're going to send it to you with guns. So when that failed, we now know that Juan Guaido and his coup mongers backed by the U.S. in Colombia, they spent hundreds of thousands of U.S. dollars worth of aid money, supposed humanitarian aid money, which in Colombia is a lot of money. In Colombia, you can get a decent dinner for $5 US, or even less. So they spent hundreds of thousands of US dollars on hotels, gambling, fancy alcohol, partying. They were living it up, like the most you could live it up in Colombia. And that was the aid money that we were raising supposedly to help Venezuelans. So these are the corrupt right-wing elites that the U.S. wanted to install. And, on the media, they'll say the corrupt Maduro regime. Well, the media is now studiously ignoring this scandal, which is not being ignored by the Spanish language media, in which the people they were trying to install showed that they would be exponentially more corrupt. And once again, that coup failed. So what does it lead to us to now? I think Guaido, we've seen media reports that Trump is very upset because you had people like John Bolton who were telling him, and Mike Pompeo, oh, this is going to be so easy. Maduro's going to fall in a few days, and we're going to restore freedom and democracy, and we're going to privatize the state oil company. Mm-hmm. And in order to privatize the state oil company, they were working with a Harvard economist, Richard Hausman, who is the father of the YouTube semi-celebrity Joanna Hausman. You might have seen on YouTube, who's a non-funny comedian who I've never laughed at. And anyway, so they were trying to privatize Venezuela's state oil company. They completely failed. Juan Guaido's coup attempts fizzled out. He was caught cheating on his wife. He was caught in this giant humanitarian aid scam. Everything has blown up, as we said it would. And what does that leave us? Unfortunately, although it's good that this right-wing, elite, plutocratic coup attempt failed, the bad news is that the sanctions are continuing. So there is an economic war on Venezuela similar to the economic war in Iran. It's very difficult for Venezuela to export its oil, and Venezuela is an oil state. It's a petrostate. It relies almost entirely on oil production. It has the largest oil reserves in the world. So the answer to your question is the U.S. economic war is going to continue, which is going to hurt the Venezuelan civilian population. The government has very strong social programs, basically free housing, basically free food, but, you know, the economy is in shambles. It's hard to get a lot of work for people, which is leading for people to leave the country and find job opportunities elsewhere. And it's made life very difficult, and all they can really do is wait it out until the sanctions are lifted, or they're also trying to find a way to circumvent the U.S. sanctions. But like I was discussing earlier, the petrodollar and the U.S. dollar, which controls a lot of international financial institutions and many banks, has made it very difficult for Venezuela to get out of it. So we have European banks, we have a German bank, and we also have the Bank of England have stolen billions of dollars of Venezuelan assets because they say, oh, well, Venezuela can't pay back the loans it has. Well, the reason Venezuela can't pay back the loans is because the U.S. has locked it out of the financial system because it can't get new U.S. dollars. So unless they can find a new mechanism to get around the financial institutions like the banks, like the IMF and World Bank, if they can create a new financial framework like the BRIC system that Lula was trying to create, which is one of the reasons Lula was overthrown, if Venezuela can work with other countries, maybe like if there is a progressive government in Brazil again, maybe like China, even India. You know, India has a right-wing government, but these countries still want to be able to do business. So it's looking pretty gloomy, but the military coup attempt has failed. But the answer to your question ultimately lies with what happens here in the U.S., which is why it is incumbent upon Americans, U.S. people in the United States, and it's incumbent on people especially who are voting for the upcoming president. If it's someone like Bernie Sanders, I think he would lift sanctions. If it's someone like Biden, I think he'll continue the same policies of the Trump administration. So this is why it's so important to push back against corporate media propaganda. The corporate media is entirely in bed. They want Biden. They want Biden to be the next president because, like he said, his campaign slogan, we should remind him until 2020, until November, Biden's campaign message is, quote, nothing would fundamentally change.
You know, actually, and I want credit for this, I think if Biden's the nominee, it's going to be Kamala Harris as the vice president. So the slogan would then be, nothing will fundamentally change for the people. Because she's for the people, and he's nothing would fundamentally change.
That's great.
Jen, write that down. It's ours. We said it. Nothing will fundamentally change for the people. And that gives you 4 more years of Donald Trump. We just passed 5 hours. We're going to wrap it up today because I didn't sleep last night. And
his brain is officially mush.
My brain is mush. Thank you. We passed $61,000 today. Can't thank everybody enough. Specifically, I think Carol Edwards donated over $100 twice. So I owe you, Carol. You're my main squeeze today. We got to keep going. Also, we grew not as many as I would like, but we grew 3 members. So we're now at 479 members. I hope. If you got anything out of Ben and my discussion today, hopefully you got a lot of knowledge on Iran and other things. It's to support independent media. So I hope you'll become a Status Quo member. That's how we grow. That's how we can hire reporters down the road. That's how we have money to travel. And that's how we stay actually independent. And check out the Gray Zone. It's GRAY, zone.com. You guys are doing articles and videos and covering a lot of foreign policy stuff.
I'll be in Honduras next week with my colleagues Max and Anya reporting on the U.S.-backed elite right-wing coup attempt. And thanks for having me on. And like you said earlier, the more we can collaborate in independent media and work together and see each other as allies, the better. Because the way corporate media works is they're all fighting for ad revenue, but we should work together and help build a progressive wave and help educate people, because the corporate media is not informing, it's misinforming.
Right. And thank you to Jen. Jen might not be on camera today, but she's been in the super chat.
Quick note, it's actually thegrayzone.com.
Oh, thegrayzone.com. There you go. So thank you to Jen doing a super chat. I will see you tomorrow, 5 o'clock Eastern time. Remember, most people are not lacking compassion in this country. Most people have no fucking idea what in God's name is happening. Peace the fuck out.